Hornet to the Western Pacific.
Thank you for a wonderful day, Captain.
For what, Mike? All I did was have fun watching you humpty-bump down the runway trying to land Sam's Cub.
Yeah, well, maybe I did oversell my flying abilities a bit to you.
You did okay. I've known few pilots, including myself, who made consistently good three-point landings in a Cub. The Champ you flew no doubt had the landing gear modifications, which made everyone look good. Nevertheless, as they say, Mike, the Piper Cub is the safest airplane ever built. It can just barely kill you. There are an unlimited number of ways to humiliate yourself in an airplane. Hopefully, you learn the lessons. Otherwise, they will come back to bite you in the butt one day. In any event, after mastering the Cub, Chimango landings will be a piece of cake for you. How was Sam as an instructor?
Excellent. Just right. Couldn't be better. We are going to get along just fine. How was your flight in the Chimango with him?
No problem, Mike. When he says you're up for it, perhaps in 3 more Cub flights you'll switch to the Chimango. Sam is a certified flight instructor in gliders, as well as powered aircraft, so you're all set to go with him all the way for a private pilot certificate, as well as a glider rating with a motor glider endorsement. Any idea what you might do with that?
No, but it will sure improve the options. There's the Glider Club east of Albuquerque, and then there's Phillips Champ. But 85 horsepower off a mile-high runway on a hot day is a bit iffy. After flying your Chimango, soaring would be more fun in the long run, I think. And there's probably lots of lift off the Sandia Mountains. We'll see. Meanwhile, I don't want to detract from pressing on with your book, and it's early enough to put in another hour or 2. Shall we adjourn to the lodge lobby?
Sure. Let's finish the 1958 Hornet cruise.
Okay, there's someone on the porch. Let's use this table. All set, Captain. Recorder running.
Although Hawaii is 2,500 miles off the U.S. West Coast, there was another 2 weeks of sailing the wide Pacific Ocean to our next port call, the Philippine Islands, and the largest naval base in the world then, Subic Bay. To maintain Hornet's speed of advance, there were no flight ops, so there was plenty of free time to just enjoy the fascination of being at sea again and settle into the routine of life on an aircraft carrier. I was in an all-steel 4-man bunk room, smaller than a jail cell, directly under the number 1 catapult. There were 2 bunk beds, 1 sink, 4 5-drawer chest desks, and 4 hanging lockers. There was no porthole or air conditioning, just 1 vent blowing hot, humid, ambient air. My 3 roommates were BNs, including Jack, all of whom were second tour lieutenants who had made the previous Hornet cruise. Since I was junior, I got a top bunk directly under the catapult track. It was no place to be during a launch, but I was rarely in the room during flight quarters or any other time except to try to sleep. Our detachment shared Ready Room 2 with an FJ-4B attack squadron, which made no bones about letting us know we were inferior in their midst. Whenever it got too bad, we'd remind them that though they were capable of carrying light nuclear bombs, they were not included in SIOP, that our bomb had more bang than theirs, and that we were Hornet's primary mission. Finally, we put up a heavy black curtain divider across the ready room to block out some of the sight and sound of them. We were also pretty much isolated from the rest of the air wing. The unpopularity of the AJ because of its size and being a prop-powered multi-engine bomber, plus our small number, made us easy prey for bias.
How did that affect your group?
Not much at all. since squadron morale was so low at home, and we were virtual strangers to each other before this cruise, we felt little loyalty to the Navy or each other. There was also a degree of distance between pilots and BNs. So, whereas ready rooms are normally the primary social and working hangout for squadrons, we didn't spend much time there.
Tell me more about the distance between pilots and BNs.
I don't want to overstate this. It's just that there was a degree of professional disconnect which overlapped socially. Some flight officers had been physically disqualified from flight training and were somewhat envious of pilots. Others were in the Navy to avoid the draft and were attracted to being flight officers by the extra pay and prestige. Naturally, then, there was a tendency for them to be critical backseat drivers with short-timer attitudes. Add to that the fact that I was junior in rank and experience, yet in command of the aircraft and their fates, and you have the basis for a certain degree of distance between us, which made each of us loners. Again, I say I don't want to exaggerate this. It was simply an undercurrent. Like most pilots, I was enough of a loner to begin with, so it all had little effect on me. At sea, I spent time on deck watching the sky and the waves, on the LSO platform, observing landings, or watching movies in the wardroom. I even built a model of a World War I fighter, which I never flew.
How about when the ship was in port?
Good question, Mike. This was a fork in the road for me. Working hours aboard do not change in port, since the administrative machine grinds on as usual. So unless you took leave and left the ship, or signed up for tours, it was still a 9-to-5 job, which left no time for sightseeing. One choice was to stay aboard for dinner and movie in the wardroom, write a letter or read, and go to bed early. The other choice was to go ashore with the gang for happy hour and dinner at the officers' club, and then on to the bars downtown. Civilian seaport commercial waterfronts are pretty much the same all over the world, bars and women. So the evening downtown choice was inevitably bound to lead to inebriation, sex, and the attached risky physical and emotional consequences. I was way ahead in experiencing the consequences, so I set out to be a monogamous straight arrow. That was an easy choice for me in the Philippines. The naval base was huge and had every imaginable recreation facility. The QB Point Naval Air Station, where carriers docked, was far from the front gate and downtown. The 1950s QB Officers Club was the most unique and famous in Navy history. A short distance from the carrier pier, and situated on top of a hill with a gorgeous view overlooking the entire primitive Subic Bay. The club was a grass shack built of iron pipes on a cement slab with 4-foot bamboo sides and screens up to the grass roof. Needless to say, with several hundred pilots of happy hour in such an informal setting, behavior regularly got quite rambunctious, so the QB Club was not the place for the Navy families stationed there. Fortunately, the Subic Officers Club was a proper, new, modern, large, formal air-conditioned club with a dance floor, live music, regular nightclub acts, and excellent food. A good place for a couple's dining and dancing night out, but of little interest to us, of course. I'll have more to say about the QB Club and the Philippines during Vietnam cruises when we made nearly all our port calls there. All in all, it was a lousy place to visit. Outside the base gate across Shit Creek an open sewer into which children dove to recover coins tossed in by sailors crossing the bridge, was the town of Olongapo, which made any of the worst parts of Mexican border towns look good. Sailors were regularly beaten, stabbed, and robbed. The girls mostly resembled monkeys, and the VD rate was incredibly high, with strains invulnerable to penicillin. The sailors would have been better off if they had tossed all their money into Shit Creek and returned to the base. Throughout the Philippines, crime and corruption was universal, with shoot-'em-up Wild West politics. Much of the vast jungle was inhabited by primitive tribes and was therefore off-limits to everyone. Fortunately, most of our port calls before Vietnam were at Naval Station Yokosuka, Japan, because the SIOP commitment kept carriers closer to our targets.
Like Germany, I suppose Japan had recovered from World War II by 1958.
Oh yes, even more so, mainly because it was undivided and there was less to replace. Most Japs lived in tight quarters with their parents and children. Still, like the Germans, the Japs had good reason to feel superior to their relatively weak neighbors. Their level of culture, industriousness, unity, applied intelligence, and island isolation put them far removed and above the other Asian countries I visited.
You saw no sign of bitterness toward Americans?
No, on the contrary, the people were grateful, friendly, and humble. They had been convinced that Americans were vicious beasts who would torture, rob, rape, and murder everyone if Japan lost the war. General MacArthur, whatever his ego issues were, was an incredibly popular political genius who was entirely deserving of the highest adulation of the entire population, almost equal to the emperor. Instead of punishing and humiliating them, he left the emperor and self-respect in place, and in every way managed the total recovery of that nation. The Japs were greatly relieved that the war was over and took complete responsibility for their own defeat. If there was resentment toward us, there surely was no public sign of it.
I've always read that Japanese society is pretty much closed to foreigners. Did you find that to be true?
Absolutely. So you might ask how much of it I was able to penetrate as a Navy guy during brief port calls. I won't get ahead of myself, so I'll just say that though my observations were shallow in some ways, still, I visited there over a period of nearly 20 years. As for intimate contact, which I expect you may be wondering about, would you like to finish the evening on that topic, Mike?
Sure. I assume this gets us back to your personal fork in the road?
Yes, indeed. First, I'll summarize my marital situation again. Aurelie and I got along very well, but after the turmoil, 2 small children, and an intense new career, there wasn't time for us to recover the level of intimacy we shared before our 3-year separation, and I feared another pregnancy. I settled for what we had, believing that was just the way life was. However, after checking out the veteran straight arrows in the air wing and seeing their lost hollow faces wandering around the ship, I was seeing my future self in an unfavorable light. I did not want to be like them. So it didn't take many quiet nights aboard in port before I came to the conclusion that I had 2 options: leave the Navy or go ashore. Since leaving the Navy was not an option, going ashore was the choice. Although I was determined to remain a straight arrow, I knew that my past record of what one psych prof called a stud-like propensity was going to be a difficult handicap to overcome. There would surely be many birds trying to build their nests in my hair again. It was a risk I had to take. I was not willing to become a hermit out of fear.
So, what was the nightlife like downtown?
Quite a pleasant surprise, actually. Not at all what I expected, but I didn't jump in at the deep end. I began by signing up for tours. Even though tourist-oriented, the bus tours were so pleasant, interesting, and informative that I took advantage of opportunities to have days off the ship wherever we went. Japan in the 50s was a most unique country in every way. The people, clothing, culture, landscape, and cities. The people took the time to smell the flowers by enjoying detailed and refined ceremonial pleasure in the smallest details of their lives and surroundings. I won't dwell on them, but as examples you may be familiar with their tea ceremonies, food preparation, bonsai trees, traditional clothing, and specially grown and elaborately marketed vegetables. Their disciplined and extraordinarily polite public behavior was evident everywhere. They even repeatedly bowed to each other on the telephone. Most impressive for me was their obvious loving devotion to their children. Pre-toddlers were comfortably and securely carried on mothers' backs under outer garments. It was most charming to see a serene little Japanese face, peacefully sleeping, undisturbed by the noisy hustle and bustle of the streets or markets. Large groups of uniformed school children were common sights, touring parks and cultural sites, marching along in long lines of two abreast, with the one in front holding up the guiding flag. The best evidence of the love and attention paid to Japanese children by their entire society was their joyous behavior. I never once saw a Japanese child cry or misbehave in any way. Generally speaking, Japanese women, though rather thin and shapeless, impressed me as being uniquely beautiful, mature, and self-confident. Young Japanese men, on the other hand, seemed awkward, immature, and unsure of themselves until in their late 40s, when they suddenly metamorphosed into the most dignified of men. Contrary to Western impressions, Japanese women were far from being subservient. Although a wife would always defer to her husband and never do or say anything to embarrass him publicly, it was well understood that she was responsible for managing everything at home. This is not to say that husbands were kept on short leashes by any means. Frequent nights out with the boys at the bars and clubs were condoned. These occasions were often amusing to observe, since Japanese men do not hold their liquor well at all and tend to behave like silly little children, but always in good humor. In other words, social roles were well defined and cheerfully accepted. Free of Western religious constraints or guilt about an original sin, Japanese women took genuinely innocent interest in being knowledgeable about sex and pleasing men. Geishas, of course, are the most refined traditional example of this, though most Westerners have misconceptions about their lifetime profession. Webster, for example, defines geisha as a Japanese professional singing and dancing girl. That definition falls so far short of being adequate that I will elaborate later. But the point for now is that geishas were universally considered by young women, as well as men, to be the epitome of Japanese feminine role models.
Okay, enough for the tour guide preamble. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Again, what was it like in downtown Yokosuka?
Patience, Mike, I'm getting to that. A typical evening ashore began with happy hour at the Officers Club bar, followed by a steak dinner in the club dining room, followed by more happy hour to the evening's conclusion, but more often by a short walk to town. The first stop was usually the hot sea baths. This was particularly good sport with a young aviator in tow on his first Japan visit, because of the public nudity in front of fellow aviators and young girls in halters and short shorts. Some nuggets who heard stories in advance were very difficult to persuade. The routine at the baths was to disrobe and enter a large, brightly lit, white-tiled room with the teenage girls laughing and jabbering away in Japanese. Because it was said that the girls identified naval aviators by their big watches and little dicks, it was natural to assume that the girls were laughing at you, which of course added to the embarrassing shrinkage effect. After some time in the Turkish bath sweating it out, a designated girl directed you to a wooden three-legged stool, about 6 inches high, right in the middle of the room, in front of everyone. Imagine yourself sitting stark naked on a 6-inch stool in front of everyone, trying to look dignified with your knees at eye level, and then having a bucket of hot water dumped all over you, followed by having this scantily dressed, very young girl vigorously scrubbing you all over with a soapy washcloth. Ah, such a humiliating initiation of an innocent fellow aviator into the ways of the exotic Orient was exquisite to observe, Mike. After the scrub down and another bucket dousing rinse off came the hot tub with your buddies, which was about 10 feet square, 5 feet high, and filled to overrunning scalding hot water, only 1/10 of a degree cooler than causing third-degree burns. Then, about the time you begin to hope you might survive the searing heat, your girl leads you down the hall to her private room for a full body massage, which included walking on your back in her bare feet. This could be a difficult experience if you were nervous or ticklish. But these girls knew their business, and there was no grab-ass involved. The whole experience took only about an hour, but when you stepped out into the cold night with all the nicotine and alcohol sweat out of you, all your muscles totally relaxed, and your skin tingling pink, you were as close as you'd ever get to being a new man again. Now at last, you were well primed for the bars and nightclubs.
Sounds like a perfect start to a night on the town. Except if you were a determined, straight arrow.
Yes, true. Well, I was counting on the strength of numbers by being with a group of friends to keep me walking the line. But little did I know what I was getting into. Not surprisingly, there were many typical small, grungy bars on Thieves' Alley, with brightly lit signs, loud music, and girls in the doorway. One I recall was the Bar Monroe, which advertised that all the girls have at least 34-inch busts, huge by Japanese standards then. The girls were mostly gorgeous, highly made up and beautifully dressed in low-cut silk gowns, but not at all offensive. Thanks to advanced cosmetic surgery, most of them had their noses and eyes westernized, plus their boobs and butts enhanced. It wasn't easy to judge their age, but in a good light there were signs that some of these girls were probably veterans in their 40s. In fact, years later I saw one or two who did not look a day older. The custom at all the establishments was that the managing mama-san did the matchmaking. You simply took a seat, and the selected young lady sat down next to you. Amazingly, regardless of how casual your acquaintance was, every time you returned to that bar, months later or even the next cruise, the same girl joined you, because there was a strong prohibition against butterflies, men who went from flower to flower, even at a different bar in town. About every 15 or 20 minutes, the girls were automatically served a small drink, probably tea, which cost about $1. Most of the bars had a small, dark dance floor with slow music. Though language was a partial barrier, the girls were skilled at small talk and charming little games. There was no aggressive come-on at all, because that's all there was to it. The girls worked at the bars for drinks, period. Sex was not for sale. The girls were on their own if they went home with a customer. If all went well, she temporarily quit the bar, and you played house while you were in town, with never any suggestion of compensation, though the custom was that on the last night you left whatever you could afford in a discreet place she would find later. All in all, Mike, it was a great system, every bit as respectable, if not more so, than dating in the States, with added big pluses. As with the tradition of geishas, there were no expectations, demands, guilt trips, or fear of pregnancy. None of these women were into it for love, romance, marriage, or clinging emotional dependence. In fact, these ladies were so honest, practical, and independent that it was sometimes disarming.
So, are you saying that you failed at walking the line right away?
No, but the birds were gathering overhead. It was actually the nature of the culture that helped. Since sex was not for sale and the girls were on their own in their private lives, it was quite possible to enjoy the evening in a girl's company without going home with her. The first time I nearly went astray was when I got overheated dancing with a lovely girl, but when she subtly indicated an interest in me, I blurted out that I was married. I felt like the greenest aviator who ever wore wings.
How did it happen then, that a bird finally managed to nest in your hair?
I'm getting to that. Besides the bars, there were two other establishments. One was a full-blown, 5-star, 40-style nightclub with a revolving lit dance floor and revolving bandstand, featuring 3 14-piece bands with sequin-gowned singers featuring 40s favorites. Since there is no L sound in the Japanese language, it was quite amusing to listen to a lovely girl sing, "Rove me," or "Reeve me," or "Ret me be ronery. I can't the reeve that you rove me onry." A girl I met there let me know up front that she had a boyfriend. The other place had been the Wartime Japanese Navy Officers Club. It was unusual in that it was very quiet and informal. There was a record player and an impressive collection of music. If you wanted to hear something, you put it on the turntable yourself. You were allowed to bring your own bottle and charged only for setups. You put your name on the bottle and they kept it for you. When you left, they marked the level remaining, and it was there waiting for you the next time you were in port. They served meals in small, private, Japanese-style rooms. There were private hot tubs and bedrooms upstairs. If you wanted company, you had to request it, but extracurricular activities were for a price here. I remained on the straight and narrow for most of the cruise, but then Providence has other plans.
Providence in the person of Jean, Captain.
Judge for yourself as we go through these many stories, Mike. Our detachment have been flown off for temporary shore basing at Naval Air Station Atsugi. One day, a group of us went shopping in the Yokohama Art District, where I bought 2 famous woodcut prints by Hokusai, Fuji over Lightning, and Great Wave off Kanagawa. Our boss, Marvin, knew of a good restaurant on the outskirts, so we decided to have dinner there. We stayed on afterward for a few drinks and were joined by girls. This was altogether different from the bars and clubs in Yokosuka. The atmosphere was more of a neighborhood restaurant than a bar. The girls were not gowned, overdressed, or cosmetically altered, and seemed to be just pleasant, typical local girls. My companion, Omiko, seemed quite innocent. She was very thin, plain, and in her 30s. She spoke little English, but there was a special quality about her I found attractive, perhaps because she laughed so honestly when I asked if this was her first time in Japan, the usual first question I got from the bar girls. It was late when we left the restaurant, so I offered to walk Omiko home, and she accepted. I had no other intentions or expectations. Her home was a small, typical bamboo and rice paper house with matted floors and sliding wall panels, which permitted rooms to be sized for different functions. Furnishings were Japanese style, that is, almost no furniture at all, except a low, oversized coffee table. Chairs were large pillows called futons, kept in closets, as were the beds. Between the kitchen and bathroom was a hot tub. It became clear that Omiko had misunderstood my intentions when she unrolled the bed. I started to explain, but backed off when I saw that she was hurt and embarrassed. Even though I was totally unprepared emotionally, I was to spend the night, play it by ear, and hope for the best. It wasn't easy, Mike, believe me. It was only when she was in tears that I relented. It turned out that Omiko had baggage of her own. She was married to a Japanese man who had recently divorced her, virtually unheard of to my knowledge. Consequently, Omiko felt very rejected, inferior, and unsure of herself. It was time for me to face up positively to the inevitability, so we regrouped and proceeded slowly. For the next week, I left her house only once to go to the nearby Army Post Exchange for supplies. We spent a lot of time in bed and her hot tub. It was a wonderful mutual experience for both of us at a needed time in our lives. That fork in the road was behind me without guilt or harm done. So let's stop there and call it a night, okay?
Sure, but wouldn't it have been even better if you had shared that experience with Oholi instead of a stranger halfway around the world?
Yes, Mike, but that did not seem possible for us for a variety of reasons. As my grandpa said, it takes two to tango. I'll see you at breakfast. Good night. Savage to demons. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Captain. How are you?
Couldn't be no better, thanks. You?
Okay, but I want to apologize for my dumb rhetorical question last night about sharing your Japan experience with Orally.
Not a problem, Mike. If I seemed testy, it was because I got that same moral judgment when I made the mistake of telling the story to Karen 40 years later. Certainly it would have been better if Orally and I had shared the experience, but such an event cannot be imposed on someone who is not on the same page. I should have noted that Orally volunteered that whatever happened overseas should stay there. She didn't want to hear about it. In any event, if I brought anything home, it was therapeutic, and I'm glad for it. There's a fine line for you and me, Mike, between being journalistic or moralistic. The episode wasn't directly relevant to your history, except for whatever characteristics you may have inherited from me. So I'm glad you asked. It's good to have a listener's reflections. It gives me needed perspective and an opportunity to address criticisms. Life at sea as a naval officer and pilot, pursuing a career and adventure, was quite apart from life at home, which demanded different roles and responsibilities as a husband, father, wage earner, lawnmower, handyman, etc. There were broken things needing repair, kids in diapers, shopping, garbage, social obligations, financial chores, not to mention 12-hour workdays. We didn't have much time for marriage. Life at sea was high adventure, freedom with my pals, flying airplanes off carriers, exotic port calls, stewards cleaning my room, and meals served with linen and silverware in the wardroom. It was a totally irresponsible and carefree existence.
Did you believe that Aurélie was content with her life?
She seemed to be. If she wasn't, she didn't complain. After all, things were going her way. She was on her own schedule of priorities, progressing toward having 4 kids with financial security and no job pressures. Her philosophy of housework and child rearing was to do as little as possible while taking time to read and dabble with arts and crafts. But then I was not very domestic either. In any event, the boys were happy and healthy, and she seemed content with no restrictions or demands imposed by me. We got along well and never argued. Still, we were nowhere near the ideals of love we had shared in Munich. As the chief said, Navy marriages were happy at least half the time.
It will be interesting to see where that yellow brick road led you in future relationships, Captain. But shall we relocate down Heritage Pine's yellow brick sidewalk after breakfast to continue your Hornet cruise tales?
Later.
Recorder's running, Captain. You have painted a rosy picture of going to sea. Was there no downside?
Sure, lots of downers. There were no portholes to look through, there was little privacy, and there were no safe places on deck to be during flight quarters. Carriers are so large they pitch and roll imperceptibly most of the time, so below decks there were few clues that you were at sea. We were confined in cramped spaces in a long, gray, noisy, hot steel building with countless numbers of pipes, conduits, vents, hatches, valves, and machines to bang your head and shins on. Even though jammed with up to 6,000 people aboard, life on carriers seems isolated from civilization. During 6 to 9 month cruises, the F word is used for every other word in a sentence as an adverb, verb, adjective, noun, modifier, exclamation, or as a sentence in itself. This becomes somewhat demoralizing and contagious, making it difficult to clean up language ashore. Although I have not been at sea with the Navy in more than 50 years, I still involuntarily resort to the language sometimes, despite resolutions not to.
Even with women aboard?
After my time. I expect that the presence of ladies on warships had a civilizing effect. However, there was a surviving mariner's myth that women were bad luck aboard ships. As late as the 80s, I know of several yacht clubs which did not permit female membership, and many yacht racing skippers did not permit female crew members. There were no women midshipmen at the Naval Academy until the class of '80. We'll get to that.
To some, sacrificing a lifetime away from family and culture in that kind of environment sounds like a terrible waste, Captain. It's hard to understand why men do it.
It is true that a man who would go to sea for pleasure would go to hell for a pastime. However, many others manage to waste their lives ashore in far worse ways, don't they? My own life ashore to that point had not been all that productive or joyful. I had attended 14 schools scattered through the U.S., Central America, and Europe. I had no hometown or extended family ties. I never saw myself spending an ordinary lifetime in a small town as a family man with one boring 9-to-5 job. The positives of Navy life outweighed the negatives for me. partly because of my Army gypsy and only child conditioning, but mostly because I love flying and the sea more than the options. I never tired of watching the ever-changing moods of the sky and sea, day or night, across an unobstructed horizon. Everything just as it was since the dawn of creation. The same clouds, sky, sea, storms, fish, birds, sunrises, sunsets, moon, and stars, unaffected by mankind for billions of years.
How did flying over the ocean compare to sailing on it?
Sailing the ocean was a 24/7 meditative lifestyle for weeks or months at a time. Flying over it day and night was more adventurous, but limited to a few hours' duration. Unfortunately, we didn't fly much on Hornet. During the remainder of the cruise following Hawaii, January to June 1958, I had only 13 flights off Hornet, plus 8 flights ashore at Atsugi and Cuby Point. The good part was that the ship double or triple cycled the AJs for 3 to 5 hour flights to clear the flight deck as much as possible. Since we had nothing better to do and lots of time to do it, we ventured quite far away from the carrier on these long flights for navigation practice. In spite of any lack of flight time or cruise experience, I felt quite at home with my crew and flying AJs. Still, there was a feeling of cutting the cord to fly out of sight from Hornet. As large as carriers are, they look tiny from the air. There are no landmarks to find them again, and often nowhere else to land. We were on our own with whatever skills and equipment we had aboard to get home. Whereas the distance to the horizon from the deck is limited to a few miles by the curvature of the earth, the as far as the eye can see view from our altitudes greatly added to the vast, empty expanse of the Pacific Ocean and our solitude in it, especially at night, alone, with no signs of life. The experience was awesome and more than made up for the drawbacks. The shore-based flights in Japan and the Philippines were also fascinating. World War II was fresh in everyone's memory and reinforced for me during my school days in Germany. So it was intriguing to fly a nuclear bomber over Tokyo or Mount Fuji, though there were no remaining signs of a war. The Philippines were primitive jungles, mountains, and islands where there had been fierce fighting. There were no restrictions against flying as low as we dared down the shorelines over bamboo huts in fishing villages. There was one curious event when our detachment was offloaded in the Philippines to clear Hornet's decks for their special operations in Indonesia in response to communist revolutionary activity there. Inexplicably, the aircraft remaining aboard had all insignia and markings painted out, as though there could ever be any doubt about the nationality of Navy carrier aircraft flying over downtown Jakarta. One day when I was on the Cuby Point runway as the LSO for field carrier landing practice, a most unusual silver airplane with long wings entered the landing pattern. I happened to have my movie camera with me, so I got some highly classified close-up film of a U-2. The pilot was loaded into a waiting ambulance on the runway, and the U-2 was towed to a remote hangar. The pilot was later identified at the O Club, but he was escorted by men in black types who permitted no conversation with him. So, Mike, where else could a 25-year-old buck sergeant's kid experience so much adventure and irresponsibility?
Nowhere, I'm sure. So is it fair for me to observe that escaping family ties explains your drive to fly and go to sea?
No, that's too simplistic, Mike. Escape was not a motivator, though being self-reliant made it easier. I was mostly attracted by the unique adventure of it. Nothing less than a trip to the moon could top sailing or flying, and no one expected to go to the moon back then.
Well, it beat working for a living, didn't it, Captain?
You bet it did. I was a lifer for sure.
I assume lifer is a derogatory term for a career sailor, as in life imprisonment?
Yep, except I was a volunteer, not a prisoner. I loved Navy life, but all too soon it was time to sail home.
All too soon. Didn't you miss O'Hurley and the boys?
In fact, I did, Mike. Prolonged detachment from life ashore afforded a valuable opportunity to put my personal life in perspective, which I probably wouldn't have done otherwise. Serious introspective reflection began about the third month of cruises and came to me in writing letters home. Unfortunately, Aurelie had no such opportunity to detach. Her plate was full with the boys and the same busy daily routines, only more so with me gone. Her letters seemed newsy and unresponsive, so the old uneasy feeling returned that there was something important she hadn't told me about that stateside summer home from Munich and her traumatic confrontation with her father. So I raised the question with her again, but without response.
So, did homecoming go as well as you hoped?
Not exactly. I was a stranger to the boys, so they were unsure of me, but I was in charge again. Appliances and machines defiantly refused to function for Aurelie, and I wasn't much of a handyman. It was a challenging adjustment for us, though there was no animosity or conflict. There were so many changes and demands on us that by the time we adapted, we weren't far from where we started. I was back at work, flying a lot, preparing for the next deployment, and Aurelie was pregnant again.
How did you feel about that?
Well, I wasn't surprised or upset or glad. I wasn't anything, just numb. I tried not to dwell on it, but it did take a toll on my enthusiasm for sex. There was a saying that husbands returning from sea couldn't even throw their hats on their bed without a pregnancy. As the Italian flight student's helmet said, "Que sera, sera."
How typical do you think your marriage was compared with other Navy couples?
My peers did not discuss their relationships the way women do, and who can judge another's marriage from the outside? It's difficult even for the couples in them to understand what's happening. I would say that Aurelie and I were atypical in that we avoided Navy social life. We associated with civilians who shared our hobbies and interests, art, modeling, and music.
Okay, so how was life at the squadron?
Much improved, thankfully. It happened that we were the final Terrier deployment of AJ's The Last Bombing Savages. The jet-powered A3D Sky Warriors were replacing us in the heavy attack mission. We became an in-flight refueling squadron, and we were redesignated VAH-16. We reconfigured our bomb bays with 5-ton jet fuel tanks with hose and reel for aerial transfer. Many of the old-timers transferred, and there was no longer a need for BNs, since the third crewman operated the refueling package. So, without 4 carrier detachments splitting up the squadron, fewer people assigned, and better aircraft reliability, plus being an old-timer myself, everything was looking up.
But you said you were preparing for another deployment.
Yes, but not aboard a carrier. The squadron established a 4-plane shore-based detachment at Naval Air Station Atsugi, Japan, to conduct in-flight refueling missions throughout the Western Pacific, from Japan to the Philippines, and I was one of the 4 pilots assigned.
That must have been quite a letdown, going from being a carrier-based heavy attack aircraft commander to a lowly shore-based tanker pilot, and not transitioning to the new A3D.
I didn't see it that way. I assumed that I would eventually go to A3Ds. Meanwhile, I was happy flying AJs and wasn't worried about future jobs. As it had been with being a BN, I focused on enjoying flying and doing my best. As one assignment officer said, there are no bad jobs for junior officers, only bad fitness reports.
How soon did you deploy?
The Hornet cruise ended in June 1958, and I was back in Japan early December.
How was it?
Excellent, Mike. We were home-based in Japan on lucrative per diem and separation pay, so everyone was glad to be there. Each flight crew had its own AJ assigned. We worked our own flight schedules independently wherever we wished to go, returning to Atsugi only for scheduled periodic maintenance inspections. 2 of the pilots liked the Philippines and Okinawa, so I happily chose to operate from various Japanese bases. Our maintenance crew was equally happy and conscientiously productive. We never missed a single mission and gave away tons of fuel to everyone who wanted it, mostly the Air Force.
How long did that go on?
Not long. Someone noticed that we were having way too much fun and that it was time to scrap the AJs. 2 months later, I was back in San Diego in time for the squadron's decommissioning, looking for a job. Transitioning to A3Ds was not offered.
Were you going to miss flying AJs?
Not at all. A friend told me, once you've proved you can do it, move on. For me, airplanes, boats, and cars were machines, a means to an end. I found that it did not much matter to me how high or fast I was going, or what the mission was, as long as I was the only pilot at the controls of whatever airplane I was flying.
Then what was the Navy to do with an obsolete AJ tanker pilot?
Well, Mike, as Providence would have it, during the Hornet cruise, word was passed to get me fully qualified as a landing signal officer. I'll digress here to elaborate about LSOs. From the beginning of landing airplanes aboard carriers, it was obvious that pilots needed supervision from the flight deck during approaches. Someone also had to be in charge of training ashore, plus assume responsibility for assuring that the flight deck was clear and that approaching aircraft were within safe limits for landing. LSOs were positioned on a platform extending over the port side near the stern at flight deck level. They signaled approaching pilots with a pair of extended handheld paddles to visually signal pilots that they were high or low by holding the paddles up or down, fast with the right paddle down, slow with both paddles touching forward, or lined up right or left of center line by leaning to tilt the paddles toward the correcting direction. For night recoveries, the LSO's paddles, arms, and legs were lighted. If the LSO judged the aircraft to be within safe limits as it crossed the ramp, he dropped his left arm and crossed his right paddle over his chest to signal the pilot to cut the throttle and flare for a 3-point touchdown to an arrested landing. If the LSO judged the approach or flight deck to be unsafe, he repeatedly crossed the paddles over his head to signal a wave-off to the pilot, who immediately added full throttle to go around for another try. The pilot could also initiate his own wave-off, since he remained in command of the aircraft. Signals from the LSO were advisory, except for wave-off and cut, which were mandatory. With the advent of jets, the LSO's paddles became obsolete, though the LSO's nickname paddles stuck. Jets flew much faster and longer approaches, which made visual signals ineffective. By the time the pilot could see the LSO, it was too late to make significant corrections, so the paddles were replaced with a radio and a stabilized lighted glide slope, at first a mirror and then a Fresnel lens.
It sounds like one of the most crucial jobs on a carrier.
I say that it was the most responsible, challenging, and exciting job you could have as a junior officer, when you consider the possible catastrophic consequences of a crash and fire on the flight deck, which could put the carrier out of commission. Beyond consideration of the hazards, it was important to recover all airborne aircraft as quickly as possible in order to maximize time before the next launch for positioning, fueling, arming, and maintenance. So the interval between landings was normally 30 seconds.
What were the requirements to be an LSO?
Just two. You had to be an aviator and you had to volunteer. It was the only voluntary Navy job I know of other than flying. LSO training was all on the job under the supervision of an experienced LSO. Because there were few LSOs, and some of those tended to be old-timers who had been passed over for promotion, being an LSO was seen as a career dead end, despite glorification in historical documentaries and films such as The Bridges of Tokari. Consequently, there was such a critical shortage of LSOs that their assignments were individually controlled by the commander of Naval Air Forces Pacific. The timing was perfect for me. I was being transferred to Fighter Town, NAS Miramar, San Diego, and given my choice of squadrons. No more bombers, props, bombardiers, or tankers for me. I was going to VF-121, an all-weather jet fighter training squadron, as a flight instructor and LSO, to fly FLLF Tigers or F-3H Demons, frontline jet fighters. Whoopee! Hallelujah! A real fighter pilot at last. One giant leap for Manny.
Amazing! No wonder you believe in yellow brick roads. Gives new meaning to good things come to he who waits. Did it turn out as well as you hoped?
Even better, though there were one or two glitches, of course. First was the stigma of having been a multi-engine bomber pilot. Plus, I was an inexperienced LSO. In retrospect, however, these concerns were reflections of my own misgivings. No one gave me a hard time on either count. The saving factor was having made a carrier deployment, flying a large all-weather airplane aboard at night. Another leg up I had was having already been in a large disjointed squadron.
You say that you were a flight instructor in a training squadron flying frontline fighters.
Yes, that does need explanation, because sea-to-shore duty assignment rotations depended on length of time on sea duty, normally 4 years, plus accident and retention losses. It was necessary to replace many deployed squadron personnel on an ongoing basis. A Ready Air Group, RAG, was formed, composed of large shore-based squadrons with instructors' experience in the particular fleet-type aircraft and missions, which greatly relieved the training burden of fleet squadrons. Not just pilots, aircrew and maintenance men were also trained in the RAG squadrons. The objective was to send standardized and qualified personnel to fleet squadrons. RAG squadrons also trained entire squadrons which transitioned from other type aircraft. I did not, however, get to fly the airplane I hoped to. The FLLF Tigers were breaking their keels on normal carrier landings and were being taken out of service. So I was left with flying the infamous F3H Demon.
I want to ask you about the Demon, but first, please decipher for me what the letters and numbers mean in Navy aircraft designations. I understand that F means fighter, A means attack, and T means trainer. But what is the significance of the number and second letter?
All right, I'll start with the letter after the number which ID'd the aircraft's manufacturer. For example, J was North American, F was Grumman, D was Douglas, H was McDonnell, and V was Lockheed. The number between letters was simply the aircraft sequence model number by that manufacturer. For example, the A3D was the third Navy attack airplane manufactured by Douglas Aircraft Corporation. I should also explain that a dash number was also assigned to identify modified versions of aircraft. For example, the F9F8 was the eighth model of the F9F Panther. Sometimes another letter followed the modification number. For example, the F9F-8T was a two-place trainer version of the Cougar, informally called the Tugar. In late 1962, the system was changed when some civilian genius in the Pentagon, who got paid to make up stuff like this, came up with the idea of standardizing U.S. military aircraft designations. The letter for the manufacturer was dropped, and a dash was added between the first letter and the model number, and the model number signified the order in which the airplane came into service. The practice of adding the modification dash number was changed to a letter. For example, the first model, Phantom II, by McDonnell Aircraft, the F4H-1 became the F4A. Got it, Mike?
Sort of. I'll have to review the recording, but thanks. Back to the F3H Demon. In my brief research of the Pukin Dogs Tour and Demons, I read that it was underpowered.
That's also what I heard and read about demons before I went to Miramar, so I had some trepidation about flying them. The early models were so underpowered they made national news when Navy grounded them all and barged them to the boneyard for decommissioning. The follow-on, much modified F3H-2 had a marginally more powerful J-71 engine, but retained the reputation for being underpowered. Demon drivers unaffectionately called J-71s the Mark IV converter, which converted JP-4 jet fuel at a high rate to smoke and noise, but little thrust. To make matters worse, J-71s had two annoying traits. First, it had the habit of failing in visible moisture, such as clouds, rain, sleet, or snow, not an attractive characteristic for an all-weather day-night fighter. And J-71s didn't just quit running. They went into spectacular compressor stalls with flames shooting out of both ends of the engine, requiring shutdown and pilot ejection. These unexplained failures continued for the service life of Demons without resolution, because the engine and aircraft manufacturers only pointed the blame at each other. A second quirk was that occasionally the engine mounts broke during carrier catapult shots, allowing the engine to shift aft over 2 feet, pulling the throttle off. Apparently, J-71s did not produce enough thrust to keep up with catapults. Since Demons did not have ground-level ejection seats until late in their service life, pilots had no option but to ride those engine mount failures 60 feet down to the ocean ahead of the ship. Oh yes, speaking of ejection seats, I'm reminded of yet a third Demon problem. A fellow LSO, climbing out after takeoff from Nance Miramar, had a compressor stall, turned back toward the field, and rode the plane into the Chiefs Club, burning it to the ground. The accident investigation determined that the pilot had attempted to eject, but that a design flaw in the McGonnell seat caused the face curtain to jam, preventing the seat from firing. The fix for that was to retrofit Demons with the Martin Baker ground-level ejection seat, which fired the pilot 200 feet up with a force of 18 Gs. These were the days before rocket-powered seats. The glitch with that fix was that the angle the seat had to be mounted in the Demon resulted in certain spinal compression fractures on ejection. What with engine and ejection seat failures, there was a period when a pilot's least chance of injury was to ride the crippled airplane down.
My God, Captain, wasn't it enough of a challenge to fly jets off carriers day and night in any weather without the added engine and ejection seat problems? Why didn't the Navy take more positive, responsible action to resolve those issues? And why would anyone volunteer to fly such an airplane?
I guess you had to be there, Mike. The Demon mock-up was completed in 1948, only 40-odd years after the Wright brothers' flights, and just a few years following the first jets. The 1950s were a period of major change in aviation. We were on the cutting edge of technology, so the risks were high. According to actuarial tables, the overall life expectancy for all military pilots, not including combat losses, was age 42, and the carrier aircraft accident rate was very much higher, especially at night. Remember, too, that Korea and the Cold War pressures were accelerating aviation technological progress beyond limits. As my granny said, you've got to break some eggs to make mayonnaise. We were the eggs. Pilots have always been a dime a dozen, and airplanes were expendable. Beyond that, two common traits of aviators carried us through. First, the belief that bad stuff only happens to the other guy. Plus, Demon drivers were viewed with awe by their peers. For us to fly such an unreliable machine into the valley of the shadow of death elevated our status as fearless fighter pilots. You just can't top that kind of esteem. Astronauts hadn't been invented yet, so it seemed worth the risk. Anyhow, Demon drivers were all doing the same thing, so it didn't seem like such a big deal to us.
Was there nothing good to say about the Demon, Captain?
Oh, yes, indeed. In some ways, it was a uniquely outstanding airplane, and it was in every way a far cry from the other single-seat F-9, F-2 jet I had flown for 75 hours in flight training nearly 3 years before. I became a Demon driver in April 1959 after 4 transition flights in F-9, F-8 T2GARs. Demons had 40 feet less wingspan than the AJ. However, at over 22,000 pounds and 59 feet long with the cockpit 10 feet above ground, it was as large. Getting into the cockpit without a ladder was a challenge, involving climbing onto the port side trailing edge of the wing, leaning onto the fuselage, and walking forward where 3 retractable 6-inch goat steps provided footholds for the last 6 feet forward of the wing to the cockpit. The cockpit was very spacious and forward visibility was excellent. A uniquely outstanding feature of Demons was its weapon system. The primary mission of Navy fighters was to protect the carriers by intercepting incoming high-altitude Russian bombers, armed with long-range air-to-surface missiles, before they could launch them. Demon's guns were obsolete for the intercept mission and were often removed to reduce weight. The only guided air-to-air missile was the heat-seeking Sidewinder, which suffered the disadvantage of having to be launched from behind the target to permit homing in on its engine exhaust heat. Converting a head-on intercept to a rear attack against the high, fast bomber was a tricky and time-consuming maneuver, so a head-on missile was needed. The solution was Navy's Sparrow missile, which homed on the target's reflection from the Demon's radar at ranges up to 10 miles. Demons were the first fighters to have this major advantage.
What was the Demon driver's role in this system?
The shipboard controller guided pilots to the target with range, bearing, and altitude information, but the pilot had to have his eyes on the radar in a hood mounted on the scope. Since the Demon's radar range was limited and closing speeds were over 1,000 miles per hour, there was little time to find the target, lock on it, fire the Sparrow, and maintain radar lock-on. In adverse weather or in a dogfight, Demon drivers more than had their hands full. One flight stands out in my memory as an example. During a week-long war game exercise offshore San Diego, I was launched off Ticonderoga at 1 a.m. to intercept an unidentified incoming, slow-moving, low-altitude target, trying to sneak in under the ship's radar. It was a totally black night, no lights, stars, or horizon. I climbed to just 100 feet so I could search upward with the radar to avoid ground return on the scope while trying to hold heading and altitude. My target turned out to be an unlit 120-knot P-5M seaplane at my altitude. Since it was a requirement of the exercise to validate the identity of the target, I had to slow down to his airspeed, which was below my landing speed, and fly alongside to get his numbers. For me, this was white-knuckle flying at the extreme limit of my ability. In follow-on all-weather fighter and attack airplanes, such as the F-4 and A-6, it was recognized that the complex workload required a two-man crew in combat conditions.
What was life like for you in the squadron, Captain?
Damn busy. As one of 3 LSOs, I was either on the runway day and night at Miramar, San Clemente Island, or El Centro for field carrier landing practice, or aboard various carriers for day-night CARQUAL, carrier qualification, operations for a week at a time every other month or so. CARQUALs were the graduation exercises for new Demon drivers who often had less than 50 hours flight time in Demons and were making their first ever night carrier landings. The youngsters, fresh and eager out of flight training, who didn't know any better, generally had little fear of night landings, so they did well. On the other hand, the retreads, second tour pilots who often came from shore duty desk jobs and knew of the Demon's reputation, tended to have less positive attitude toward night carrier operations or being told how to fly by LSOs. So most of the washouts and our single carrier fatality came from that group. As LSOs, we were fully trusted and backed to set high standards and to weed out those we considered unsafe. It wasn't easy to be in the position of grounding senior aviators, including prospective COs, but all agreed that it was better than letting a potential flight deck catastrophe slip past us. On more than one occasion, I believe those pilots were glad to have someone else decide it was time for them to quit.
It sounds like a great deal of responsibility, above and beyond being an air wing LSO, where you were teaching inexperienced pilots for their first night landings, and in marginal airplanes. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, absolutely. And I was good at it. I thrived on making instant life and death decisions every 30 seconds over pilots who sometimes seemed bent on killing themselves rather than go around for another try. You never knew what to expect from them, but I had always been slow to react emotionally, which was an advantage in remaining calm and clear on the radio in dangerous situations.
You said there was one fatal carrier accident during your time at VF-121. Were you the controlling LSO?
No, but I was on the LSO platform when it occurred. The pilot, a second tour lieutenant commander, had an attitude problem toward LSOs. Years before, he had been called out to a carrier to make demo landings for VIPs without an LSO aboard or with the glide slope mirror turned on. So he made several landings by just spotting the deck and was therefore very vocal in egotistically declaring that he didn't need our help. It was early in my VF-121 tour. Reg Withoft was my LSO mentor and the controlling LSO. It was a clear, calm day. As the demon went low in close, Reg waved him off with the red lights on the mirror, but did not back it up on the radio. Obviously, the pilot was looking at the flight deck, not the mirror, because he did not respond. The demon's landing gear struck the ramp short of the flight deck and exploded in flames, with debris nearly hitting us on the platform. The remains of the burning demon continued down the center line and off the angle deck into the water, where it quickly sank. The pilot was not recovered. When I looked around, Reg was gone. He had jumped into our safety net and went below to sickbay. He quit being an LSO and never again returned to the LSO platform. We never talked about it, but I believe Reg blamed himself for not using his radio for the wave-off. It didn't help that the accident board gave Reg contributing factor for the accident. However, the real cause was the pilot's arrogant attitude. As we say, there are old pilots and there are bold pilots, but there are no old, bold pilots.
Were there many other non-fatal carrier accidents during your tour there?
No, not a single carrier landing accident. We ran a tight ship and didn't hesitate to weed out the chaff, regardless of pilot rank or experience, even when we trained the first Phantom Squadron with a bunch of hotshot test pilots and future astronauts. In fact, in 8 years as an LSO, including 4 years in VF-121 and 2 tours as Airwing LSO, I'm proud to say that I waived only 2 no-injury landing accidents, which both happened within minutes of each other. But I'll get into all that later. There was another benefit of being a VF-121 LSO. I was the officer in charge of the car-qual detachments I made, which mainly consisted of the maintenance crews we walked aboard with. In writing the operation orders for those deployments, I always included myself for day and night refresher landings, with the rationale that LSOs should maintain a current perspective. So I ended up with more day and night carrier landings in VF-121 than I made in AJs. By the way, I also successfully used that proficiency rationale to get checked out in flying several other RAG squadron aircraft. One of those experiences was the memorable encounter with the Screamer.
How did you like being a flight instructor?
Neither here nor there, Mike. Chasing guys in loose formation, flying head-on intercepts or instrument approaches was routine flying. Not much like what I expected of being a fighter pilot with lots of yanking and banking. The best part was that I got to fly a lot, since many of my fellow instructors were more interested in enjoying shore duty than flying. And since I was also the schedules officer, it was easy for me to fill in for the malingerers and get all the flights I had time for. About the only times for raising hell, however, were the engine change test flights I volunteered for, where the only purpose was to see if the engine was going to run all right. There was no better place for that than the free-for-all melees over the Mount Palomar Observatory, sometimes involving a half dozen or more airplanes of different types, mixing it up in a huge dogfight. With everyone trying to shoot each other down and all of us on different radio frequencies, there was a real danger of mid-air collisions, so it was pretty exciting flying. These were short flights, so I could afford the fuel luxury of using afterburner as needed, to the surprise of some opponents who assumed the Demon was underpowered. One night I had several hours to kill between LSO runway duties, so I flew an engine change test hop. It wasn't usual or prudent to do this at night, but there was no restriction against it either. So off I went in afterburner and left it there, climbing north toward Los Angeles to see how high I could go. I had never been above 40,000 feet in the Demon, and had never heard of anyone getting to 50,000 feet. It was a magnificently clear, smog-free night, with the entire city of Los Angeles and surroundings beautifully lit up under me when I topped out at 51,000 feet, with just enough fuel and plenty of altitude to indulge in some aerobatics. One fighting advantage of the Demon was an incredibly high roll rate. So just imagine yourself alone in a cockpit in the inky, lonely darkness of 50,000 feet, watching Los Angeles spin around over and under you at 360 degrees a second.
And you actually accepted flight pay to do things like that? Shame on you. But speaking of engine tests, did you ever have a problem with the J-71?
Just once, thankfully. I was chasing a student on a day navigation flight. As we approached Los Angeles from the east, I noted slightly unusual engine sounds. Nothing I could detect on the gauges, but I decided to climb for altitude and head back to Miramar. For unknown reasons, rather than follow me, my student broke off and returned to Miramar on his own. I arrived over Miramar at 36,000 feet and got tower permission to make a precautionary simulated flame-out approach. But when I reduced throttle to idle to begin descent, the engine quit cold. Since cockpit pressurization is supplied by bleed air off the engine compressor section, cockpit altitude went to 36,000 feet. Packed inside my seat pan was a one-man life raft. Although deflated for packing at sea level, there was enough residual air to partially inflate it at this altitude. So there I was at 36,000 feet with a dead engine, jammed up against the canopy by the raft, barely able to reach the stick or throttle, and no way to eject or bail out. An awkward and undignified position, I assure you. With little choice, I lowered the nose to keep up airspeed, cut the throttle to shut off, and reset switches to attempt an engine air start. It worked first try at 28,000 feet. As the cockpit pressurization returned, so did the raft return to its proper place, and I was back in my seat with no indication of engine malfunction. Nevertheless, I completed an uneventful simulated flame-out approach. The engine mechanics found no indications of engine malfunction and were unable to duplicate the failure, so their write-off was ground checks okay, and the Demon was returned to flight status for a one-time flight to the nearby North Island overhaul facility. I did not volunteer for that flight, but I did volunteer for a cruise in January 1960.
How and why did that come about? It seems that for an Army brat, you sure did a lot of volunteering, Captain.
True, Mike, but I just followed the yellow brick road, and this time there was method in my madness. Air Wing 5 had been working up for deployment aboard Ticonderoga offshore San Diego, and was just beginning night operations. The ship had recently come out of the shipyards, where a faulty arresting gear restrictor valve had been installed, which allowed a Demon on a day landing to pull out the arresting wire to the limits before the wire broke. The Demon went over the side and the pilot was lost. The wire, having been stretched like a rubber band before breaking, snapped back and struck the three LSOs on the platform. A Marine observer was hit in the head, so of course he was okay. Another LSO in training was struck in the kidney and was on the critical list for several days, but he eventually recovered. The Air Wing Staff LSO's left knee was shattered, and it was going to be some time before he was back in action. This left the Air Wing without a qualified LSO, so I stepped forward.
I see the yellow brick road, but what was your motivation?
Several factors. First, it was an opportunity to gain carrier flying operational experience and credibility. Second, AirPac agreed to my stipulation that I would return to VF-121 following the cruise, just in time for the delivery of the first F-4 operational Phantoms. Hopefully, I would then finish up my shore duty tour as a Phantom instructor and be in an excellent position to make my next sea duty tour in an F-4 squadron. By staying on as an LSO, I would remain in operational flying instead of getting the usual dreaded staff or ship's officer assignment. Finally, there was the plain old thrill of going to sea again. After all, that's what I signed up for, wasn't it?
But is that what Aurelie signed up for?
If she objected, she didn't say so, and truth be told, it wouldn't have stopped me if she had. My eldest daughter, Jennifer, was born April 1959, 1 week before my first Demon flight. So she was nearly 9 months old, David was 4, and Christopher 3. I had averaged 12 hours a day at the squadron, including many nights on the runway as an LSO for FCLP, and a fair amount of time at sea for car-qual cruises. So there wasn't much of me at home for Aurelie or the kids to miss.
Aurelie wasn't pregnant yet again, was she?
Not yet, so that was another good reason to get out of town. And this is a good stopping point for us this morning. It's about time for your flying lesson. We'll pick up after dinner this evening for the Ticonderoga cruise, okay?
Excellent. I'll see you for dinner in the lodge dining room at 6.
Ticonderoga, 1960. Hi, Mike. How was your flying lesson?
Well, I didn't break anything, and Sam soloed me today.
Hooray for you! Congratulations! This calls for a celebration. Dinner is on me, and it's steak night, shall we?
Lead on, Captain. Good evening, Georgie.
Good evening, boys. You're looking cheery tonight. What mischief have you been up to?
Mike soloed Sam's cub today.
That's wonderful, Mike. Congratulations. Does that mean we have a new puking dog among us?
Hardly, Georgie. But it is a proud and happy day for me, even though I still have a long way to go to earn my private pilot license and glider rating.
Please join the celebration with us at dinner, Georgie.
Thank you, Captain. I'd love to, but I've already eaten and there's an issue in the kitchen to tend to.
Uh-oh, not the health department again, I hope.
Very funny, Captain. Just a minor adjustment for a new employee. Perhaps I'll join you for dessert, if that's okay.
Later, in the lounge.
Well, Captain, whatever the issue in the kitchen was, it sure didn't affect the food. Who would ever expect beef Wellington for dinner at a retirement home?
True, Mike, but this isn't the ordinary old farts farm, you know, thanks to Georgie. I'm glad she joined us for dessert. That's rare. I think she has eyes for you, my boy. What do you say to that?
Very flattering, but I doubt it. She is such a gracious, intelligent, and charming woman with everyone. It would be hard to tell.
So I take it you are not ruling out the possibility?
If I were one to rule out possibilities, I wouldn't be here, would I, Captain? I'll just see where my yellow brick road goes.
Well said, Mike. Shall we pick up with the 1960 Ticonderoga cruise?
The recorder is on, Captain.
As I said, I joined Air Wing 5 as the replacement staff LSO following the arresting wire brake accident, which put Carlos Font in the hospital with a shattered left knee, grounding him for a year and a half. The Air Wing had been aboard Tico for initial workups for a brief period of day flight ops when the accident occurred, so I arrived just in time for the beginning of night operations. It was quite an exciting challenge for me as an LSO, since I had not controlled any of the Air Wing aircraft types except Demons, day or night, and the pilots were strangers to me. At the same time, I'm sure the pilots, the Air Wing commander, and Ticonderoga's captain had reservations about my lack of experience, not to mention concerns about the arresting gear. Nevertheless, I am thankful to say that all went well and without incident. Although I was assigned to the staff, I was attached to the Demon Squadron, the VF-53 Pukin Dogs, for flying purposes.
How did the Pukin Dogs react to having a staffee thrust on them to share flight time?
Thankfully, everyone was very welcoming. I wasn't a total stranger since I had been an instructor and LSO with some of them in VF-121. Plus, I had as many Demon flight hours and carrier landings as most of them. Fortunately, my Air Wing administrative duties were light, so I was able to spend time hanging out with the dogs and came to feel included. The best measure of it was that I ended up the cruise with as many flight hours and carrier landings as anyone in the squadron.
How were you able to get away from the LSO platform to fly?
From the beginning, I was determined that I would not be indispensable. So, with my boss, CAG Salty Moore's blessing, each squadron was required to have a qualified LSO and another one in training. Surprisingly, it wasn't as hard to recruit volunteers as I expected, once they believed it wouldn't interfere with flying and they were relieved of other administrative collateral duties. We were soon up and running with a merry band of paddles. If there was something special about Carrier Aviators Society, there was extra camaraderie among LSOs. There were usually 4 to 8 of us on the platform during recoveries, and it became a social center where the competition was to gross each other out with the most vile jokes ever told. There was also a myth, which some claimed was true, that LSOs once competed with each other in 2-wire derbies in the days when LSOs signaled a cut with the paddles to tell tail dragger prop pilots to cut throttle and flare his touchdown to get the tail wheel on deck for the tail hook arresting wire engagement. It was a mark of expertise for an LSO to cut an airplane for a particular wire because of deviations in airspeed, altitude, deck motion, and pilot technique. The only prop tail draggers remaining in my time were the AD Skyraider squadrons, so it was a special treat to wave them aboard and give them a cut signal with the green lights on top of the mirror. Anyway, the story went that LSOs sometimes competed to see who could cut the most airplanes to the number 2 arresting wire, the 2-wire derby. The winning LSO's prize, they say, was that he got to bed the other LSO's wife. "Hi, honey, I'm home. I lost again." All pilots were welcome to visit the platform to see what landings look like from our view, and it made believers of them. I was alone on the platform one afternoon when Salty Moore appeared and offered to write my comments in our record book. The first airplane was a big A3D, which came aboard a little left of centerline, putting its left wingtip a few feet above our heads. There wasn't anything especially dangerous or unusual about it, so I didn't think much of ducking my head as it passed. When I looked back at CAG, he was white as a sheet. He handed the book back to me, left the platform without a word, and never returned.
What were the demon driver pukin' dogs like?
The 1960 VF-53 dogs were an interesting and unusual combination of naval aviators. The skipper, Johnny Johnson, was a good man, though overweight, a somewhat weak aviator, and an ineffective hands-off leader. He owned a liquor store in Coronado and consumed a fair portion of the product. His wife died giving birth to their sixth child, and he made the 6 o'clock news by marrying a widow with 6 children. He was a great dad, apparently, and a compassionate man. Because of his girth and his happy hour behavior, he was affectionately known to the dogs as Buddha. In contrast, his executive officer, Claude McCullough, was a short, skinny, feisty, insulting renegade who enjoyed denigrating everyone. Humor to him, but not to us when we couldn't return the sarcasms to a senior. Number 3 dog, Gib Kirk, the operations officer, was an aggressive and dangerously overconfident aviator. In his mind, he was the acting commanding officer and a hotshot pilot. Claude and Gib both disliked LSOs because they believed they did not need our help. The effect of this fractional leadership void on the other 11 dogs was that they banded together, probably in a way similar to Buddha's children, to become the most interesting group of individualist aviators I ever knew. Unlike what you would expect of a fighter squadron, however, the flying was mostly routine, straight and level, at relatively low speed, to save fuel for getting back aboard. Since our all-weather interceptor mission was performed single place, single engine, and single plane, there was little operational team unity. We flew little formation, aerobatics, or dogfights with each other, so there was not much overt camaraderie either.
It doesn't sound much different than flying AJs, Captain.
It wasn't. The greatest difference was our pulse rate and blood pressure during night carrier approaches. Although Demons looked relatively stable and steady on the glide slope, if you watched the elevator and ailerons during the approach, it was obvious that there was a lot of pumping and thrashing of the controls going on, which contributed to the high 25% Demon bolter rate. Ron Hess, my good dog friend and fellow LSO, aptly likened it to killing snakes in the cockpit. My marginal eyesight didn't help me either. I could not define the mirror's meatball well enough to tell me whether I was above or below glide slope until late in the approach. I was 5 years away from wearing glasses.
Good grief, Captain. How did you get through it?
Fortunately, Ron was meticulously analytical about Demon carrier approaches. He found that the large indicator near the top of the instrument panel for engine exhaust nozzle position permitted ready reference for small throttle changes. He also worked out the glide slope geometry. At 1.25 miles from the ship at 1,000 feet altitude, we could establish a 600 feet per minute rate of descent, which would keep us in the ballpark on the glide slope. So I was able to focus more attention on cockpit instruments for the first half of the approach. Remember, Mike, on dark nights at sea, far from lights ashore, there are no outside visual cues for pilots to judge altitude, attitude, closure speed, nose position, depth perception, or rate of descent, except cockpit instruments, 3 lines of landing area lights, and the mirror's meatball glide slope indicator did not provide sensitive indications to deviations until close in. Orientation required a combination of flying on outside visual contact and cockpit instruments, which Ron termed construments, which was very conducive to inducing vertigo. We were still years away from electronic glide slope indicators, white floodlighting of the landing area, auto throttle, or the automatic carrier landing system. Carrier commanders still operated with the World War II mentality of minimizing lights and electronic emissions to evade detection. During some exercises, aircraft made navigation lights off approaches, and LSOs were not permitted use of the radio except in emergencies. Those nights were quite challenging on the LSO platform.
If you couldn't see well what you were doing in the cockpit, as an LSO, how were you able to tell what approaching airplanes were doing?
That was another LSO mystique. You see, there was a degree of mild fiction between pilots' egos and LSOs. It goes against the grain for aviators having someone tell them how to fly and criticize their mistakes. During debriefings, pilots often denied the LSO's observations of pilots' mistakes and declared that LSOs were all blind. For a while, I wore a white flight suit, dark glasses, and a sailing hat, carrying my guitar case in one hand and once a red-tipped cane in the other, tapping my way down the flight deck to the LSO platform before recoveries. Little did they know how blind I really was.
Tell me about Ron Hess, Captain.
That's not easy, Mike. Ron was so uniquely eccentric that I couldn't do him justice. He came into the Navy as a NAVCAD, Naval Aviation Cadet. That is, he had only 2 years of college. However, he more than made up for the other 2 years with a thorough self-education. Earlier, he had apparently been a hard-drinking, motorcycle-riding, hell-raising bachelor, but that changed dramatically when he married the love of his life, Joanne, who was quite tall, thin, and plain. Ron had been in love with Joanne since high school, but she married someone else and had 2 children before her divorce and marriage to Ron. I have never known a man as devotedly in love or happily committed to his marriage. Yet he kept his motorcycle, and their only car was an MG sports car. His fighter pilot instincts remained undiminished, yet his domestication knew no bounds. Lawn care, for example. Ron decided he was not going to have ordinary grass, so he got a Department of Agriculture manual for dichondra lawns, bought the seed, chemicals, and special soil, and rented a cement mixer to stir up the concoction. He had the most beautiful dichondra lawn in San Diego for a few years, until an untreatable fungus attacked the roots and killed it all. Ron loved flying and was a consummate, nearly compulsive professional, but family separation on cruises was difficult for him. At sea, he was gregarious and humorous, but in port, he was a reclusive loner. One of the few times I saw him ashore, he was sitting silently alone at the bar in the Yokosuka Officers Club, nursing a drink. I saw the depth of his feelings displayed only once, in a most surprising and uncharacteristic outburst. While we were in Hawaii, Buddha had one of his bouts of heavy drinking on Waikiki Beach, which had been reported in someone's letter home and circulated among the wives. Of course, the code demanded that what happened ashore on cruises stayed there. So, Claude assembled us all in the ready room to chew our asses out. As usual, and unfortunately, he said it the wrong way, blaming "you pussies who write home every day." In a flash, Ron leapt from his chair in a rage, declaring that he was one of those pussies and would not stand for being derided for it or blamed for the event. Claude, of course, was not a big enough man to accept this justified angry response, so Ron probably suffered for Claude's well-earned humiliation in his subsequent fitness report. As I said, Ron's outburst was uncharacteristic. He was mainly known for his odd sense of humor and observations about life. He coined Men are led through life by their penis. Another was, indecision is the key to flexibility, and vice versa. The one I liked most was, don't fade into the woodwork. Let 'em know you were there. I'll think of others as we go along. Ron created a fictitious pilot in the squadron, Ensign Wicker Clegan. On his initial radio call on Glide Slope, Taproom 102, Ball, State 22, Ron added, Pilot Clegan. Then Ensign Clegan's name was added to the Ready Room roster board, as well as administrative lists and routing slips. Our very young and naive intelligence officer, Ensign Bob Hoffman, also known as Bobby Blue's Eyes, thanks to Ron, spent his time in the intelligence spaces and rarely visited Ready Room 1. One day, however, he was the squadron duty officer during a man overboard drill. Of paramount importance was to determine if someone was actually missing, so all hands quickly assembled in assigned places for an accurate personnel accounting. Where's Clegan? Ron asked Bobby Blue Eyes. Better call his room. He probably slept through the alarm. No answer, said Bobby. By then, Bobby was very nervous, so of course everyone piled on. You'd better call the bridge right away, Bobby, and report Clegan missing. So he did, and shortly after came the announcement from the bridge on the LMC. Now hear this. Ensign Clegan report to Ready Room 1 on the double. Everyone except Bobby and the captain's bridge team appreciated the humor, and Ensign Wicker Clegan achieved everlasting puke and dog fame. Ron and I were together as LSOs for 6 years. He had more influence on my outlook than anyone I have known. Hardly a day passes without recalling something he said.
You speak of Ron in past tense. I assume he is not living?
No, he isn't, but he was in and out of my life for another 10 years. So I'll get to that. Now is a good time to relate a composite picture of pre-Vietnam life in the Philippines at the old QB Officers Club, which you'll recall was essentially nothing more than a screened-in bamboo shack with a thatch roof over iron pipes. However, the view of primitive Subic Bay and the high surrounding mountains was spectacular. The QB Club was popular because it was close to the carrier pier, and the atmosphere was especially relaxed and informal. Since there was no air conditioning, the dress code was casual, coats and ties not required. Since crime and social disease was rampant in the primitive town of Olongapo outside the gate, many didn't venture off base, and so the QB Club was one of the few places where squadrons socialized together. Aviators invariably lean or hang on to anything handy, and it is said that an Irishman or fighter pilot is never drunk as long as he can hold on to a single blade of grass and not fall off the face of the earth. Therefore, those pipe rafters were irresistible to hanging upside down from them by the knees like bats. It takes some practice to down a drink that way, Mike, but many accomplished it with great finesse. Following happy hour, squadrons often assembled in the dining room at long pushed-together tables. Sometimes, less experienced junior officers were not able to remain conscious through the meal. So following the meal, they were selected to be the airplane for a little fun called cat shots and arrested landings. Besides airplane, others were selected to be the catapult officer, landing signal officer, and arresting gear officer. The stronger and more sober were selected as 2 wing officers and 2 engine officers, to provide the needed aerodynamic thrust and lift to airplane for flight. Seeing what was coming, the waiters would quickly attempt to clear away the dishes, silverware, and glasses from the flight deck, but not always successfully in time for the first launch. The semi-conscious airplane was then taxied into position face down on the flight deck with his wings and landing gear spread, and with a wing officer and engine officer on each side holding on to the airplane's wings and landing gear, ready for the catapult officer's launch signal when airplane was fired down the flight deck with remaining tablecloths and dinnerware scattered to the ocean, and airplane flown around the pattern by the wing and engine officers. Sometimes, sadly, airplane would get a cold shot and would leave the flight deck without lift or thrust provided by the wing and engine officers, and would join the debris in the ocean, only to become once again airborne thanks to the renewed thrust and lift of the wing and engine officers to continue around the pattern for a carrier approach and arrested landing under the control of the landing signal officer, who gave the cut signal to the engine and wing officers, who then ceased to provide lift or thrust to airplane. Sadly again, airplane would sometimes land short and have a ramp strike. Or on other occasions, the arresting gear officer failed to engage airplane's hook, and they would bolt her off the end of the flight deck into the ocean. Needless to say, all of this good fun was very valuable training for young junior officers in teaching them to pace their drinking properly at happy hour. This little game, however, was becoming a regularly disruptive and destructive event, not to mention dangerous, and had to be stopped somehow. The solution was an ingenious mechanical contraption to replace the tables. I'll describe later. On one of those QB Club evenings, Buddha exhibited the finest leadership display of surviving overindulgence ever witnessed. We expected him to pass out before dinner. Instead, Buddha seemed to go into a meditative trance. His glazed eyes stared into another world. His sweaty, puffy face was oblivious to his environment, and he spoke only to order the largest T-bone steak. After dinner, we adjourned to the main room, leaving Buddha behind, totally detached from the task of gnawing on his steak, for the floor show native ladies in folk costume were performing the Philippine national dance, Tinikling. The dance, which originated from a form of punishment for slow farm workers during the Spanish conquest, consisted of clapping together two large bamboo poles against the workers' ankles. Today, the dance is performed on Sundays by women in colorful native costumes and bare feet, dancing to the slowly increasing tempo of percussion and string instruments. 4 men on the ends of 2 pairs of 10-foot, 4 to 6-inch diameter bamboo poles crossed as in tic-tac-toe, kept time by beating them against the floor and clapping them against each other in a complex rhythm. The graceful Tinikling dancers in colorful, flowing costumes imitated the movement of the tickling birds walking between grass stems, branches, or dodging bamboo traps. The rhythm began slowly, and dance steps seemed fairly simple, as the ladies delicately withdrew their feet in time to avoid injury by the heavy clapping poles. By the end of the dance, the beat was so fast, it was hard to see how the dancers were able to step out of the way in time. After the performance, the audience was encouraged to give the dance a try. This is no small feat, pardon the pun, which an inebriated aviator should not attempt, for the pole men do not always take pity on fools like us. I describe all this in detail to you, Mike, to set the stage for what happened next. From the sidelines to stage center came the mighty Buddha, walking unsteadily and clutching the remains of his T-bone in his greasy hand with pieces of fat attached, as four beautiful young girls positioned and steadied him between the poles. There he was, our fearless Pukin dog leader, eyes glazed, face soaked with sweat and grease, as the music began and the men kept the beginning slow beat with the poles against the floor. Buddha made no effort to raise a foot as the poles came together the first time against his ankles from four sides. Amazingly, there was no physical sign of pain in his expression, or even a blink in his far-off stare. His only reaction was to raise his T-bone to get a mouthful of fat. And so the tinikling dance continued, as the mighty Buddha just stood motionless, except for gnawing on his T-bone, with no change of expression, as his ankles were pummeled by the poles in increasing tempo, until several dogs decided it was time to bail Buddha out. To my knowledge, none of the letter-writing pussies ever wrote home about the incident, and the subject never came up in the ready room. Apparently, Buddha had no injury or memory of the event. The permanently stationed officers at QB Point, however, took great exception to the rafter-hanging dining room games and inebriation at their club. In an effort to upgrade the decorum, the dress code was changed to require coat and tie, or uniform of the day, after 5 p.m. Needless to say, arbitrarily requiring dress-ups at an unair-conditioned grass shack in the tropics did not sit well with us, and accomplished nothing to modify behavior, except to raise the level of animosity and noise. One afternoon, a Marine helicopter squadron assembled in working uniform for happy hour. When they remained past 5 p.m., one of the base officers reminded the Marine CO of the dress code. When the Marines failed to comply, the unhappy base officer called the officer of the day. Lo and behold, the OOD was in working uniform too. Tropical white shorts instead of the long trousers of the uniform of the day. Instead of leaving as requested, the Marine CO took his pants off, as did the rest of his men, so their underwear matched the OOD's shorts. The Marine CO led the OOD to the door and advised him to close the club to more patrons, and the Marines had the place to themselves for the rest of the evening without consequence. On another evening, the bar was closed early to dampen our behavior, so one of us called the base CO, who earned a prominent place in naval aviator history by coming to the club in his bathrobe, reopening the bar, and drinking with the boys until daybreak. I am proud to report that CO later made admiral. In the end, though, many decided that if we had to dress up, we may as well take our act to the much nicer and more formal Family Officers Club at Subic, or the small informal club with a swimming pool at the family housing area. The QB Club missed our business, and the other club's patrons were, to say the least, unhappy with our presence. The situation came to a head when a group of young aviators formed a Christmas choir to sing a very foul X-rated version of the 12 Days of Christmas at the QB Club. Encouraged by their popularity and the Christmas spirit, the choir took their show on the road to all the clubs, including the Chiefs and enlisted clubs. Shortly after, the QB dress code was dropped and life returned to normal. Still, a few of the QB base officers continued to be poor sports about our behavior. One evening after happy hour and dinner, a local lieutenant took great exception to Duck Huey's inebriated behavior. The lieutenant lost his temper, and Duck took his gestures as a physical threat and punched him out. Unfortunately, however, Duck forgot that he had a beer bottle in that hand and smashed it across the lieutenant's face with bloody results. For some weeks after, court-martial charges were pending against Duck. Fortunately, largely because of the lieutenant's own aggressive behavior and unpopularity with his superiors, the charges were dropped. A few years later, the ultimate solution was to tear down the QB Club and replace it with the most hideous and non-functional officers' club in U.S. military history. Nevertheless, the tradition of cat shots and arrested landings was occasionally preserved in the dining room by new junior officers, until a dirty shirt annex was built in back of the club with a mechanical contraption with a chair on inclined rails next to a pool of water. The rails were fitted with an arresting wire, and the chair was fitted with an arresting hook dropped by the chair's rider. There was an adjustable ramp which caused the hook to skip the wire if dropped too soon, allowing the chair and rider to continue into the pool. At least that's the way it was described to me. I never saw it, because most old-timers ever after shunned the new QB-O Club in favor of the Subic O Club.
And you say that shore leave was not especially colorful, Captain? I cannot imagine it getting much more rowdy than that. I suppose you're right, compared to the life of an Albuquerque attorney. Too bad. I once read a book written by a World War II flight surgeon, titled Flying Health, in which he made a strong case for the benefits of happy hour in relieving the tensions of regularly facing death in the air. Perhaps that's where the tradition originated. One excuse is as good as another. Everyone needs some way to relax from the pressures of life. Honestly, though, I was never an enthusiastic participant. My father was a teetotaler, who often said that the only person who can stand a drunk is another drunk. Since in his eyes everyone drank, he was antisocial. I suspect he swore off because he distrusted himself. Perhaps it rubbed off on me. It probably would have benefited both father and me if we had learned to lighten up more in our lives. After all, moderation in all things does not imply being an antisocial teetotaler, does it?
No, but I have seen a few teetotalers talked into drinking and realized what a mistake it was. Still, that doesn't justify their judgmental wrath against those who can handle social drinking properly. There are times and places, like the old QBO Club, as you described it, where it may serve a beneficial purpose, especially when alcohol consumption aboard ships is against Navy regs, right?
True, it's against regulations, however, not always strictly observed. I'll get into that more later. So what was shore leave like at other ports, Captain?
In Japan, we tied up at the old Jap Navy base in Yokosuka on the western shore of Tokyo Bay, south of Yokohama, where Hornet docked in '58. It was protected by close-in rocky hills, which had been extensively tunneled with workshops and storage facilities. Like most things in Japan, the base was in miniature, but very well done. The routine for these port calls was much the same every time I visited there, so they tend to run together in some ways. For that matter, so do the cruises. So I'll recall events that stand out in memory without too much regard for chronology. If we were to be in port in Yokosuka for an extended period of yard work on the carrier, the air wing was flown ashore to NAS Atsugi so we could maintain flying proficiency. One of those fly-offs was memorable. Because of a late shore basing decision, we were catapulted off Ticonderoga after we tied up to the pier in Yokosuka. It was quite a sight and damn noisy with us in afterburner in that confined space. I know of no other time where demons were catapulted off a carrier while docked in port. One night at the Atsugi Officers Club happy hour, Buddha, in a mellow mood, agreed to let 4 of us fly demons on a weekend cross-country. When Gib Kirk heard about us going over, around, and behind him for permission, he was furious. Not only at us for asking, but at Buddha for agreeing, because we were due to fly back to the ship the following Monday, and Gib was sure that we would have 4 demons down for maintenance, scattered at USAF bases all over Japan Monday morning. To punish us, embarrass Buddha by making sure we would have maintenance problems, precluding Monday's return to Ticonderoga, Gib demanded that we fly 2 legs a day to different bases. To Gib's great chagrin, we returned without a single maintenance gripe on any of the 4 demons. To this day, Smoke Wilson, Kirby Wells, Roger Harris, and I are remembered as Hack Flight.
What does HAAC mean?
House arrest and confinement. The non-judicial punishment of an officer being confined to his stateroom by his CO. Happily, Hack Flight was only confined to flying demons for 3 days.
Was there some similarity between the Atsugi and QBO clubs then?
None. We didn't hang out together much there, because there was nothing primitive or threatening about being off base in Japan. On the contrary, I felt that the Japanese were most culturally refined. Though theirs was a relatively closed society, the people were very tolerant, honorable, and polite to us. Whether aboard ship in port or shore-based, however, normal working hours were maintained. After all, we weren't on vacation, and the burden of collateral administrative duties never slowed. Unlike the city of Yokosuka, with all its bars, clubs, and shops catering to the Navy, Atsugi was very rural and quiet. So we generally teamed up in taxis or trains from there for shopping trips to Yokohama. It was a pretty tame life, really, but nonetheless interesting for our glimpses of Japanese life and culture.
Okay, Captain, so much for the tour. How about your personal nightlife on that cruise? After the positive experience of the previous cruise, weren't you hoping for another?
No, Mike, you'll recall that I wasn't looking for action before either. This cruise was no different. Nevertheless, stuff happens, doesn't it? We had 2 first-tour flight surgeons with us who expressed an interest in seeing what Yokosuka nightlife was like. So I took them to the ex-Jap Navy Officers Club in town, which I described before. When we agreed to have girls join us, there were only 2. That was fine with me, so I indicated that they should sit with the docks. Then one of the girls said she had a girlfriend visiting from Tokyo who worked at the world-famous Queen Bee nightclub, and that she might like to join us if it was okay, but that she could not speak a word of English. Okay with me. I was just showing the doctors around town. Nabucco was very tall, thin, and lovely. These ladies were unusual in that they were wearing street clothes and were not as interested in the usual bar conversations or drinks. Instead, they were more intent on having a conversation in Japanese among themselves, like a group of wives out for lunch. Not that it was annoying, just unusual. When their conversation became more animated, and it was apparent that they were discussing us, I asked what they were talking about. They explained that the girl from Tokyo was a virgin, and they had agreed it was time to change that condition, and that they were debating which of us would be best for her first time. They had settled on me.
The yellow brick road again, Captain?
Most assuredly. Here I was, nearly 30 years old, being asked to deflower my first virgin, in Japan of all places. I ask you, Mike, how else does something like that happen? What else could a poor boy do?
Of course, I sympathize totally. But first virgin? What about orally?
Yeah, right. We'll get to that question one day. One story at a time, all right?
Sure, so what can you say about how it went?
Awkward, but not too badly, considering that we two strangers, with no common language or attraction, there alone in the darkness of a strange room, with no furniture except a bed on the floor, for the prescribed clinical purpose of a first-time induction. It helped that she was in her mid to late 20s, not a silly teenager, and that she was Japanese. In Japan, sex isn't complicated by sin, religion, morality, scorn, or laws. It is simply a highly accepted body function fact of life. Unlike American women who tended in those days to sacrifice themselves on the altar of marriage and knew little of the subject, Japanese women were very curious and well informed of sex. Besides, I was skeptical about her virginity. Anywhere in the Orient or the rest of the world, it surely had to be a very rare event indeed to be asked by a lovely mature woman to deflower her. Yellow brick road, you ask? Absolutely and undoubtedly. Anyhow, without going into intimate detail, the obstruction was real, and there was so much pain and bleeding for her, she asked to stop. There was no doubt about her virginity, unless she had some very elaborate way of staging it. So we took a break, and she soon asked to try again. It worked out just fine all around, and we became an item for a while. Nobuko became insatiable and demanding. When I was at my limits, she wanted more, and knew how to get it. I reckon she read all the right books. There were just two problems, her drinking and her sister. Her reaction to booze was an unpredictably violent temperament. Unfortunately, it turns out that the private, as opposed to public, behavior of the Japanese is quite like all other humans worldwide. Her older sister had a child and was married to a black sailor in the U.S. who had abandoned her. She became a problem because she was constantly with us and expected me to fix her up with someone. This was not a cherished role for me, especially since she shared the drinking and insatiability tendencies of her younger sister. One night around 3 a.m., the sister barged into our room, taking a flying leap into bed with us. Nobuko didn't seem too upset about it, so it occurred to me that I was expected to take care of Sis too. Well, Mike, it may be most men's fantasy to have two sisters in the sack at once, but I guess something in my psyche put me off. I took Sis to her room and deposited in her own bed alone, and explained to Nobuko that we were not to be a threesome any longer, in any sense of the word. It all finally ended when Nobuko, under the influence, attacked me one night. In the end, I learned a lot about universal female behavior, and it was not a joyful experience. Nobuko was an anomaly, but at least I learned to be less idealistic about encounters in the Orient. Nothing in life is all black or white, Mike. For me, my compromise was the best choice I could live with in the real world. Although I have no regrets, there was a corner in my religious beliefs which acknowledged guilt. I was well aware of the pitfall of the morally corrosive consequences. In my mind, in the end of those days, the only commandment I hadn't broken was coveting thy neighbor's wife, which I dearly clung to avoiding. As you will see later, that conscience nearly did me in.
What about other port calls? Did your own butterfly rule apply to those?
Yes, no more than one flower per cruise. The only other port was Hong Kong, which we normally visited only once each cruise for 5 or 6 days for a frenzy of intensive duty-free shopping for goods from all over the world, including cars and yachts. Especially in the 50s and early 60s, Hong Kong was a most fascinating, exotic Asian city. It was a wide-open, free trade, duty-free port with the best of Indian tailors and goods from everywhere on earth at truly bargain prices. Some called it Sampan Frisco because of its geographic similarity as well as its cosmopolitan character. It was a unique mix of the total spectrum of Chinese and British colonial culture in those days. Steaming into port, it was usual for a junk or sampan to cut across our bow as close to collision as possible to cut the tail of the dragon, which represented death to them. As soon as we dropped anchor, we were surrounded by dozens of sampans alongside to paint the carrier's topsides from stem to stern with long rollers, as well as water and garbage barges to tend to our needs. Other sampans plied goods for sale to the crew. The harbor was strewn with trash, garbage, and animal remains, sometimes human. Behind the glitter, life was cheap and survival difficult. Nevertheless, the people were industrious, hardworking, and honest. Literally thousands of refugees from mainland China were pouring into the territory daily, and the Brits quickly constructed dozens of high-rise resettlement apartment buildings to try to keep up with the flood of humanity. Still, some chose to live on sidewalks, starving and begging for work, too proud to accept government welfare. In contrast, nightlife was like a pajama party for the many gorgeous teenage girls working at the bars, nightclubs, and dance halls. Very unlike Japan, however, those customers who escorted these ladies home at 3 a.m. typically discovered that groups of girls shared apartments who also had their escorts present. So then the cards came out, and a bundle lost playing poker until dawn, when our hungover, discouraged, exhausted, and broke heroes made their retreat back to the ship. I knew of no successes in those quests, so I stuck to the tailors and some of the world's finest Chinese, Indian, and British restaurants to be found anywhere.
You haven't said much about the flying this cruise, considering the usual hazards, plus the Demon's engine unreliability. Are there no scary episodes to relate?
Oh, sure, a couple of them. We lost 2 Demons to compressor stall engine failures and pilot ejections at sea. Fortunately, both pilots were rescued uninjured. The first was on a squadron fly-off to Atsugi, Japan. Since we were to be ashore for several weeks and there was no luggage space in Demons, we consolidated our clothes, cameras, golf clubs, etc. in the single blivet we had, which was a purpose-converted external fuel tank hung on a bomb rack. So, of course, you will quickly guess correctly which engine failed and dumped the Demon with blivet into the deep Atlantic Ocean. Ironically, the pilot was Ron Miller, the squadron's aircraft maintenance officer.
How appropriately deserving, Captain. Was the second loss colorful also?
Much more so, and couldn't have happened to another more appropriate victim. Gib Kirk was climbing out after launch, passing through a low cloud layer, when his engine went into compressor stall, with the usual flames shooting out both ends, resulting in engine shutdown. Since Gib was above the clouds and wished to be spotted by the rescuers, he turned downwind to beam the ship and glided below the clouds before ejecting. The launch was still in progress, and I was on the LSO platform for the following recovery, near the 4A1 Sky Raiders tuned up, awaiting deck launch. Gibb's Demon was gliding silently and majestically on its own, in a slight turn, as though in the landing pattern, downwind abeam, making a landing approach. Who would ever have imagined that an engineless demon could glide so beautifully? Surely it couldn't glide and guide itself all the way to the ship. Well, it was making a credible attempt, which caused considerable alarm to all, especially the anxiously observing tied-down Sky Raiders pilots, helplessly strapped into their cockpits, engines running, props turning.
I expect you quickly lost interest in witnessing the outcome and left the scene.
Lord, no, how many lifetimes would one have to live to witness a scene like this? A demon with no canopy, engine, or pilot, silently guiding itself in a near-perfect carrier landing approach.
Obviously then, since you are here to tell the tale that did not happen.
But it very damn near did, gliding 100 feet astern at flight deck level across our wake and splashing down gracefully and disappearing into the deep blue sea.
Didn't Ticonderoga's CO have a few things to say to Gibb? This doesn't seem to be an event left undiscussed.
Gibb was admonished for putting the ship in harm's way, but it was hard to argue with success. As my granny said, a miss is as good as a mile, or as the Marine Corps says, close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear weapons, as was the case in my closest call. I had a case of food poisoning one morning with a severe bellyache. I felt a little better after vomiting and went to bed. I didn't mention it to anyone since I was scheduled for a night flight. By the time briefing time came around, I felt well enough to make the flight. Wrong. I got violently sick halfway through and barely got my oxygen mask off in time to throw up all over the cockpit. I felt so awful that I could barely fly the airplane, so I turned over the lead to my wingman, Irv Astor, as we headed for the approach Marshall Point at 20,000 feet, which happened to be in the middle of a thunderstorm and contributed to Irv getting totally disoriented with vertigo. Let me tell you, Mike, it's a challenge to fly an airplane in a nighttime thunderstorm on the wing of an aviator experiencing vertigo in lightning and heavy turbulence while puking. And guess what? It got worse. The recovery was delayed because of rain at the ship, and we were going to be low on fuel. It was every naval aviator's dream of a night carrier landing. Low fuel, storm, rain, rough seas, and vomit in an airplane with a 25% chance of missing the arresting wires. And it got worse. Bless his heart, Irv dove for the deck and bent his nose gear fork so badly that he was unable to taxi out of the landing area. So I had to go around while they attached a tow bar and tractor to drag him out of the way, leaving me with only enough fuel for one pass. If I didn't get aboard on my first try, I was going to have to eject. In these seas and rain, there was less than a 50% chance of being rescued.
It terrifies me to hear it. How does an aviator cope with fear and nausea in such dire straits, Captain?
At such times, you're too busy to reflect on fear. There's only one good way out of these events. Concentrate on the task at hand. Looking back now, I marvel that I was able to get through it. But the only consequence was getting my butt chewed for flying sick. Bless the plane captain who had to clean up the mess in the cockpit I left them.
Amazing. You were truly lucky, weren't you?
Some would say providentially protected, Mike.
Well, Captain, it's getting late. Is there anything else to say about that 1961 Ticonderoga cruise before we wind up this chapter?
Just two anecdotes about the homecoming fly-off to home bases. As the staffee, I was assigned the Hangar Queen, a demon which had been grounded for maintenance for months, but had been patched together well enough for a one-time flight home. I was on the port catapult against the holdback with the throttle up when I saw that the safety pin indicator on the right wing showed that the wing was not locked in the spread position and might fold up after launch, leaving my sorry ass in a very embarrassing situation. Airplanes do not fly at all well with one wing folded. After frantically signaling the catapult officer with a thumbs down and got him to suspend the launch, a maintenance man climbed up on the wing and was finally able to stomp the pin down with the heel of his shoe. So off I went, and the wings remained spread. Unfortunately, that was not quite the end of the cruise. A friend, fellow LSO, and Skyraider pilot, Ray Agee, collided with another Skyraider on formation join-up and took the prop through his cockpit. It was not a cheerful homecoming on the ramp at Miramar for us to inform Ray's waiting widow and children that Daddy wasn't coming home after all.
I'm beginning to understand what you meant by cruises being completely apart from your domestic life ashore. It must be very difficult indeed to shift gears at homecoming.
Yes, Mike, mixed emotions for all concerned. So, let's call it a night and resume in the morning. I'm going to skip breakfast. I'll meet you at 10 at our spot at the end of the yellow brick path. Okay?
See you then, Captain. Good night.
Sea Story and San Diego.
Good morning, Mike. Having breakfast alone?
Yes, Georgie. I'm meeting the captain outside later. Can you join me?
Thank you. I have some time before a meeting with our accountant. I hope everything is going well for you here?
Oh, yes. Excellent. Much better than I hoped possible. I could almost stay indefinitely.
Almost.
Well, I'll stay until the captain tells his story, if he can stand me. It's not that I have to be anywhere, but I'm not ready to drop this far out of the mainstream yet. I'd like to go to sea. My Portuguese heritage, perhaps. How about yourself? What brought you to Heritage Pines?
My husband, Jack, died 8 years ago after years of slow decline with cardiovascular complications from smoking and obesity, which required full-time home care by me. We didn't have children, so there were no grandchildren to mother when he passed. I was retired as chairman of the Management Science Department at the Charles County Community College, but I needed to recover my financial situation and emotional state. A colleague introduced me to the owners here, and as they say, the rest is history. It has worked out very well for me. Empathizing with the residents and the management challenge suits me. However, I'm beginning to feel it's time to put this transition behind me. Like you, I'm not ready to settle in yet either. Coincidentally, I am intrigued by the idea of applying my management trade aboard a cruise ship sailing the Mediterranean Sea. But I've only sailed once, and that was just an inside passage to Alaska. I'm not sure how well I'd adapt to life at sea. Plus, I've heard that crew members must remain aboard most of the time in port. My age will be a hiring issue, too. Have you ever been aboard a cruise ship, Mike? Just once, years ago. From out of the blue, the captain invited me for a transatlantic repositioning passage from St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, to Lisbon, Portugal, aboard Holland America's Wind Spirit, a 400-foot, four-mast schooner.
My goodness, what an adventurous introduction to sailing. Tell me about it.
We embarked in St. Thomas, with 82 other passengers for a midnight departure. However, we were delayed 4 hours by the late arrival of our food. Naturally, we all remained on deck to ensure that all went well without more hitches. For as everyone knows, cruise ships are nothing if not about copious quantities of delicious cuisine. In fact, the captain bet me $20 that he could gain more weight than I could during our time at sea. I took the bet, even though I suspect he was counting on me, a mere landlubber, to be seasick for the entire passage. Sick or not, though, I wasn't going to miss a meal, come hell or high water. There would be no guilt for overeating on this vacation.
Then did you miss many meals because of hell and high water?
Not a single one, I'm proud to say. To the captain's disappointment, the winds and seas were flat calm the first week. What little wind there was so close on the bow that sails were just decoration. So our weight gain game began with great gusto. You accent an ample amount of alliteration in your allegories, don't you, Mike?
Yes, certainly. Sentences expressing something sincere in my soul, stated in succinct and sonorous sounds, sends my sorrows scurrying off, searching for silence and solitude, where the sun can't shine, nor shadows seen. Good grief! 2 weeks at sea with you might contribute to mal de mer by itself, Mike. Sorry I mentioned it. Back to sailing. Surely you didn't eat all the time, did you?
Pretty much, yes. But in between meals, there was drinking, gambling, massages, sleeping, lounging in the pool, and eating. Obviously, the captain's strategy, as a highly experienced and accomplished naval aviator, was to drink me under the table into a pool of vomit and weight loss. But a real lawyer can keep up with an old sea dog fighter pilot most any day on that score. Of course, the captain also insisted on constantly reminding me that we were at sea. We spent hours at all times of the day and night on the bridge and walking the decks as he expounded his knowledge of the sea and the stories of his 2 double-handed Atlantic crossings aboard his sloop Wings.
I take it you weren't impressed.
Not much. Remember, this was my first and only quality time with him. I had some respect and empathy, but mostly I regarded him as an old man, though he was younger than I am now.
Resentment, perhaps?
I don't think so. Probably no more than my kids have for me. I didn't dwell on it. It goes with the territory of being a father, regardless of presence. Would you agree?
I couldn't say. I was an only child, raised by my mother after my father was shot down in Vietnam. Therefore, I ever after pictured him as a hero, perfect in all ways. I suppose it's easier for girls than boys to be raised by their mothers. But back to Wind Spirit, without the alliteration, please.
Yes, spoil sport. Oops. Well, I was the youngest guest aboard and the only first-timer at sea. More than 40 of them had made this repositioning cruise before. For a few, it was an annual event. I wasn't bored by any means, but after a week of flat seas, I was beginning to believe that sailing was not such a daring adventure after all. However, I got a much better taste of it the second week, as the winds rose to a full gale, with over 40-knot winds shrieking through the rigging. The sails earned their keep, crashing Wind Spirit through 20-foot waves, constantly dousing all decks and us with salt spray the rest of the way to Lisbon.
So, were you able to keep down all the galley fare?
Yes, in spite of the captain's best efforts at exposing me to the weather above decks, we never missed a course or a chef's demonstration.
Wasn't there a good deal of deck motion to upset things?
Not as bad as you'd think. Pitching motion was moderated by the 400-foot wind spirit's hull, while wind in the sails steadied rolling motion. Plus, like most conventional cruise ships, Wind Spirit had gyro-controlled stabilizers below the waterline. Nevertheless, there were a few exciting moments. As the captain explained, the size of waves depends on the wind velocity, the length of time it has blown, and the distance it has blown across the water, called fetch. In addition, changes in wind velocity and direction over time results in waves traveling in different directions and speeds, so that waves will periodically pile up on each other. You may have observed surfers waiting for the big ones. Sometimes this produces giant freak waves large enough to sink ships. The Pride of Baltimore, the city's replica of an 18th century Baltimore clipper sailing in the Caribbean on a relatively calm night in the 80s, was suddenly capsized and sunk by a single giant wave. Pride of Baltimore went down so fast that only those crew members sleeping on deck survived to tell the tale.
Heavens, how tragically terrifying! Icebergs, reefs, hurricanes, explosions, fires, the Bermuda Triangle, terrorists, pirates, and freak waves. Going to sea doesn't seem so romantic. Maybe I should rethink my cruise ship ambition. Did you encounter freak waves?
We were just finishing the main course at dinner when we were suddenly struck by a huge wave which put Wind Spirit on her beam ends, as they say. Every piece of china, silverware, and glassware was swept from the tables along with the food. Most of us also careened across the dining room in our chairs, and there was an incredibly loud crashing of pots, pans, dishes, and glasses in the galley. Once the ship steadied up again and we realized we weren't capsizing, the galley crew led us all in a raucous cheer. Young Indonesians, who are a perfect combination of cheerful spirits and dedicated professionalism under the leadership of Dutch officers, make perfect crew members. Barely missing a beat, they cleared away the debris and served dessert, coffee, and after-dinner drinks.
Well, you certainly earned your Old Salt title on that voyage, didn't you?
Hardly. It takes more than 2 weeks at sea to make that claim. I'd call it Freshman Old Salt 101. It was a perfect introductory course. Much better than Daly Island or port hopping in the Med, Alaska, or the Caribbean, I think.
Next up, Lisbon?
Yes, there could not be a more dramatic contrast of ports of call than St. Thomas and the ancient capital city, Lisbon. I shouldn't say much about St. Thomas, since I saw so little of it on the bus from the airport to the dock. But my impression was that it is a poor, primitive ghetto, which I'm told is typical of the Caribbean islands. On the other hand, my lasting impression is that Lisbon is the most beautiful city I ever visited. Holland America booked us into the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the city for 3 days. We must have walked at least 20 miles, but we saw all the historic sites, parks, museums, restaurants, shops, and bars into the wee hours. A notable restaurant featured a half dozen of Portugal's finest fado singers performing their melancholy blues traditional music, characteristic of the Portuguese happy to be sad stereotype. Although there was only 3 days, I left with a deeper pride and understanding of my Portuguese heritage, which is distinctly different from my Hispanic side.
Didn't that adventure accomplish a lot to seal a bond with the captain?
Not as much as I hoped. I can't explain why. Mostly over his later disputes with my wife, communications between us soured. We finally stopped trying.
Men, why do you so often act like little boys, picking fights that way? What a shame. Anger is so destructive.
Yes, true, but that applies to women as well, doesn't it?
I suppose so, but by comparison, women are less unforgiving, but no less painfully destructive at times.
Touché, Michael. Too bad, considering all the blessings we have, to actually choose to make ourselves and others unhappy. I hate to end on that note, but I see the accountant has arrived, so I must go.
Okay, I hope we can resume on a more positive plane soon. At least you're prepared to deal with a bean counter now.
Mike found the captain at his spot at the end of the yellow brick sidewalk, asleep in his wheelchair, covered by his plaid blanket, just as he had been the first time Mike saw him here.
Sneaking up on me again, are you, Mike?
Of course not. You were expecting me.
I was last time, too, you'll recall.
You were flying then, but thought you were only dreaming.
True, so now I'm burdened me with the reality of it.
Is that a curse?
Don't know, might be. It sure keeps me awake nights now.
Well, let's hope you don't sleep all the way through flying again, right?
I suppose. I had never considered the possible impractical consequences. Life was a lot simpler when levitation was just a romantic dream.
Flying airplanes was a romantic dream for you throughout childhood as well. And there were consequential realities to deal with when you finally achieved it. Did the realities of aviation dull your dreams?
Definitely not, Mike. Not even the realities of people shooting at me. But you must admit that the consequences of levitation could be far more difficult to deal with than getting shot at.
Not necessarily. We just have to keep it to ourselves and stay out of sight.
Easy to say, but not that simple. There are eyes and ears everywhere. Just imagine where the temptations to explore the envelope, as it were, might lead me.
Higher, faster, and farther, you mean?
Exactly. Who could resist? I would surely be discovered. Then what?
What's the worst they could do? Crucify you? You're 94 years old. Have you suddenly developed a fear of risks?
No wonder you are an attorney. Too bad you had the makings of a fighter pilot.
Then I could be a comedian just like my dad, couldn't I?
Might be an improvement. You know why sharks won't eat lawyers?
Spare me the repeat jokes about lawyers, Captain.
Bet you don't know a single one about fighter pilots, do you?
I'll work on that, but wouldn't you like to get back to your sea stories now?
That's it, just like a lawyer or a woman. Change the subject when you're losing. Where were we?
1961. Just returning home from flying demons on the Ticonderoga cruise. How was the transition to the domestic husband and father roles this time?
It was good to be home with Aurelie and the kids. Absence does not necessarily make the heart grow fonder, but it does afford an opportunity to put life into perspective and examine priorities. So I had begun to truly miss Aurelie about halfway through the cruise. We had been through a lot of emotional chaos over the past dozen years since we began dating and became joined at the hip in Munich. However, the previous 5 years with the divorce from Emma, 3 moves, 2 cruises, and 3 children had put considerable strain and distance in our relationship. There just was no time for us to repair damages. Still, I felt there was a strong bond between us. I thought things were as well as they could be, and that Aurelie was holding up exceptionally well. She easily passed the head of household reins to me, and we resumed being a fairly normal family, I thought. The kids were great too. David and Christopher were very close in age and were strongly bonded friends. Orly was painting modernistic landscapes in oils and acrylics. I began building RC model airplanes, but radios were so unreliable, I switched to RC boats because they didn't crash. I was a founding plank owner and the second Commodore of the San Diego Argonauts, an RC boat club which had exclusive use of the purpose-built model yacht basin and clubhouse at Mission Bay. We developed an electronic timing system to measure the straightaway two-way speed averages of our models. My predecessor as Commodore, Ed Hendricks, my closest friend ever, was a Navy Chief Petty Officer radio man stationed at Corregidor when the Japs attacked the Philippines in 1942, where he was captured, survived the Bataan Death March, and endured the war in a POW camp in Japan. Oddly, Ed felt no animosity toward the Japs. In fact, he became friends with the camp commandant who he taught mathematics. In turn, Ed learned to read and write Japanese and was allowed to keep his diary in Japanese.
Ed wasn't tortured. Considering the historic Japanese brutality of the Death March, wouldn't you expect more similar barbaric treatment in camp?
Yes, I would, but Ed's experience was perplexing to me. He said that the only time he was punished was after they assigned him and the other radio men the task of designing radio circuits. Then when the Japs made non-functional transmitters from their circuits, Ed was punished by having the left side of his head beaten with a sockful of cotton for 30-minute periods. These sessions were not especially painful, Ed said, but left his ears ringing for hours. Still, Ed and the commandant remained close friends. One day near the end of the war, Ed was lying on a bench in the compound when a P-51 made a strafing run. The commandant had just come out, and as Ed stood to greet him, a .50 caliber round went through the bench where Ed had just been. Ed said that the commandant was so overcome with emotion that he hugged Ed in tears. Ed was from the same small West Texas town as Tex Ritter. Faye, 2 years behind Ed in high school, had a deep crush on Ed, but couldn't get his attention. When she learned that Ed was captured, she determined to become a Navy nurse with the express purpose of being on hand when Ed was repatriated. And she was. They were married, and they had a son named Charles, a quiet and shy genius. When I met Ed, he was working for the Convair test lab, where, as a sideline, they developed the first heart machine used in operations. He was very active in ham radio and model building, so RC boats were a natural development for him.
So how did you come to be such close friends?
A father figure for me, perhaps, and I was much easier to get along with in those days. Ed was bright, thoughtful, and optimistic. He and Faye were deeply devoted to each other, and always pleasant for us to be with wherever we went. The model yacht basin was in the Mission Bay Park and had a gradually sloping shoreline, which made it an excellent setting for our families. Unlike RC airplane fields, where the environment and middle-aged men are typically less than friendly to women and children. Ed and I shared other interests too. Larry, one of Ed's friends at the lab, developed an obsession for the 21 old gold mines near Hemet and tales of lost gold treasures. Larry bought a mineral and ore detector and honed his treasure hunting skills by having his wife bury silverware in his backyard. At last he was ready to sally forth to find his fortune. With Larry's friend and son in his Army surplus command car with giant aircraft tires, plus Ed, Charles, and I tagging along in Ed's Jeep, we set out to find the lost gold, Treasures of Sierra Hemet. Our lack of map homework was apparent when we arrived at Hemet before daybreak and had to awaken folks in their trailer home for directions. Just as well we did, because otherwise we never would have found the road behind the town landfill. With Larry leading in his giant-wheeled command car in a feeding frenzy, it soon became very hairy business to negotiate the narrow, washed-out road on the side of a steep canyon with at least a 45-degree slope. It was doubtful that anyone could have survived that 2,000-foot tumble in the Rockies. Still, we pressed on until we came to the opening of a mine immediately adjacent to the road. Encouraged by a strong detector reading on the rocks at the entrance, we charged in armed with one lantern, a pick, and the detector, until we noted that the ceiling had little shoring and some of that had collapsed with debris covering the floor. At that point, Ed decided it prudent to remain behind so we could call for help on his radio if there was a cave-in. Charles and I continued behind Larry with increasing concern when we saw that there was no longer any shoring of the ceiling whatever, while Larry persisted in picking away at the walls for samples. Finally, Larry got a strong detection on the floor and frantically dug away, only to uncover the rails of the excavation hand cars. Larry's detector registered another strong reading at the end of the mine where there was no shoring at all. So when he picked away for a sample, there was just enough of a cave-in to convince me to get Charles out of there, even though Larry had the only light and we had to feel our way out in total darkness. Thankfully, we made it out and resumed our adventure down the road, sometimes with the command car tires half off the road, hundreds of feet above the bottom of the canyon. Then we spotted another mine. However, it was a steep 100 feet above us, with lots of tough sagebrush to chop through, plus it was getting very hot. The climb was at least a 30-degree grade, so it was slow going with Larry chopping away at the dry brush with his machete, declaring in heavy breaths, "Boy, no one has been up here in a long time." Then he came nose to nose with a rattlesnake about to strike. Fortunately, he had his machete raised for the next slash at a bush and was able to direct the blow to the snake. The going got much rougher as we approached the outcroppings of the mine. 2 arduous steps up, 1 slide back. Ed wisely decided to hang back with the tools. For all of Larry's repeated, "No one has been here for a long time," there was a recently marketed soft-top beer can at the mine entrance, and it went straight down. Despite our lust for gold, not even Larry was interested in going down there. Looking across the canyon, though, I saw the remains of a miner's cabin and a possible mine entrance. So we slid back down and climbed up the opposite side, thankfully without backsliding. Ed again wisely chose to stay behind with the picks and shovels. We were disappointed to find that the mine entrance went in only a few feet. Perhaps the miner buried his gold in the cabin? Sure enough, the metal detector picked up a strong return in the corner near the fireplace, and excitement ran so high, gold fever took hold, and we began digging with bloody bare hands and broken nails until I found a shovel with no handle. After taking turns digging down 2 feet for a sweaty hour, we uncovered the treasure, about 20 pounds of ancient nails, but there was still a strong return below. Why would nails be buried so deep? Perhaps as a decoy for the gold below? As hot, dirty, and exhausted as we were, not even gold fever could inspire us further. We agreed we had enough. We would return another day.
Amazing, Captain. that you gave up when you may have been very close to the lost treasure you were seeking. How do you explain that?
Speaking for myself, it has generally been more about the trip than the destination. Seeking pots of gold are not realistic motivation for satisfying lust for life. So I intrinsically favored high-risk adventure instead of a more lucrative and domestic life. I did not expect to live long enough to need much gold. I was living hand to mouth in the present. I thank God, Jesus, and Jean for forgiving my foibles and getting me through a most rich and rewarding life. What I cherish most now are memories which gold cannot buy, like my friendship and adventures with Ed Hendricks.
Bravo, Captain. I'm proud to share those memories with you, as well as new ones. But didn't any of you return to the cabin?
I hope so, but not that I heard about. However, Ed and I did return to Hemet for a different adventure. The International Jeep Cavalcade, with over 450 four-wheel drive vehicles, including overseas factory teams, to trek from Hemet down the Juan Bautista de Anza National Historic Trail to the Anza-Borrego Desert State Park. The De Anza Trail was the 1,200-mile route from the Nogales, Arizona-Mexican border to San Francisco, used in 1775 by Spanish commander Juan Bautista de Anza. The segment we did was hardly a trail, however. It was more a washed-out gully or ravine with large boulders, which were a severe axle-busting test for the vehicles, slowing progress to a walking pace most of the way. Ed gave a running account to another ham radio operator in Alaska on his single sideband radio as we slammed our way over the rocks. Without seatbelts, we would have been thrown out the top of Ed's Jeep several times. So we were pretty banged up and sore when we arrived at the desert rendezvous. That evening, around a huge campfire, awards were made and speeches given. The main topic were arguments defending open use of the desert against environmentalists who were promoting legislation to prohibit vehicles in the desert because they were leaving tracks in the sand. Never mind that the tracks were soon erased by wind. Pretty silly stuff, but I expect that off-road vehicles are no longer allowed on the Borrego Desert, nor on the De Anza Trail.
You will be speaking more of Ed, I hope.
Yes, soon.
What about religion during that period, Captain?
I was very grateful for God's constant presence in my life, but I could not abide petty church politics and narrow dogma. However, I agreed with Orly's wish to expose our kids to gospel. Since neither of us preferred a particular Protestant denomination, we shopped around for the best minister and found a great one at a nearby congregational church. It may be incorrect to compare one church to what little I know of the Unitarian Church, which has a reputation more for being a social, hand-holding, self-help group facility than an actual Christian church. To whatever degree that is so, I'd say from my experience that the Congregationalists are just a step away from being the same, which I believe is an attractive feature in lieu of the hellfire damnation interpretations of the Bible I suffered for years in Southern Baptist and Methodist churches. Unfortunately, however, this minister was focused on important social issues and in ministering to people who actually needed him, rather than pander to the petty demands of his parishioners. The axe fell when his name appeared on a McCarthy communist list, and he was summarily fired without a hearing. That ended our church-going.
A communist preacher seems to be an oxymoron.
Indeed. In the late 50s and early 60s, the long-haired college sociology majors and other scholarly intellectuals known as beatniks, an adopted term from the Beat generation with heroes like Kerouac, white sociology students from Berkeley and other universities were leading the way by bearing the segregation cross for blacks in Southern protest, sit-ins, arrests, and jail sentences. M.L. King only had to take advantage of the political opportunity to lead nonviolent protests. At the same time, there was a strong resurgence of campus interest in American traditional music. Coffee houses and folk festivals were everywhere. Southern California or Greenwich Village were the places to be. As noted before, my interest in folk music dated back to the mid-40s, so Orly and I fell right into it wholeheartedly. We practically lived in coffee houses and attended week-long folk festivals at UCLA, Berkeley, and San Diego State.
Sounds like fun, Captain. What were the coffee houses like in those days?
Lots of great music and performers, Mike. Actually, coffee house was a misnomer. I do not recall any of them serving anything other than dozens of varieties of tea. The best of them in San Diego was the Sign of the Sun bookstore, which converted a space the size of a living room on weekend evenings. Another one was a motel room with the furniture removed, where we sat on floor cushions. Another was a string instrument shop called the Blue Guitar, owned by a bluegrass band leader whose mandolin player, Chris Hillman, went on to be the bass player with the famous folk rock band, the Byrds. Then there was a Navy sailor named Mason Williams playing there, whose #1 nationwide hit was Classical Gas. The majority were college-age kids who were amazingly accomplished musicians, but there were also many authentic and well-known old-time performers who stopped in San Diego after their Los Angeles gigs. Blues musicians Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee, who were together over 40 years and once performed for the Queen of England, played one weekend at the Sign of the Sun for $100 apiece. Blind Reverend Gary Davis, an old New York City sidewalk holy blues man, also played there. Sam Hinton, an eminent ethnomusicologist and a professor at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, who could whistle and hum in harmony with himself, could trace a song like the St. James Infirmary from London across the Atlantic and the U.S. to Texas, the streets of Laredo. A friend of Sam's, an authentic old-time cowboy named Slim Critchlow, who rarely performed in public, shyly apologized for knowing only 6 chords and 2 strums on guitar. Inspired by Slim, I dashed off to Sears and bought a $17 guitar, not knowing how hard 6 chords and 2 strums could be for a no-talent wannabe and his blistered fingertips. Aurelie took an interest too, so that was my excuse for getting another guitar and launching into collecting folk instruments, eventually including a Mexican 12-string guitar, mandolin, banjo, fiddle, autoharp, and Appalachian dulcimer, plus assorted harmonicas, Jew's harps, and kazoos. The banjo, mandolin, fiddle, and one guitar were rare antiques with individual stories I'd like to tell if we can take a little side trip in this, okay?
Of course, Captain. It's your story. After all, I'm just the scribe.
All right, let's start with an old small Vega folk guitar, which belonged to Patty, a friend of Orly's. Patty inherited the Vega from her aunt, who played with the Salvation Army band on the sidewalks of New York City in the 30s and 40s. Vega, mostly known for their school band instruments, achieved little popularity with their guitars, but this one was a distinctively beautiful work of art. The body sides and back were Brazilian rosewood, now nearly extinct and prohibited from use. The purfling and neck binding were ivory. Abalone and mother of pearl was used in a tree of life design in the ebony fingerboard, head, bridge, around the sound hole, and the seam on the back. The name Adele was etched in the mother of pearl at the 3rd fret, indicating that this was likely a custom-made presentation instrument. Unfortunately, the strings were so high off the fingerboard because of the warped neck that it was hardly playable. The back was slightly scratched, apparently by the aunt's uniform brass buttons. There was also a slight crack in the top seam down from the bridge. Otherwise, it was in amazingly excellent condition. I tried to convince Patty to have it repaired, but she would only agree to spend $25 on it. For that price, the blue guitar was only willing to lower the bridge slightly and cut the nut string grooves deeper, which did help a bit. Although my first impression was that the Vega's inlay put it a bit over the top in ornamentation, and that it didn't have a particularly impressive sound, I gradually warmed up to it, to the point where I was obsessively compelled to own it. But I had little hope that Patty would part with this family heirloom. Patty's response began, "Oh no," and my heart sank. Then she continued, "I couldn't take Manny's Martin," and as Chief Dan George said, my heart soared like a hawk.
So, Captain, you skinned the poor girl out of her inheritance with a $117 guitar, and now owned a fancy, unplayable ornament?
Hold on there, partner. I first did my best to get her to fix it so she could play, and I sure didn't hold a gun to her head for the trade. As everyone knows, Martin guitars were the best and most popular acoustic steel-strung guitars ever made, and she was rightfully glad to have it. As for the Vega's condition, Providence provided a solution. I saw an ad for a string instrument repair shop in Escondido called the Fiddle and Fret, so I took it there for an estimate. To my great surprise, the proprietor was a man named Dopira, who was one of the Dopira brothers who invented and manufactured the acoustically amplified dobro guitar in the 20s, popularly used in Hawaiian music before electrical amplification, and still widely used in bluegrass bands. Dobro is an acronym for Dopira Brothers, and this man had 40 years of acoustic guitar making behind him. What better place to bring the Vega? After examining the guitar, Dopira agreed to repair it, but said it would take him several months. No price was discussed. When I returned 3 months later to pick it up, I was in for quite a surprise. Because trying to take out the neck warp would risk the Tree of Life inlay, he had removed the neck entirely, as well as the part of the fingerboard on the top of the spruce sounding board. He reattached the neck tilted slightly down and reattached the fingerboard piece with a slight wedge under it to align it with the rest of the fingerboard. The strings were now at the proper height, and the warp was hardly a factor. He also made a new ebony bridge with the identical inlay, filled the crack in the top with a tiny sliver of spruce, and restrung it with new silver-wound low-tension compound strings. I was all the more impressed when he played it. What a wonderfully sweet, soft, delicate sound, ideally suited to parlor finger-picking and a woman's voice. I was more surprised when Dopira offered to buy it. Bad timing for Mr. Dopira. I honestly wouldn't have taken any amount for it, so it didn't occur to me to ask what he'd pay. Then he floored me by saying that this was the most beautiful example of an American folk guitar that he had ever seen, a national treasure. Many years later, another music shop owner estimated its value at over $10,000.
Well, that's quite an Antiques Roadshow tale, Captain. Now what? The guitar is repaired, but it's far too rare to wear out playing, or risk ever taking it out of the house. Weren't you back to having an ornament to hang on the wall?
To a degree, that's true, and pretty much what I did, though I did play it a fair amount when the inspiration moved me. I soon replaced the Martin with a D18 Dreadnought, the most popular of all Martin designs.
Do you still have the Vega?
Yes, but sadly there's more to the story, which I'll get to much further down the line. Now for the mandolin story. My very good friend Ed Fitch, a fellow aviator I'll have much more to say about in later chapters, had a 1916 Gibson F2 mandolin, which he inherited from the family's Italian landlord, who played it and sang for him as a child. There was a little damage to the finish, and 2 glue joints had been warped loose because it had been left in its case on top of a radiator. The top sunburst finish was okay, and the neck was straight. It was completely playable.
How did you pinpoint the age?
Sometime later, I found a collector's reference book which listed the serial numbers by year of manufacture.
How did you come by it?
Over my strong protests and offer to buy it, Ed insisted on giving it to me gratis, although I told him it was worth over $1,000. Later estimates valued it at over $3,000.
Some friend. How did that come about?
Separate story, Mike. We'll get to that in a later chapter.
Did you play it well?
I never played anything well. I did learn enough tunes to satisfy my justification for owning those fine instruments. I sometimes played the mandolin as a rhythm instrument with groups because everyone played guitar better than I did.
Groups? You had a Sousa band?
Yes, a couple of strictly amateur old-time string bands, plus Orley and I played publicly a few times. We'll get to all that too. I just want to mention the instruments now. Initially, I thought it would be fun to apply my model airplane experience to making a guitar. So I bought a book, How to Make a Spanish Guitar, and quickly saw what a formidable challenge it would be. Then when the Vega came along, I shifted my thinking to a 5-string banjo project. I just have to make a neck and hoop. Metal parts were available for the rest. Providentially, I found an ad for Frank the Banjo Man, who advertised banjo parts as well as used string instruments and his own homemade mandolas. Frank's shop was a small barn in the backyard of his home and wife's antique business. Whenever she came across string instruments, mostly violins, tucked away in folks' attics, she passed them to Frank. He had at least 50 violins, banjos, and his mandolas hanging from the rafters. Frank was a wonderful man who was very generous with his time. I spent many enjoyable lunchtime hours visiting with him, learning a lot about the secret art and science of string instruments. Frank played all his instruments every day to loosen up the resin in the capillary tubes of the spruce sounding boards. He said each were acoustic chambers which resonate the string's vibrations, and that is why close-grained Alaska Sitka spruce is favored for all string instrument sounding boards. On the other hand, the ringing sound of the best banjos depends on the heavy bell brass hoops around the tightly stretched skin head. Many banjos other than old-time mountain banjos have their open back covered with a resonator to amplify the sound. With all that, banjos sustain notes a relatively short period, so why they are played with many rapidly picked notes to ornament the melody. One day I took my Gibson mandolin to Frank. Without opening the distinctively shaped case, he took it outside to his rocking chair in the sun, put it on his lap, and said, "I don't know what you have in here, but the case is worth $200. Frank had very high praise for the instrument too, but he didn't offer to put a value on it, so I didn't ask. Like my Vega guitar, it wasn't for sale at any price. When I got around to telling Frank I wanted to make a banjo, he was not encouraging. The parts were custom-made and expensive, and I would never get my money back from an amateur-made banjo. I could do better than waste my time and money by buying one of his old banjos. Knowing that my interest was in old-style mountain drop thumb or frailing-style picking, he brought down one without a resonator. I recognized it as a Vega by the mother-of-pearl star logo inlaid in the head, and another at the 5th fret of the ebony ivory-bound fingerboard on a blonde maple neck. Otherwise, it was quite plain. The previous owner had removed the 5th string and tuning peg to convert it to playing it as a 4-string plectrum or tenor banjo. The neck had a slight warp to the right, which did not affect its string action. When I checked the identification on the inside brace, however, I found that it was a Vega Fairbanks No. 2 White Lady. From the serial number and an instrument collector's book, I later learned that Fairbanks, a highly respected banjo manufacturer, was bought out by Vega shortly before this one was made in 1921. I had never played a banjo, and the only one I ever held was a new Vega Pete Seeger long neck model 5-string. The average quality and steep price were factors inspiring me to make one. Despite their relative simplicity, banjos were considerably more expensive than comparable quality guitars. When Frank handed it to me, I was surprised that it weighed a ton. Frank explained that good banjos were heavy because of the thick bell brass used, necessary to enhance the string vibrations from the bridge and skin to achieve the desired ringing sound. I took Frank's word for it that the witchcraft of the White Lady's uniquely rich sound was because of the scalloped inside hoop. When Frank said he would replace the pegs with new geared ones and throw in a case for a total of $150, I bought it on the spot. I later learned that Fairbanks White Lady banjos were the most favored of all frailing banjos, and that mine was easily worth as much as the Gibson mandolin.
Some luck you had, Captain. So, the usual questions. Did you play it much, and do you still have it?
No and yes.
With the guitar and banjo building projects by the board, did another instrument inspire you?
Yes, the Appalachian dulcimer, and there were several kits available for those. However, as Providence would have it, I have one given to me.
So you never made an instrument?
Yes, I did. Auto harps were invented and exclusively marketed by Oscar Schmidt for years. My problem with them was that they were inexpensively made of cheap pine. I probably couldn't improve on their sound, but I wanted one made out of decent wood, and it wouldn't take a lot of fancy carving to make one. Through a Chicago exotic wood dealer, I found a large enough piece of gorgeous Brazilian rosewood and took nearly 3 years to make one, but it came out well enough to justify the effort for me. I never played it much, however, because it was a pain in the rear to keep 36 strings tuned up. Unless there's a piano handy, it can drive you crazy. Fortunately, I had bought Orally a spinet, in part because I was determined to learn to play Debussy's Maid with the Flaxen Hair. Before you ask, I no longer have the auto harp or piano. While telling tales about instruments, I'll jump ahead and mention the fiddle. I always thought I should add one to my collection, since the fiddle and banjo constituted the basic old-time mountain string band, both considered instruments of the devil by Southern evangelists who also considered dancing sinful. While I was in Troy, New York, attending RPI graduate school in 1967, I went to a music shop in search of a fiddle and was shown a very old one, which appeared to have been in a fire from the darkly crazed appearance of the finish. Still, It looked right to me at only $40 with case and bow. Later, I noted that the label said it was made by Antonio Stradivarius Cremonensis, 1764. The last 2 digits were scribed by hand. I assumed it was made by Cremonensis, named after Stradivarius, so I thought little more about it for 17 years.
Ah, yet another suspenseful, we'll get to that, tale.
Yup, except to say that fiddling was by far the most difficult instrument for me. Since the fingerboard has no frets, your finger has to stop the string at precisely the right spot to get the note right. Though fiddlers may stop the string a bit south of the note and slide up to it, since the human ear is more forgiving for slightly flat notes than sharp notes. Another complication are the many styles of complex bowing action. So, fiddling is like patting your head and rubbing your tummy. Worse yet are the horrible screeching sounds on the high strings made by beginners. Newbies are wisely advised to learn tunes on the low strings. So that's what I did, but only 2 old-time gospel tunes and never played it in public. And no, I no longer have it. I want to add that Ed Hendricks also bought a guitar. Whereas I was determined to laboriously teach myself from books and recordings, Ed took formal lessons, and each evening afterward stopped by my house on his way home to show me what he had learned. Moreover, when RC radios became more reliable, and I went back to building model airplanes as well as boats, Ed did too. How's that for friendship?
Surely above and beyond, Captain. How great that you shared each other's rich interests.
Yes, indeed. Sadly, I'll close this chapter by telling you that when the time came for me to go to sea again, Ed's wife, Fay, told me that Ed was having constant severe headaches on the left side of his head. He was taking dozens of aspirins a day, but refused to see a doctor. She asked if I would please try to talk Ed into going to the hospital. So I did, and he did. Shortly after I deployed to the Western Pacific again, Ed died of brain cancer. Navy doctors concluded that the POW camp beatings were likely a contributing factor. I reckon that's all the fun with memories I can handle today, Mike.
Sure thing, Captain. Let me just say that I'm very happy that we are doing this project together.
Same here, Mike. It's great to have such an astute, captive audience. And we have a lot of flying to do, too. As Dorothy often said before we chickened out, the best is yet to come. Fly safely. I'll see you at dinner. Shore duty.
Good morning, Captain. Sorry I missed you at dinner last night.
You had me a little worried before you called. The flight lasted longer than you expected?
Yes, I found several strong thermals, so I tried my hand at soaring with the Cub.
Good for you. Piper Cubs made fairly good training gliders during World War II. Army glider pilots were trained in similar airplanes, converted to gliders, by having their engines replaced with weight and a skid in place of landing gear. In fact, their glide ratio was better than the CG-4A troop gliders flown in Europe. So, how'd you do?
Not bad, I guess, for a beginner. The cloud bases were nearly 7,000 feet, and I managed to center several thermals at around 2,000 feet, throttle back to idle, and ride right up to 6,000 feet, climbing at better than 500 feet a minute. It was so much fun, the time whizzed by. It was nearly sunset when the lift died, or I might still be up there.
That's wonderful, Mike. You could have shut down the engine.
I thought about it, but it isn't my airplane, and I was too far from an airfield if the engine didn't restart.
Yes, Sam's a patient man, all right, and he has been extremely generous in leaving his Cub over here for you. but an off-field landing after intentionally shutting down the engine would have been difficult news to deliver.
There's rain in the forecast, so shall we convene on the porch after breakfast and catch up on passing through?
Sounds good. So, where were we, Mike?
September 1960. You had just returned from the Ticonderoga cruise.
Ah, yes, and a new training cycle with new people to prepare for the next cruise.
But weren't you supposed to return to shore duty in VF 121 as an instructor and LSO in time to fly the first Phantoms?
Yes, but the air wing was facing an unusually quick turnaround for another cruise aboard Ticonderoga. Despite my best efforts at training squadron LSOs, I hadn't made myself dispensable. So I agreed to remain for a few more months through the operational readiness inspection off Hawaii. Besides, fleet introduction of the Phantom had been delayed, and I was having fun flying with the F-53, so there was no urgent rush to get back to VF-121.
Were there many new pilots coming into VF-53?
No, that was another good thing. Nearly all the pukin dogs were turning around for the next cruise. The greatest challenge was that VF-51 was transitioning to F-8U Crusaders. Everyone was new to the squadron from the CO down, and early omens were that it was to be the worst squadron I ever knew. The new CO's ensign wingman retracted his landing gear and flaps too soon after takeoff on a hot day in Yuma and settled back onto the runway, sliding off the end on the Crusader's belly at better than 100 knots, so the ensign ejected. At that time, Crusaders did not have ground-level ejection seats, so the pilot came down still in the seat with the chute streaming unopened. When the crash crew and ambulance with several squadron mates arrived on scene, they were astonished to find the pilot standing and taking off his parachute harness. Miraculously, he seemed to be uninjured except for speaking gibberish and not recognizing anyone. Shortly after delivering him to the hospital, however, the ensign died of internal bleeding from a broken pelvis.
Wow, quite a beginning for that CO's command.
It got worse. A few months later, flying back to Ticonderoga, offshore San Diego, one clear afternoon, still over 30 miles away, I saw thick smoke rising from the flight deck. My heart sank with the realization that there had been a crash. It was the CO's second ensign wingman. He had settled far below the glide path, close in. The LSO waved him off, but it was too late. The Crusader struck the round down so low that his main landing gear didn't even get to the flight deck. The Crusader, what was left of it, came to a stop in the arresting gear, with the left wing broken off and the remaining half of the fuselage laying on its left side on fire. Crusaders were largely made of magnesium, which burns like a flare when ignited. So in 3 frames of the 35mm crash film, the upwind right wingtip went from no fire to melt. The crash crew was quick to get the hoses to the scene, but the foam generators malfunctioned for some time before they were able to get the pilot out of the fire, which was so intense it melted the ensign's helmet visor. Though his oxygen mask and Nomex gloves and flight suit did a credible job of protecting him, a burning piece of magnesium penetrated his inside left thigh. Amazingly, 2 days later, Ensign number 2 was taken off the critical list at Balboa Naval Hospital and was well enough to sit up in bed and visit with his squadron mates. But that night, he died of a staph infection.
What a shame. I see you numbered the CO's ensigns, So there's a story about Ensign number 3 coming?
Correct, Mike. Ensign number 3 had a lot of catching up to do before the imminent deployment date, including qualification carrier landings. As was customary, we had the usual Dependence Day cruise, with the wives and parents invited to spend a day at sea serving flight operations. Of course, the best place for an LSO's wife to see carrier landings up close and get an appreciation for hubby's collateral job was with him on the LSO platform.
Wasn't that considered dangerous? Weren't flight deck personnel getting hazardous duty pay?
Yeah, except not for LSOs, since we were already on flight bay. We just took the wives along without asking, and no one said anything about it. On those small World War II vintage carrier decks, the LSO platform was quite close to the landing area, even with the platform extended out over deck edge 60 feet above the ocean. The only escape route off the flight deck was a mesh wire safety net with mattresses below the platform to jump into, leading to a hatch on the deck below. I'd say that our thinking was that if it was okay for LSOs to be there, day and night in weather fair or foul, it seemed worth the risk to have our wives share the experience to gain perspective. Otherwise, I found that mothers raising children tended to see life through kitchen windows with their children's outlook, which sometimes lead to uninformed judgments and unrealistic expectations about the world.
Why not just say bitchy and demanding? Isn't that what you mean, Captain?
I'd rather not be quoted that way, but if you're going to tell this tale as our conversation, then you can quote yourself. Anyhow, back to the LSO platform. It was the usual calm offshore San Diego day with light wind and smooth seas. Everything was going well until the Crusader approaching the ramp suddenly went very low. I immediately triggered the wave-off lights, backed up forcefully on the radio. Even the wives could see that the Crusader was in deep trouble, and they led the way, clearing the platform, jumping into the net and running through the hatch. Fortunately, the Crusader cleared the ramp by inches.
I presume that the pilot was Ensign number 3?
Of course, the CO decided to spice up the Dependence Day cruise by putting up his unqualified and most inexperienced pilot, flying Navy's most demanding carrier airplane, without telling us, because he knew damned well what my response would have been. I gave him hell after the recovery.
A commander CO had to get permission from a lieutenant LSO and then take a lot of disrespect for not doing it?
Not disrespect, Mike. LSOs are key players with the giant responsibility and authority for safe carrier landings, and no one else can do that job for him. The LSO's authority necessarily transcends rank, especially in cases of colossal stupidity which endangers the ship and crew.
That's a pretty heavy load for a junior officer, isn't it?
That's what I liked about it.
What was Aurélie's reaction to the excitement?
Nothing. She didn't mention it, so I let it pass. Aurélie had little interest in the Navy or my flying. She had little appreciation for what I was doing and did not socialize with squadron-wise functions unless they were command performances. At the time, I chalked it up to having her time taken up with raising the kids, and I figured that was just the way it was with women. My mother was the same way about my flying. She persisted in telling everyone I was a bomber pilot until I threatened to tell folks that she was a retired hooker who had worked every whorehouse from Singapore to Calcutta.
I can see how that would do it. So you got through the Hawaii inspection okay, and returned to VF 121?
There was just one more incident to talk about. You remember that the Puke and Dog operations officer?
The aggressive, overconfident, marginally talented pilot with a negative attitude toward LSOs?
That's him. Gib Kirk's carrier landings were too often damn dangerous. One day, after a very close call, I lost my temper and reamed his ass out in the ready room before all, telling him he was going to kill himself. The only time I said anything like that to anyone. I should have grounded him.
Because?
Because later in the cruise, he fulfilled my prophecy one night by hitting the ramp and going over the side, leaving his wife and 6 children behind because of his inflated ego and stubborn defiance.
Surely you didn't blame yourself. You weren't there. And as you've said, the pilot is the one ultimately responsible for flying his aircraft, right?
Mostly correct. Still, I saw it coming. I should have had the guts to prevent it.
How were you affected?
Good question, Mike. Remember the old commander I met in flight training when a classmate was killed, who wept when he recalled all the friends he lost to crashes? Well, that was me. The odd thing is, though, of all the aviation fatalities I was near throughout my career, that was the only loss I took personally. To this day, I choke up recalling that event. For all his shortcomings as an aviator, Gib was a strong leader and a good administrator, which was just what VF-53 pukin' dogs needed in the absence of those qualities in the CO and XO. Gib was a role model and mentor to me. Perhaps the most professionally valuable lesson was how to write clear, brief, and concise Navy messages with spare use of adjectives to emphasize important points. To appear busy in the CAG office between landing recoveries, I took to practice by typing letters home on message forms.
How did Overly respond to that?
No differently than to other letters. Sometimes I wondered if she read them, but there was such a long period between sending and receiving that I usually forgot what I had written. It's hard to connect when the time and distance is so great, and there's little common ground.
Women often save letters from their men. Didn't Orly?
I don't think so. I saved hers to reread periodically until the end of the cruise, and then tossed them. As I said, some of my letters toward the end of cruises were more romantic, but nothing of literary value.
I imagine the Navy message style didn't exactly enhance love letters.
No doubt, Mike. Yet even in Navy format, some of my letters were more flowery, romantic than Orly's.
As you say, she had other dogs to pet?
Yes, I assume so. After all, we didn't have much time together at home. Why should she warm up to me when I was 8,000 miles away for 7 months?
There must have been some quality time between you. Didn't your youngest Sky come along during this shore duty tour?
True. When I came home from work one day, Aurelie simply said, "Guess what? I'm pregnant." The exact same words your mother used in 1955 to announce your happy event. It doesn't take very much quality time to produce pregnancies, does it, Mike?
Touché, Captain. It surely does not.
That is not to say that I did not enjoy being a father. I did. For the time I had, I don't think I was all that bad at it either. Fortunately, the noise level doesn't go up much after 2 kids, partly because of Aurelie's hands-off parenting philosophy. They relied on each other a lot and got along beautifully. In fact, they were so close that when we took them out, they remained tightly together. Once, for example, when we drove up into the mountains to a beautiful panoramic clearing near the woods for a picnic, the 4 of them remained huddled. It was the same joined-at-the-hip behavior at places like the zoo. They truly loved each other, especially David and Christopher. Since the boys were only 10 months apart, and were such close playmates, they were sometimes assumed to be twins. Sky was a wonder, a totally self-sufficient angel from Cloud 9, viewed with admiring awe by her family. Jennifer was distinctly different. My sense of her was that she was directly linked to my mother. From the beginning, Jenny did not see eye to eye with Auralie's relaxed housekeeping habits and tended to be somewhat critical and bossy, a trait which magnified with age. Still, all was amazingly tranquil at the Sousa home, largely attributable to Auralie's philosophy that the prime aspect of parenting was to let your children know that you love them. It's fortunate that it worked for her, because she otherwise had little interest in mundane household tasks like cooking or cleaning. The kids' appearance resembled ragamuffin orphans, and they often had to fend for themselves. One morning I found that Sky, who had only just learned to walk, had climbed a kitchen counter and was reaching to a high cabinet shelf to get a box of cereal down for her breakfast. Obviously, that was not the first time.
Did that bother you much?
No, I wasn't home enough to warrant interference, and I was satisfied that the children were happy and healthy. I had been quickly infused with Navy's management emphasis on results, not the manner in which results were achieved. Give people all the authority needed to carry out their responsibilities.
Your experience as an LSO was a good example of that.
Yes, indeed, and typical of the Navy way from top to bottom.
So now you are back to being a demon flight instructor, an LSO on shore duty in VF-121?
Yes, it was as though I never left the VF-121 pacemakers, often referred to as the space takers, because our aircraft availability was so low. We have a large number of mixed-type aircraft assigned with various modifications. Many were aging cast-offs, which had seen their day at sea and were difficult to maintain. There was also the relaxed attitude that goes with shore duty. During sea duty tours, we busted butt 24 hours a day, so there was a general expectation that the pace ashore was much slower to compensate. Unfortunately, that didn't apply to LSOs in RAG squadrons, which was often a more time-consuming grind than sea duty, with day and night FCLP and regular week-long carrier qualification deployments.
You mentioned FCLP, Field Carrier Landing Practice, before. Please explain it in more detail.
Runway 24 left had a simulated carrier deck outline and lighting 1,500 feet down the runway. The optical landing system was similar to carriers, and the LSO station was equipped with a radio. Pilots made 10 approaches during a 30-minute period, and as I recall, each pilot completed around 10-day and 10-night periods before going to the carrier. It was a very demanding challenge to day and night carrier qualify pilots with less than 50 hours flight time in the Demon or Phantom, especially for retreads, mid-grade and senior pilots returning to sea duty from desk jobs. There had been a great improvement in the night carrier landing accident rate, but many retreads had fearful memories of prior experience in the days when night landings were not fully operational, depending on all-weather missions and pilot experience, which made retreads more difficult to train. On the other hand, the nuggets just out of flight training eagerly accepted the challenge with much better attitudes because they didn't know better.
The power of positive thinking, Captain?
Absolutely. As Skipper Tiger Lewis told us in flight training, no one should be at the controls of an airplane, especially for night carrier landings, unless he would rather fly than eat. Fortunately, there were only a few who had been initially attracted to the glamour, flight pay, or career opportunities who, as they matured, realized the grim realities of the risks. When one demon driver admitted his fears to me, I asked why he had decided to become a naval aviator in the first place. His reply was that he saw that most admirals wore the Navy wings of gold. It worked for him, his ambition overcame fear, and he later made admiral.
I guess you can't argue with success then.
I can. I didn't want to be in the same squadron, much less the same airplane, with an officer focused on promotion as a prime objective, usually at the expense of everyone near him.
Were there many nuggets who washed out in the RAG?
No, it was quite rare. The training command did its job well. Since carrier qualification was the primary and most demanding function of RAG training, the LSOs were the ones to bite the bullet in weeding out those who just couldn't cut it. We were conscientiously ruthless in these rare decisions because we took our responsibility very seriously not to pass along marginal aviators to fleet squadrons. Thankfully, we had very strong backing in those cases, even when prospective COs were grounded.
It seems that night carrier landings required superhuman flying ability.
Not so. Most naval aviators are average pilots. Their attitude and motivation, reinforced by excellent training and high standards, makes the difference.
So how do COs rate pilot ability in evaluations?
As one CO put it to his squadron pilots, no one else does what you do, and if you couldn't get aboard at night, you wouldn't be here. So Navy officer evaluations are based on leadership and management abilities in the performance of collateral duties. A very fair and effective system, I believe, since squadron time is limited and there's only so far to go with flying in a naval officer's career. If all we did was fly, there was little justification for being commissioned officers. Of my 31 years, only 15 were in the cockpit of operational airplanes. Still, I had more squadron time than most, since being an LSO kept me from the dreaded shipboard and staff tour assignments.
But didn't being an LSO 8 years make you a one-trick pony in Navy's eyes?
That was a commonly held view, but who knows? I like the way a personnel detailer put it in responding to a question about preferred career patterns. There are no good or bad jobs for junior officers. There are only good or bad fitness reports. So I just focused on being the best LSO I could be. It worked for me. Ron Hess, Tony Winslow, and I were a damned outstanding LSO team in VF 121, thankfully with 0 accidents in 3 years of constant carrier qualification operations with Demon and Phantom newbies. We averaged going aboard every other month for week-long landing qualification deployments, and we maintained day and night landing currency ourselves. The skipper, flight surgeon, and I were the first in the squadron to day-night carrier qualify in Phantoms. Besides LSO, I had 2 other demanding collateral duties. As the schedules officer, I was responsible for producing and implementing the daily flight schedule, complicated by individual pilot and RIO training requirements in 3 different type aircraft, as well as adjusting to aircraft and instructor availability. I was also the squadron coffee mess treasurer, which sounds pretty mundane. However, we did $1,200 a week in drinks and sandwiches until the Navy exchange folks complained about the competition and reined me in. As with many aspects of my life, I can't figure how I was fortunate enough to get through that time successfully and happily.
What did you think of the Phantom?
If higher and faster is an aviator's quest, the F-4 was the dream come true, especially for us old demon drivers. In little more time than it took for a demon to get off the ground, the Phantom could be at 40,000 feet. The airspeed advanced steadily like the second hand of a watch, all the way up to the 1,500 miles per hour limit. The speed limiting factor was high engine inlet air temperature, resulting from the shock wave compression. So, for the Mach 2.4 speed record, water was sprayed into the air inlets. Phantom set world altitude and speed records from sea level to over 100,000 feet. No operational airplane today flies higher or faster. Plus, F-4s were by far the highest quality airplane I ever flew. It was truly a Rolls-Royce class machine in every respect. What a thrill it was to pick up brand new F-4s at the McDonnell factory in St. Louis, where we were treated like VIPs with factory tours, including the Mercury capsule assembly area and first-class receptions, and then blast off in Afterburner for a test flight at a civilian airport with Mr. and Mrs. America watching.
Exciting business. You got paid for that too. What was it like to fly Phantoms?
Fighter pilots say speed is life, as is altitude advantage in aerial combat. But you know from riding the airlines that 40,000 feet at just under Mach 1 can be pretty boring. Though I could never understand those at window seats who close their shades so they can just read or sleep through the experience. Personally, I always enjoyed the view from any altitude. Same with speed, whether 40 knots or Mach 2. There isn't much sensation unless you're close to the ground or a cloud layer. Even then, you're quickly conditioned to speed. Truth is, fighters are nearly always flown in the same speed and altitude ranges as airliners, because fuel consumption is extremely high in Afterburner, and because window-shattering supersonic booms are illegal in most land areas. Having said all that, however, I'll give you a more complete and positive answer by describing our graduation flight in Phantoms, the zoom climb to maximum altitude, for which we wore pressure suits. The adventure began with being fitted out for the suits and testing them in the pressure chamber. These were the same type single-piece full-pressure suits worn by the Mercury astronauts. Donning the suit required putting your legs and hips into the bottom half through a zippered opening diagonally across the front torso, and then curling up in the fetal position to get your arms in the sleeves and your head inside and up through the helmet ring attachment. Next, the gloves and boots were pulled on and zippered up to the suit to form a pressure seal. Finally, the individually fitted helmet went on your head and attached to the collar ring, which was on ball bearings, allowing the helmet to be freely turned from side to side. Oxygen was fed into the helmet through a regulator, which also sealed the faceplate and directed flow across the inside of the faceplate to keep it from fogging up. A system of external cables and pulleys on the suit kept your arms and legs from splaying out like a gingerbread man with the suit fully pressurized. To keep the suit bearable on the ground, a small portable suitcase-sized air conditioning unit was carried until you strapped into the cockpit. Then came the live test of me in the suit in a special telephone booth-sized section of the pressure chamber to simulate an altitude of over 80,000 feet. A flight surgeon monitored the test from the outside through a thick 3-inch diameter viewing port. I sat on a small chair with nothing to do as the chamber pressure was reduced. The only item with me was a glass of water on a corner shelf for demonstration purposes. There was a small pressure gauge on the top left thigh of the suit, which read 3.5 pounds in the green with the suit fully pressurized. Although you'd think 3.5 pounds pressure was trivial, I assure you it was enough to stretch every inch of the suit drum tight, to the point of concern for whoever stitched this thing together. Even in a booth-sized chamber, the altitude ascent seemed to take forever. Then I noticed the reflection of my face on the inside of the faceplate, watched my eyes blink back at me, and feel my exhaled breath blow back in my face. The only sound was the soft psh of oxygen flow. I watched the water in the glass slowly coming to life with little jiggles, and contemplated the fact that as altitude increases, the boiling temperature of fluids, including blood, decreases. I looked back at the suit pressure and into my blinking eyes as my blowback breath seems more exaggerated. The water now shows signs of boiling, and I reflected on the reason for wearing pressure suits at high altitudes. Without the suit or cabin pressure, blood boils and I die. I checked the suit pressure again. It's still in the green, but the suit fabric seems extremely taut. I looked into my face reflection, watched my eyes blink, and felt my breath. The water was boiling now. I realized that even though I have never before experienced any symptoms of claustrophobia, I will now appreciate what it is like for the rest of my life. Bless the Navy's penchant for developing torture devices. Finally, it was over. The altitude descended as the chamber pressure increased rapidly. The suit and I survived. The next test would be for real in the zoom climb.
You've got my hands sweating from the chamber, Captain. I'm not sure I can handle the flight.
Strange that my most vivid memories of stress in aviation were created on the ground by the flight surgeons. So the flights weren't bad at all, mostly because there were more important things to do than watch your eyes blink. Once I donned the suit and was helped into the cockpit, I felt comfortable and at home. Although turning the helmet and looking down seemed awkward at first, I quickly fell into the routine of bringing the Phantom to life and completing the takeoff checklist. The flight profile was to climb to about 40,000 feet, where the air temp was lowest, as I recall around 60 below, and accelerate to Mach 2. As I said, there is no particular sensation of speed. However, there was a tendency to squish down into the seat and hope something didn't depart the airplane. There was good reason for that concern. For one thing, phantom wing and tail trailing edges were a sandwich of foil honeycomb material between aluminum outer sheets. At altitude, moisture trapped in the honeycomb would sometimes freeze, expand, and break away large chunks of wing or tail trailing surfaces. Fortunately, the loss was not noticeable in flight. Another, more noticeable event while accelerating at supersonic speed was the movement of the engine air inlet ramps. Briefly, the purpose of the ramp's movement was to position the shock wave on the forward edge of the engine air inlet ducts on both sides, just aft of the front seat. As airplanes accelerate at supersonic speeds, the shock wave angle becomes less acute. Phantom's ramps functioned outward from the fuselage to compensate for the changing shock wave angle. The necessity for this was that airflow behind the shock wave was subsonic, which is required at the engine. Otherwise, supersonic air into the engine would destroy it in a rather dramatic way. The thing about the phantom ramps was that they tended to stick. They would really get your attention when they abruptly unstuck, and it was not clear to the pilot what had happened. Another consideration for scooching down in our seats was the very dramatic slow-motion 35mm film of a phantom coming apart, attempting to set the low-altitude speed record in Operation Sageburner. Since phantoms were aerodynamically unstable, they had a stability augmentation system. Normally, phantoms flew okay with stab-aug off, so the Sageburner pilot elected to attempt the record with system inoperative. Bad decision. As I recall, the pilot entered the course at well over 600 knots indicated airspeed. In just a few close-up frames, the Phantom pitched slightly nose down and then nose up, whereupon both wings folded over the top and both engines departed the airplane side by side and continued down course straight and level, while the fuselage disintegrated in a ball of fire.
Wow, that somewhat detracts from the speed is life adage, doesn't it, Captain?
When you push the envelope that far, bad stuff can happen. That's the difference from flying airliners, though bus drivers do get occasional thrills as well, don't they? So, back to the zoom climb. The profile after accelerating to Mach 2 was to pull the nose up with 3 to 4 Gs into a vertical climb, then just ride it up as far as possible. An aerodynamic note appropriate to this and the Sageburner story is that a supersonic wing will not stall. For that reason, Phantoms had artificial feel applied to the stick in supersonic flight, and it took both hands pulling hard to get 3 Gs at Mach 2. I'll digress again now to tell the story of setting the altitude record as I heard it from the pilot Tiny Granning. As you might expect, Tiny was a big man who had been an All-American lineman on the Naval Academy football team. Tiny said the engineers were concerned about an expected enlarged engine afterburner flame pattern damaging the stabilator at high altitude, so they limited the amount of forward control stick movement. The engineers also told Tiny that because the limited controls would be relatively ineffective at slow speed and high altitude, he would have to start getting the nose over early. As told, Tiny started the nose over early, which worked okay, except that the nose just kept going and the Phantom pitch-poled end over end from 98,000 feet to 35,000 feet, where he was able to recover from a normal departure. He went on in later flights to set the record at over 100,000 feet.
Did that qualify Tiny as an astronaut then?
I hope so, but I don't know if that happened in Tiny's case. If you read books like The Right Stuff, you recall that in the beginning of the competing space programs, there was some distance between the test pilot and astronaut communities. But back to the zoom climb experience. Pulling the nose of an airplane straight up and keeping it there is a unique experience anytime. But passing 75,000 feet, heading for space in a pressure suit, is a special thrill. The sky turns a deeper shade of blue until it begins to lose all color and becomes black. The Earth takes on a glow from its atmosphere, and the curvature of the horizon becomes more and more apparent. Things are happening in the cockpit, too. The engineers didn't figure on the lack of oxygen at 65,000 feet, causing the afterburners to blow out. Therefore, it was unnecessary to limit forward control stick movement. On the other hand, the engineers were correct about the engines overspeeding and overtemping at the top, and had reduced idle fuel flow to gain more engine time for the record attempts.
What altitude did you reach on these training flights?
I don't know. Pressure altimeters are unreliable at those heights, so unless there's calibrated ground tracking radar, it's a guess. My guess is that we probably topped out under 90,000. Oddly, it didn't much matter to us. I don't even recall looking at the altimeter. It was more important to monitor engine gauges and observe the spectacular skyscape. In fact, there really was no realistic operational necessity for pressure suits or the zoom climb, and I think the exercise was eventually dropped. The important thing was that it was an incredible experience, and I'm glad I was flying Phantoms in the era that did it.
How many times did you go?
Just once in the front seat, but I rode along in the back seat as an instructor several times.
Weren't you inspired to get into the space program?
I did make a feeble attempt to get into the astronaut program, but with 5 kids, being over 6 feet tall, not a test pilot, and with just a BA degree in psychology, there was zero opportunity for me in those days. Later, when they picked guys like me, I was over age.
How much F4 backseat time did you have, and how did you feel about it and the RIOs you flew with?
1/4 of my flight time in VF121 F4s was in the back seat, but I did not mind paying my dues for the front seat time. Remember, I initially trained as bombardier navigator in AJs, so I understood the crew perspective. As you know, I had mixed feelings about the need for F4 RIOs in our interceptor mission. I believe that bombardier navigators played a role as necessary as the pilots in the AJ mission. I flew with many Phantom RIOs, rarely the same one twice, but I remember only a few. It's not that I disliked having them aboard. It was simply that they were out of sight, out of mind, and I just forgot anyone else was in the airplane. They might as well have been surface-based intercept controllers. I might have felt differently if I had flown with a regularly assigned RIO, and we were in the same space like the 3-man crew in AJs, or the side-by-side seat arrangement of the F3D Druts.
Were there other aspects of flying Phantoms that impressed you initially?
In-flight refueling comes to mind. Plugging a probe into a small basket on the end of a short waving hose close into another airplane was challenging in any airplane, more so with Phantoms. F4s were 3 times heavier than the then current light attack A4 Skyhawks. At 220 knots refueling speed, the controls were relatively sloppy and unresponsive, a factor which made Phantoms poor close formation airplanes and cause for both the Blue Angels and Thunderbirds to stop using them. Also, the F4 refueling probe was above to the right and only slightly forward of the pilot in his peripheral vision, and well behind the bow wave of the airflow at the nose. The procedure was to stabilize position 10 or 15 feet back with the probe lined up slightly above and to the right of the basket, then increase closing speed to the rate of a fast walk. As the basket passed the nose bow wave, it hopefully moved up and out the distance allowed to plug in. After plug-in, the hose was pushed in until the tanker's green fuel transfer light came on, and then backed off when transfer was complete. That's when all went well. However, there were several complicating factors. If the closure rate to the basket was too slow, the likely result was unsuccessfully trying to chase the waving basket and having to back off to start over. On the other hand, if the closure speed to the basket was too fast, it was possible for the probe to hit the basket off-center and flip it off, sometimes across the canopy, breaking it out, or else possibly going down the right engine intake. Another possible consequence of a fast closure rate was getting too close to the tanker and getting sucked into its slipstream. In that case, exacerbated by sloppy controls and high weight inertia, pilot-induced oscillation, PIO, might be induced, and in the effort to avoid collision with the tanker, might result in breaking away with the basket and hose connected to the Phantom instead of the tanker. It's an embarrassing experience to land with 80 feet of hose attached or with no canopy.
Did you have any of those experiences, Captain?
All of them except for landing with a busted canopy or a hose. My worst time was one night when I closed too fast, plugged in and flew into the tanker's slipstream. By the time I was able to slow down, back off, and safely get away, I had induced PIO so badly that I hit the stops with the control stick nose down as well as nose up. I was especially embarrassed to have the air wing flight surgeon in the back seat, but bless his heart, he didn't say a word about it. Al Balciunas certainly earned his flight pay that night. Later, he was also to earn hostile fire pay with me, but we'll get to that.
At least you remember his name.
Oh yes, better than any other RIO, for more reasons we'll get to. But that's all I have to say about VF-121. It was a good, enjoyable, rewarding, exciting, and successful tour.
There couldn't have been much time left for being a husband and father, or for hobbies.
No, but as I recall, what there was of it was quality time. The kids were great, and Aurelie and I got along well. We continued with playing folk music, coffee houses, and folk festivals, as well as weekend family outings for picnics, trips to the mountains, Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, and weekend afternoons at the model yacht basin. I had one notable accomplishment with model boats. The Argonauts got interested in pure speed, so a member designed and built a photocell timer for calculating straightaway speed on a measured 1/8 mile straightaway course on our model yacht basin. Two-way averages were used to establish club speed records in various classes. My special interest was in the full-size, unlimited class, 3-point hydroplane types, the fastest in all boat racing competition. The challenge with hydroplanes was that they virtually flew and were very unstable. Powered by 1,200 plus horsepower V12 aircraft engines, their hulls were airfoils, which actually lifted them just off the surface with only the lower blade of the propeller in the water as the sponsons skipped the tops of waves to add lateral stability, which was easily upset, especially in turns, by combinations of winds, waves, and the wakes of other boats. It was not uncommon for hydroplanes to roll or flip end over end, with fatal results to their drivers. The effects of wind and waves on small model boats were of course far more magnified. Consequently, no one had successfully modeled a hydroplane which would fly like the real thing.
So that's where you came in to develop an RC model hydroplane that could fly. How'd you do it?
I found a detailed article with the plans of a shovel nose, Miss Budweiser, as well as a Naval Research Lab article on supercavitating propellers developed for submerged submarines. The plans had all the information I needed, including center of gravity location and sponson angles. It took 3 months to design it, but only 2 weeks to build it. Since it was meant to be experimental, the model wasn't pretty. The hull didn't look much like the original, and everything about it was homemade and crude. But the hull airfoil sponson angles and CG were correct. The hull was only 32 inches long, 14 inches beam, and made of 1/16 and 1/8 inch aircraft plywood. It was well overpowered by a McCoy 60 model race car engine, run at over 13,000 revolutions per minute, adapted to this marine application with a homemade flywheel, exhaust pipe, throttle, drive shaft, propeller, and rudder. The radio controls were primitive, even by 60 standards, but by golly, it flew just like the real thing, right off the building board. It handled beautifully, and I never had to change anything about it. What a thrill to see it come up on the step, hauling butt down the course with a 2-foot rooster tail behind. In 2 years of running it, the only mishaps resulted from radio failures, wave action, or high winds. Several times it flipped or swapped ends, but it proved to be indestructible.
So how fast did it go?
Well, I assure you it looked and sounded a whole lot faster than it was actually going, though the two-way average was just under 40 miles an hour. Still, it set the sanctioned Western Associated Modelers, WAM, unlimited speed record. Since WAM was the only official sanctioning organization for RC boat speed records, and I was in the top class, mine was in fact a world record for all RC boats, which remained unbroken for nearly 3 years.
How exciting! How did you follow that act?
I didn't. That was my last operating RC boat, and I retired from it.
Once you've proved you can do it, move on, as Ron Hess said, Captain.
Partly so, but radios were improving enough to entice me back to model airplanes. Plus, the time flew by at phantom speed, and it was soon 1963, nearly time to go back to sea and to war. Model building was going on the back burner for a long while. A good place to end this chapter, I think. Let's start again after lunch, if you're up for it.
Let's do it.
Vietnam, 1964.
Inside or out this morning, Captain?
Looks like the lodge is setting up for a function in the lobby, Mike. Let's go outside. Fewer interruptions, though we may have to dodge showers later.
I'll get an umbrella and meet you out there, okay?
Sure, but I think you're just avoiding a race against my wheelchair. You would have an unfair advantage, but I may still beat you there.
Let's see, Captain. It's 1963. Sea duty and another LSO tour is looming again. Wasn't that a brief shore tour?
In a way it was. My time in VF 121 before the Ticonderoga cruise initially counted as sea duty, but then Navy changed its mind and said it was shore duty. So all my time in VF 121, before and after the Ticonderoga cruise, ended up being considered shore duty. As the recruiter said, if you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have joined up.
You did your time in the barrel as an LSO. Couldn't you have hung it up at that point?
Yes, but then I would likely have been assigned to a non-flying shipboard or staff job, since I'd had more than my share of operational flying. Either way, I was going back to sea duty. Another tour as CAG LSO was a sure thing for a cruise flying Phantoms.
With all your volunteer time at sea, wasn't Arlie a bit discouraged with Navy life?
Back to Aurelia again? Okay, let me get this said, Mike. Aurelia fulfilled her plan to have 4 kids and needed financial support in that endeavor. She surely understood my drive to fly, and she knew it wouldn't change the course of events if she complained about it now, for I had few options in civilian life. The airlines weren't hiring. Even if they were, I was pushing their hiring age limit. Plus, my eyesight was marginal, and there was my history of high blood pressure. Besides, the challenge of Navy flying had squelched whatever ambition I once had to fly a bus, where there was also lots of family separation, just in shorter periods. Other opportunities in the civilian job market were very limited for an ex-fighter pilot with a BA in psychology. Aureli's BA and thin work experience wouldn't help us much either. Now, with 4 kids to feed, plus child support payments, there were no attractive alternatives. Aureli had locked in her career choice too. I was doing what I knew and liked best. Navy pay and benefits were excellent, and as my father often reminded me, the U.S. government would be the last to go bankrupt.
You were stuck in the Navy then.
I was slightly hemmed in, but only by my own choices, knowing I wouldn't be as successful or happy doing something else, including other flying jobs. Frequent moves were just below family separation, given as a reason for leaving the service. There had been no disruptive family moves for us. 7 years in San Diego, and 3 more coming up, was an unusually long time in the service or civilian jobs to be stationed in one place, especially one as desirable as San Diego. Aureli and I had much to be thankful for.
What about Ron Hess's advice to move on when you've proved you can do it? You had made 4 deployments in 5 years, and we're now facing more of the same.
I did feel that twinge, Mike. I had completed a full seashore cycle and fulfilled obligated service. The future would be repetitious. Even flying Phantoms wasn't much different than what I had done before, nor was there anything to prove as an LSO. But I had no career ambitions beyond flying. I had no wish to drive ships nor longing for admiral stars. Except for dreams of sailing the Atlantic and writing the great American novel, which would not feed a family, I had nothing to move on to just then, and I was quite happy with what I was doing. Another important consideration was that I was 8 years toward 20-year retirement eligibility. At age 44, the kids would be nearly grown, so I could sail and write then.
Okay, Captain, now I have the picture. Sorry if I focused on it too much.
Not at all. That period was a decisive now or never career fork in the road for me, though I didn't have much time to dwell on it. I had orders in hand to report next door to CAG-14 staff as the Air Wing LSO to fly with VF-142. Phantom squadrons were too space-consuming for the small World War II carriers, so we were assigned to USS Constellation, one of the new huge 1,000-foot supercarriers.
At least you were going to a normal-sized fleet squadron. Wasn't VF-142 an improvement over VF-121 in that respect?
Yes, in all respects. Plus, I felt very welcomed by VF-142. An added factor was that the companion Phantom squadron was VF-143, the world-famous Pukin dogs.
Wouldn't you rather have gone back to flying with the Pukin dogs?
It didn't much matter. I knew all the crews in both squadrons as their instructor and LSO in VF-121. The transition couldn't have been easier.
But with 2 crew members in Phantoms, there were now twice as many officers in the ready room than in VF-53, right?
Good point. Phantom squadrons then had 14 crews assigned, plus several ground officers. 30 officers is a crowd in a ready room, and there was a subtle distance between pilots and RIOs, so naturally there was a bit less camaraderie. I am not implying that there was abnormal friction. There was not. Flying off carriers is serious business, which levels the playing field for all those engaged, whatever seat they fly in or their rank. There was no room for petty distractions. After all, Mike, Navy is not a flying club or a state legal agency. That aside, since we already talked a lot about the personalities in VF-53 and adventures ashore, overseas, I'll go forward focusing more on personal high points and overviews of my 11 years during Vietnam. I will not attempt a historical document. Truth is, it's now difficult for me to sort out the details or chronology of events through 5 flying Vietnam deployments from 1964 through 1971. Those cruises tend to run together in memory now. My cruise book collection, which was my best reminder, with photos, names, and dates, was washed away by Hurricane Ivan in 2004, so I'll leave the historical details to other sources. Hopefully, my personal adventures will hold your attention. If not, I trust you to push me on, Mike.
Okay, push on now, Captain. Let's go to war.
All right, Mike. However, as some said, it wasn't much of a war, but it was the only one we had. You were there when it started with the August 1964 Gulf of Tonkin incident, weren't you? Yes, I was at the GOT incident, but fighting began before that. Like the American Indians who had been busy scalping each other long before the Europeans' arrival in the New World, the brutality in Southeast Asia preceded us by centuries. Before us in Vietnam in the 20th century were the Chinese, Japs, and French. However, our carrier navy wasn't strangers there either. We attacked Jap shipping in Saigon Harbor in January 1945 and had since maintained a carrier presence in the South China Sea. The French army, in another of their consistent string of defeats, was driven out of Vietnam at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, opening the way to continuation of a 30-year civil war, ending in 1975, despite the Geneva Agreements of 1954, which partitioned North and South Vietnam with a demilitarized zone, DMZ, on the 17th parallel. President Ike Eisenhower apparently believed that it was in our national interest to take up the cause against the revolutionary spread of communism by drawing a line in the sand, as was done in Korea. There was obvious truth in the so-called domino theory. China was sponsoring expansion of communism by forceful revolution throughout Southeast Asia. If successful, self-disarmed Japan would ironically end up standing alone in the Western Pacific as our only ally. However, they too would eventually have had little political or economic choice other than submission to communist domination. Accordingly, U.S. military arms and advisors were assigned to South Vietnam forces, and we became increasingly engaged in direct action against the Viet Cong. Truth be known, we had little altruistic motivation to save the South Vietnamese, as was propagandized at home. Strategically, coastal Vietnam was a convenient place to fight communism from carriers and bases in the Philippines, Okinawa, and Guam, without the bitter Korean winters. Naval air action preceded the GOT incident with soft escalation in Laos, a pacifist nation with an ineffective Buddhist government which gave rein to the Pathet Lao communist rebels under the direction of North Vietnam to secure the Ho Chi Minh Trail supply line from north to south. Naval Air initially supported CIA-assisted guerrilla activities against the Pathet Lao by flying unescorted photo missions over the Plain des Jars in north-central Laos, which were regularly shot at, finally downing an F-8 Crusader. So our first Phantom missions were to escort the photo planes for no practical purpose other than to report shootdowns, for we had no bombs or guns to retaliate with, nor the loiter time ability to support rescue missions. Obviously, the strategy had not been thought through and only succeeded in presenting more targets to the anti-aircraft guns.
Those were your first combat missions, Captain.
They were not considered combat missions since there was no formally declared hostility. There was a request through higher command to activate hostile fire pay, but there was no response from Washington. Nevertheless, some prospective heroes were anxiously contemplating career-enhancing ribbons and medals.
So tell me about the infamous August 1964 Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Constellation had been in port in the Philippines for 10 days in July and then sailed on to Hong Kong. As was usual on Hong Kong port calls, we sent an advanced liaison group to make hotel reservations and reception arrangements for the first evening at the Hong Kong Hilton, with invitations to the dignitaries and staff. Since Constellation anchored out in the Typhoon Shelter, a 30-minute boat ride away from downtown, squadrons also reserved hotel suites for rest stops, shopping goods storage, and rendezvous. Many of us took leave to stay ashore to avoid the boat rides. My good pal Ed Fitch, whom you'll recall gave me his mandolin, had a British girlfriend there. Overcoming considerable resistance, we persuaded her to invite 2 Australian girls we had not met to a party at the squadron suite. Australia was highly grateful to the U.S. Navy for saving their butts from Jap invasion in World War II, and the women had a reputation for being sexually aggressive. Australian men, on the other hand, had the reputation for being somewhat rough and crude. So we expected a warm welcome from Australian ladies. But when these 2 big, hard-drinking, and aggressive Australian ladies appeared, my fellow aviators scurried off for cover. So, out of a sense of responsibility for the girls' embarrassment, I was being hospitable to them when the message came that there was an emergency recall to the ship for all hands. We were to sortie to the Gulf, where the destroyer Maddox was attacked with torpedoes launched by North Vietnamese PT boats on the night of August 2nd. The F-53, then flying F-8 Crusaders aboard Ticonderoga, claimed to have sunk one of the PT boats with strafing runs. Nearly everyone had left the suite as I was taking my leave of the young ladies, when further word came that we didn't have to return to the ship until the next morning. Since one of the ladies was then strongly determined, and I was suddenly without an escape, afterward, she asked if I thought she had been too aggressive. I sincerely assured her that she had not, for no young, innocent samurai fighter pilot was ever sent off to war in finer fashion.
Off to the war then, you scoundrel.
How about that? A lawyer, of all people, one who was surely no lily of the valley, now pointing the scheming finger of scorn at me? You ain't got no couth at all, Mike. Anyhow, we were steaming for the Gulf on the night of August 4th, as Maddox, joined by another destroyer, Turner Joy, picked up 5 high-speed surface radar contacts, making torpedo runs which missed their targets. 2 A-1 Sky Raiders from Ticonderoga attempted to provide air cover, but were unable to gain visual contact with the PT boats. I went to the Combat Information Center to listen to the radio transmissions from the attacked destroyers describing the events. Despite claims by conspiracy screwballs like Admiral Stockdale that the strike was a hoax staged by the administration to justify retaliatory strikes, there was no doubt for me or other participants that it was for real. We launched F-4s after the event to cover the destroyers, but no PT boats were detected. Because of the extreme circumstances, I had the LSO duty, so I missed the fun of chasing around at low altitude that night.
Considering nighttime and bad weather with aviators on their first combat mission who hadn't flown in weeks, the recovery landings must have been highly challenging.
It was indeed a circus, with some very colorful passes and wild wave-offs, which summed up and justified my years as an LSO.
So Phantoms were the airplane of choice for night attack missions against boats, despite its lack of guns or a bombing capability? What did you shoot with?
Unguided rockets were more effective than bombs or guns in close against small, fast boats, though we had almost no experience firing them in the day, none at night. The Phantom's greatest advantage before the deployment of A-6 intruders with their specialized all-weather attack capability was our excellent radar system operated by an RIO, allowing the pilot to focus on flying the airplane in all-weather combat conditions. We had only partially learned from the Japs that we had to be able to fight at night and in adverse weather conditions.
What happened next?
President Johnson announced retaliatory strikes by aircraft from Ticonderoga and Constellation against PT boat bases, saying, "We seek no wider war." Since Johnson's announcement was made before we launched the strikes, the North Vietnamese were waiting for us. The strikes damaged the bases and destroyed or damaged 25 PT boats, half their forces. Ray Alvarez ejected from his damaged A-4 Skyhawk and became the first and longest-held POW of the war, imprisoned in Hanoi for nearly 9 years.
Sounds like Navy got off to a fairly good start with coordinated strikes.
Our success had more to do with the enemy's lack of marksmanship. We were in no way prepared for coordinated attacks with a large number and variety of airplanes in a conventional war. Despite the Korean War experience, Air Force and Navy were primarily armed and trained for a doomsday all-out nuclear war with the USSR and China, with a variety of specialized single-airplane nuclear weapon delivery missions following behind ICBMs. The Marines still train for conventional ground attack in close support of troops, but were not deployed aboard aircraft carriers or used for strikes against North Vietnam. So Navy was conducting on-the-job training. When asked if Phantoms could carry bombs, we had to shrug our shoulders, the reservist salute, we called it. Soon, however, special teams from weapons development squadrons were sent to show us how to reconfigure Phantoms to carry bombs. We had no notion of what mill leads to use in our old-fashioned iron sights, but we quickly discovered the benefit of having RIOs call out airspeed, dive angle, and altitude, while also keeping an alert lookout for other aircraft. CHAG-14 was composed of 4 different types combat aircraft: prop-driven low-slow A-1 Sky Raiders, A-3 Sky Warriors, high-altitude heavy-attack twin-engine strategic nuclear bombers, A-4 Skyhawks, fast and agile light attack airplanes designed to carry a single nuke without radar or all-weather capability, and F-4 Phantoms, all-weather Mach 2 interceptors which had not dropped bombs. Therefore, the challenges to coordinate strikes with that mix of aircraft were differentials in airspeed and altitude, bomb delivery techniques, and a lack of training for conventional warfare. For example, the night before my first scheduled mission, we assembled in Ready Room 6 with the CO of the Sky Raider Squadron, a good choice for flight leader, we thought, since he was the only aviator aboard with Korea combat experience. But hope sank when the CO asked our Phantom flight leader, "What do you think we should do?" The plan's accommodation of the various speed and altitude differentials, believe it or not, was to rendezvous the strike force in a circle near the target, thereby sacrificing the element of surprise and extending our exposure. Surely this would be an excellent training exercise for North Vietnamese anti-aircraft gunners.
Did you have a better idea?
No one did, though we reassembled 3 times throughout the night to try to come up with a better plan. We understood that it would have been far more sensible and effective to attack with 8 A4s, but our flight composition had been decided by higher authority, who apparently wanted to make a maximum effort air-wing air show of it, regardless of the pitfalls. Finally, we went to bed with Plan C, which was little different from Plan A, so it was just as well that McNamara's Pentagon whiz kids canceled the mission shortly before launch time. So it went for 52 days on the line, planning and loading for missions, only to have them canceled by Washington at the last minute, whereupon we downloaded the bombs and flew training missions. Connie's CO, Captain Bardchar's term for these frustrating exercises, was tactical masturbation, and he warned that steaming in circles risked putting Connie high and dry on our own coffee grounds.
When did you finally fly your first combat missions? And what were your feelings?
Oddly, Mike, I cannot give you a clear answer to that question. My only written documentation is my flight logbook, which was maintained by Ops Department yeomen. Navy pilot logbooks have a narrow column headed "Kind of Flight Code" for each flight. There was a number for condition of flight, followed by a letter for purpose of flight, then another number for type of flight, including one for not specified elsewhere. For example, LL recorded 1 for daylight visual, A for unit training, and 1 for fundamentals. For months, there was a degree of question, indecision, and confusion about how to correctly log the various missions. Were we in a state of conflict or war in South Vietnam, North Vietnam, or Laos? How were combat flights defined? Were missions flown entirely over the Gulf, well away from opposition, to be considered combat missions? For example, many Phantom missions were Combat Air Patrol, CAP missions, flown entirely over the Gulf out of harm's way between the carrier and Chinese bases on Hainan Island to our east and mainland China bases to the north, as well as North Vietnam bases to our west. These patrol missions were generally flown in racetrack patterns at low speed to save fuel. Doesn't sound much like combat compared to hauling bombs over well-defended land targets, does it? Therefore, my early missions were logged as 1Q5, not elsewhere specified. And so, odd as it may seem, I don't specifically recall them now. We always assumed we were being shot at flying over land, so you could say that my first missions were escorting the photo recce flights over Laos, where there was a heightened sense of danger, but little cause for much concern. From the air, there was no visible threat, just a few roads and small villages in a vast expanse of jungle. Aeronautical charts had large blank areas in the mountains, which had never been surveyed. As ancient as civilization was in Laos, it had remained primitive and remote, and appeared quite tranquil.
Did you consider keeping a diary?
No, and I don't know anyone that did. We were far too busy to even take much time for letters home. Anyhow, a diary would have been repetitious and of little value. One reason veterans don't talk a lot is that there's not much to say that anyone cares to hear. Kind of like what is said about flying in general, 99% boredom and 1% sheer horror. Suffice to remind you of what the flight surgeons who wired us up learned. We experienced the greatest stress during night carrier landings.
It does indeed say a lot about night carrier landings for them to rate over getting shot at.
But to a degree, I believe the studies compared apples to oranges. Physical tension versus psychological anxiety. During night landing approaches, pilots experienced physical stress, but were in command of their fate in a relatively routine, controlled situation where they had confidence in themselves and the environment. Carrier landing accidents had become rare. Plus, carrier approaches lasted less than a minute and become instant history. I submit that the more important finding of the studies was that pilot anxiety peaked between flights. Getting shot at by scores of effective cannons and missiles manned by well-trained, experienced, and highly motivated gunners doing their utmost best to kill us had little effect on pilot performance during a mission, but became a serious matter which stuck with us afterward. As the war heated up and losses mounted, air crews became reclusive. According to the study, 75% of the pilots believed they would not survive the cruise. That is a truly startling statistic if accurate. As I recall, the highest pilot loss rate for an air wing during a Vietnam cruise was 15%, a significant number for sure, but one which I think made the flight surgeon's conclusion questionable. It's difficult for me to imagine such pessimism by an aviator, and I believe it is doubtful that pilots would make such an admission to an authority who might ground him on the spot.
Really? A flight surgeon would do that?
Yes, indeed. Example, a fellow demon driver in VF-53 who survived a night cat shot into the water when his engine rolled back, was asked by our flight surgeon if he trusted demons. His understandable answer was no, and for that he was permanently grounded and transferred, though he was only along for the short ride and was in no way at fault. For all flyers, civilian as well as military, doctors are a constant threat, and there is nothing to gain by trusting one with personal information.
Amazingly counterproductive, it seems. And tell me more about what life was like from your perspective during those line periods. You say that you were busy?
Generally, there were 2 carriers on Yankee Station, alternating 12-hour periods of flight operations. One carrier conducted flight ops from noon to midnight, and the other carrier from midnight to noon. The schedule was swapped every 2 weeks, and line periods often lasted over 50 days. Think about what it does to your daily routine to get up for breakfast at 11 p.m., go flying in the middle of the night, dinner at noon, and back to bed early afternoon. After 2 weeks, then switched to the noon to midnight flight schedule. During flight ops, there were launches every hour and a half, followed by recovery of the prior launch. Each squadron generally scheduled 4 airplanes each launch, plus a man spare in the event of a maintenance problem with a GO airplane. 8 launches for a total of 32 missions per squadron meant the 14 air crews were involved in briefing or flying 30 missions a day, plus manning 2 condition alert phantoms for 2-hour watches in the cockpit on a catapult during non-flying hours. Also consider that carriers were often at flight quarters 20 hours a day. In a staff study I was tasked with by CAG, I found that pilots were averaging 12.5 hours a day briefing, manning, flying, debriefing, or standing alert watches spread out over 24 hours for up to 50-day line periods. Plus, there were those all-important and demanding collateral duties which left little time for eating, sleeping, showers, etc.
I understand why VF-142 was glad to have you for their flight schedule. There doesn't seem to have been much time for reclusive depression, though.
Periods of reflecting on the dangers mostly followed publication of the squadron flight schedule for the next day, when we located our targets in the intelligence spaces on large slide-out panel wall maps with thousands of colored pins to indicate known AAA and SAM site locations. There were usually so many pins clustered around a target that it was impossible to discern the map beneath. Supplemental aerial photos were used to identify targets and plan how best to get in and out. However, there was no way to avoid the barrage fire over targets except to minimize the time flown through them by making simultaneous single-pass bombing runs. There is nowhere in the world darker than an unlit steel stateroom to contemplate the dangers of the next mission while trying to sleep through the continuing ship noises of aircraft being fueled, repaired, loaded, and respotted for the next launch.
Are you saying that there was little anxiety in the air during those missions?
Initially, there were times when anxiety remained with me right up to catapult launch, but then dissolved as the job of flying took over. Once in the air, far above the signs of war, the risks of combat seemed remote, so I felt the peaceful joy of flight and invulnerability. I also felt twinges of guilt for having allowed anxiety to get to me between flights. I believe it was the same for most of us.
How about the threat of missiles imported from the USSR?
SAMs were not as effective as the simple, cheap, old-fashioned, and reliable anti-aircraft guns. Nevertheless, SAMs had a significant psychological impact and a definite influence on our tactics. Although it was an impressive sight to see a telephone pole-sized radar-guided missile rocketing toward you, the SAM's large turning radius made it possible to outmaneuver one if you were warned of the launch and saw it coming. Since we had no radar warning or countermeasures electronic equipment aboard our aircraft then, we had to rely on offshore patrol aircraft radio warnings of imminent missile launches to give us a heads up. Our initial tactic was to fly at 4,000 feet on road recce missions, which we thought was at the upper range of AAA gun effectiveness. When SAMs were launched, our defense was to dive to lower altitudes in the belief that if SAMs had to turn down to track us, its radar would lose us in ground clutter. The reality, however, was that we were actually flying over North Vietnam at the altitude which put us in both SAM and AAA effectiveness. Since SAM sites were relatively few and less frequently used, we would have been wiser to fly at much higher altitudes, especially considering the low value of our targets.
Describe more about those missions and targets.
Because Fighter Squadron's primary mission was to defend carriers from air attack, CAP missions initially required most of our Phantom resources.
What threat was there to defend against?
Carriers in the Gulf of Tonkin were in a small body of water, surrounded on three sides by North Vietnam to the west, China's Hainan Island to the east, and mainland China to the north, all within range of aircraft, surface-to-surface missiles, surface ships, and submarines. China was no happier to have us off their shores than we were to have the Soviets in Cuba. At that time, the North's MiGs and pilots were still in China for training. Still, anything could happen, and Lyndon Johnson was very wary of the escalating consequences of the GOT incident. When he reiterated that we sought no wider war, that turned out to mean that we could never do our job in Vietnam properly. Ridiculous rules of engagement, target restrictions, and detailed mission decisions were centralized under Secretary of Defense McNamara and his smug 35-year-old trees full of owls, pipe-smoking civilian PhDs, superimposed throughout the service's chain of command, making operational decisions and reporting directly to him to ensure more bang for the buck.
Please elaborate on the rules, restrictions, and targets. I read that you mostly bombed trees.
I may be putting the cart before the horse here with overviews and conclusions ahead of the chronology, but targets and tactics didn't change much during Johnson's administration and my flying tours there, so I'll say it while I'm inspired and you can edit later. Keep in mind that the Carrier Navy's missions were virtually all flown in North Vietnam and Laos. Navy flew few missions in South Vietnam, where the environment was relatively permissive. That is, there were no MiGs, SAMs, or heavy AAA. Missions in country were mainly flown in close proximity to our ground forces, so precise accuracy and coordination were prime concerns in supporting troops and avoiding friendly casualties. Navy was not practiced in close air support for our ground forces, except for the A-1 Sky Raider squadrons.
Where was Army and Air Force flying?
Army mainly flew helicopters in support of their troops, and only in the south, except for a few clandestine incursions into Laos and Cambodia. Air Force flew strike missions in the south, as well as Laos and the north. Laos became a traffic jam of all types of Navy and Air Force aircraft, including many B-52s, bombing the passes and trails to the point where collision avoidance required positive ground control of all air traffic in Laos. North Vietnam was divided between Navy and Air Force into areas called route packages. All of the north was considered hostile Indian country, where pinpoint bombing accuracy was not a priority, and where we could always assume someone was shooting at us with heavy AAA. It was reported that North Vietnam had the heaviest AAA defenses of any war in history.
Is it correct to conclude that road recce was the primary mission in Laos and the north?
I think it would be more accurate to say that our express strategy was to slow the flow of troops and supplies from the north to the south. While we flew many road recce missions in search of trucks, we were only successful to the degree that convoys could not move openly and rapidly in daylight hours, nor quickly at night with headlights on. Truck parks, troop concentrations, and storage areas were so well hidden and photos so quickly outdated that our intel could only label those areas as suspected. Therefore, they were assigned as secondary targets for road recce missions, since we could not return to the carrier with a bomb load. A suspected storage area, for example, might be several bomb craters with a single full or empty 55-gallon drum in each one. So it is true that most of the damage was caused to the vegetation, since most of our targets were in the woods, suspected storage areas, suspected troop concentrations, or transshipment points, suspected truck parks, river crossings, mountain passes, SAM sites, and truck convoys. It was difficult to get highly motivated to put ourselves in harm's way, to drop 6 500-pound bombs into prior craters or on trees. Yet those area targets didn't require a high degree of accuracy, and there were no friendlies around, so we soon decided that there was no reason to make low runs or repeated passes, while worthwhile targets such as dams, power plants, harbor facilities, and railroads were off limits to us. There was a 30-mile ring around Hanoi and a 15-mile radius around Haiphong Harbor. We were prohibited from even flying through.
What was the rationale for all the restrictions, Captain?
Let's see, no wider war? Maybe we didn't want to have to pay for rebuilding the place? Didn't want to risk angering them? Maybe if we did no harm, they would beg for peace? We should do nothing more than slightly impede the flow of troops and supplies to the south? If we let the USSR bring in SAMs and advisors to shoot us down, they would talk the North into quitting? Johnson's concept was allow the North save face and talk peace if he declared frequent bombing pauses, which only served to allow them to rebuild defenses and assure them we were admitting failure. Obviously, we never intended to invade North Vietnam, nor even cause it serious harm, so there was no cost to them. Meanwhile, South Vietnam, the folks we were supposedly saving from their own civil war, was in political disarray under corrupt and inept leadership, much like the U.S. Their army was unwilling to fight as long as we did it for them. Since we had no plan, determination, or strategy anywhere on our side, there was every incentive for the North to continue victoriously. In other words, Mike, it was a half-assed war with no leadership or support at home, plus weak leadership in our own military. Returning drafted troops were labeled baby killers and spit on. Our cowardly teenagers publicly burned our flag and draft cards and then ran away to Canada, if not gunned down by the National Guard on a college campus. It could all still be going today if Johnson hadn't been run out of town. I may as well say it. I and others believe President Lyndon Baines Johnson should have been impeached for his callous and gutless incompetence as our commander-in-chief, as well as for his totally failed war on poverty, motivated to attract liberal votes by paying poor minorities not to work and encouraging teenage girls to become breeders for child welfare careers, few of them or their progeny ever to become more than a burden to society, while we were meanwhile presenting ourselves in harm's way with no target justification, hope for results, nor plans for victory. Johnson's failures demoralized us at home and abroad. Of all my negative feelings about Vietnam, disrespect for Lyndon Baines Johnson is number one. Considering the heroic bravery and charismatic leadership of President John F. Kennedy in standing up to the Russians during the Cuban Missile Crisis, just imagine how different from Johnson he would have led us as a great commander-in-chief and national leader during the Vietnam War.
Good point, Captain. Too bad it didn't happen that way. So push on. What did happen? Where were the admirals and generals on these issues?
Where indeed? Well, you should ask. From the beginning, the admirals and generals, having been displaced downward in the chain of command by the whiz kids, became petty and bitchy, turning the war in the South into a body count contest and the air war in the North into a Navy versus Air Force sortie count race, to the point that we flew with partial loads when the bomb supplies ran low. Since we had no one on the ground in the North to count the very few bodies, nor was there bomb damage assessment possible other than aerial photos of bomb craters on top of bomb craters in those areas not covered by trees, there was no way to claim that we had accomplished a damn thing, or ever would. The weak excuse used by the admirals and generals was that if they spoke up, they'd be fired like General MacArthur was by Truman during Korea and lose their effectiveness altogether.
You disapprove of that excuse.
Absolutely yes, Mike. Johnson totally lacked the courage, integrity, or respect of Give 'em Hell Harry Truman. And no officer can have the respect of his men if he lacks the backbone to act responsibly. The thing military leaders should have kept in mind about Washington politicians is that for good reason they are very mindful and fearful of the possibility of military revolts. For example, Ole Empty Suit Obama's security guys ranked U.S. military veterans as the #1 terrorist threat in the United States. There have been many successful military coups in history, particularly in the Americas.
Once again, I say good point, Captain. Too bad it didn't happen that way. So what did happen?
The Hawaii-based admiral in command of Pacific forces took it on himself to approve retroactive payment of hostile fire pay to all of us, just before we made a return port visit to Hong Kong to pick up all the unfinished tailoring we had left behind when we exited post-haste for the GOT incident.
Oh boy, you were going to get to see your Australian sweetie again. How great for you, huh?
You're a real smartass, aren't you, Mike?
What's your point? You saw her, didn't you?
Lord, no. No way did I wish to revisit that event. In fact, I remained aboard the first day. Sure enough, Ed returned to the ship to deliver the message that she was waiting for me on the dock with a car and an apartment. So I asked Ed to deliver my regrets, and I stayed aboard the second day as well, to be certain. Given her aggressiveness, surely she would engage another playmate by then.
Well then, after criticizing your fellow fighter pilots for scurrying off for cover after meeting her, the truth comes out that you were no braver than they?
There's that saying about something being the greater part of valor. I had at least done my part once, and that was more than enough. By avoiding her, she could fabricate whatever ego-saving reason suited her best. In any event, I never saw her again, thank goodness.
All right, Captain, if you say so. But others might say that you just knew you'd be unable to resist her charms if you did meet again.
Whatever others might say, Mike, this seems like a good stopping point, and I'm ready for an afternoon nap after all the war talk. I'll see you at dinner?
Sure. Want to race back to the lodge?
Yeah, now you want to race because the yellow brick sidewalk is all uphill going home.
Should have worn your ruby slippers, Captain.
Let the race begin. Go! Levitation.
Good evening, Captain. Did you have a nice nap?
Yes, I'll tell you about it after dinner. What are we having?
Chateaubriand.
Didn't we just have that?
No, Captain. We haven't had it recently.
Oh, all right. Then I won't complain to Georgie. I haven't seen her today, have you?
Yes, in fact, I had lunch with her today.
Aha, I see. A date.
Not a date, we had lunch, that's all.
Maybe you should escalate to real dates, Mike. Time's flying, you know, and you guys ain't spring chickens. Not that it's any of my business.
I agree with all you just said. Speaking of time flying, though, now that I've passed the private pilot written exam and have nearly enough solo hours for the flight exam, Philip has suggested that I spend next week on the Eastern Shore with him to finish building time in his Cub and take the flight exam while I'm there. What do you think? I hate to take a week off from the book.
Sounds great, Mike. Go for it. It's much better to concentrate your flight time rather than string it out a few flights a week. Then you'll be set to start on your glider rating with the Zamango, which shouldn't take more than 15 or 20 flights. Too bad Philip lives across the bay, with all the time and expense of going back and forth. I thought about letting you take the Zamango over there for a week or so, but there's no hangar space for it, and we shouldn't leave it outside.
Certainly. and I'd as soon fly out of here to stay close to your expertise and to keep up the pace on your book.
Our book. I'm sorry this has turned out to be a longer project than you expected, Mike. I'm doing my best to clip sentences and subjects down to essentials, but here we are on chapter 20 and only up to 1964 with 2/3 to go. I know you were mainly interested in a fighter pilot's war stories, but I hope you won't be disappointed if I don't dwell too long on Vietnam and Navy life. I'm itching to get on to other adventures, more important to me, and hopefully more interesting to readers.
Honestly, Captain, I think your personal story, however you wish to tell it, is what we're after. My situation could not be more comfortable and enjoyable. I'm happy as a clam and free as a bird here, so please don't feel rushed. There's no better retirement vacation for me than being here and flying, not to mention an engaging social life.
Interesting choice of words. Good luck. You'd sure be getting the better side of that bargain. None of my business, of course.
Of course, Captain. I see we're having your favorite dessert again, French vanilla ice cream. You must have influence with the management. None of my business, of course.
I'm 94, but I'm not dead. Have you considered that Georgie may be interested in you because she hopes you might be a chip off the old block?
No, Captain. Frankly, such a thought would never have crossed my mind.
Touché. Let's convene here on the porch, Mike. I can't think clearly with that lobby TV in the background.
Suits me. Nice evening, and a commander's full moon. I'm anxious to hear about your afternoon lie-down.
Well, I have been following your suggestion to recreate the original conditions which inspired my childhood dreams of levitation, except, of course, for the chronic earache pains which began it. Although my neck is stiff and sore all the time these days, I have been pushing through it, rolling my head back and forth on my pillow, trying to put myself in the kind of semi-conscious, self-hypnotic sleep state where I once got to the part of my mind to concentrate very hard on lifting myself off the bed.
As I recall, you were only 4 years old, and levitation was more or less accidental?
Initially, yes. My earliest thoughts of leaving the Earth was wishing to see what the severe nighttime thunderstorms looked like from above the clouds. I had no particular thought of flying. In fact, I recall now that my first experiences with rolling my head were not levitation at all. I saw myself unsupported in a fetal position in the farthest corner of the ceiling, looking back at me. Further along, I would be up there looking back down at myself in bed. It was some time after the GI and Father's Band began giving me model airplanes, and I imagined flying them in the cockpit, that the levitation dream experiences began. It was so natural that I took for granted that flying was a normal human capability. I came to believe that if I practiced hard, I could fly about whenever and wherever I wished. However, I also learned that if my concentration didn't remain focused, I would fall. Any lapse of attention, and I had to begin the mental conditioning process over. So although I was aware of the physical experience as it happened, I didn't know for certain if it was just a dream, since fully awake, I could not come close to duplicating it.
Captain, I can assure you again with absolute certainty that your dreams came true because I witnessed it. You have the ability to actually levitate, even if only while in a semi-conscious dream state. How far have you progressed this time?
During today's nap, I briefly achieved liftoff, at least in my mind, but I quickly lost focus. So I'm closing in on where I began as a child, relearning how to work the magic, and not just stumble on it inconsistently in brief, random dreams. Whatever develops, even if I progress no further, what a trip it is at this age to now know that there is a place in my mind which frees me of gravity.
Excellent. I believe you will go on to flying higher and faster, consciously.
Have you thought of giving it a try, Mike? Your current flying experience should give your imagination a boost, and this is an excellent opportunity. What is there to lose but your ties to Earth?
Quite right. Now would be the time. I've been exploring the internet for historic eyewitness reports. The art of levitation still exists in India and Tibet. Many scholars mention the phenomenon of flying llamas. Alexandra David Neal, a British explorer, witnessed the flight of a Buddhist monk who flew 12 meters in broad daylight, bouncing off the ground again and again, keeping his eyes on a guiding star only he could see. Medieval Europeans achieved levitation too, but unlike the Brahmins, yogis, and lamas, they did not undergo special training. They simply rose in the air after reaching a state of religious ecstasy. Saint Teresa, a Carmelite nun in the Middle Ages, was one of the first documented levitators. According to church records in her 1635 autobiography, her flights were witnessed by 230 Catholic priests. It is noteworthy that Saint Teresa did not want to fly. She prayed that the Lord would relieve her of her special power, and her request was finally granted.
Isn't that a woman for you, Mike? Complaining about a miraculous gift from God. It reminds me of the Cole Porter lyric, "Flying too high with some guy in the sky is my idea of nothing to do." Can you imagine a guy rejecting such a gift?
Surely no fighter pilot would. You may enjoy the story of Joseph Dessa, though it illustrates a downside to levitation. Joseph was born in South Italy in the mid-17th century. As a boy, he physically tortured himself in order to put himself in a state of religious ecstasy. Later he joined the Franciscans, and at times became so ecstatic that he rose into the air. When Pope Urban VIII granted him an audience, Joseph was so excited that he floated right before the Pope's very eyes until the head of the Order of St. Francis brought him back to earth. Men of science observed and documented more than 100 flights by Joseph, and news of the miracle man spread quickly. Wherever he appeared, people from neighboring towns stood outside the monastery walls waiting for a miracle. Church officials, however, were apparently embarrassed by Joseph's flights. He was transferred from one remote monastery to another at regular intervals until his death in 1653. He was canonized 4 years later.
Strange what that says about the Catholic Church, isn't it, Mike? Miracles are central to church doctrines. Christian churches proselytize on the basis of biblical miracles, and Catholics canonize those who perform them. So how do they explain hiding away their famous flying man from public verification, in denial of the real thing, as though he were a loose cannon?
Yes, odd that the Catholics are proud to proclaim that their way is the sole path to sainthood in heaven, yet Joseph's history demonstrates that they themselves did not believe in live, demonstrable miracles by one of their own monks, even when the Pope and hundreds of priests were eyewitnesses to them. It seems hypocritical that after hiding Joseph from public contact, they should then declare him a saint only 4 years after his death, just because he could levitate?
It would be interesting insight into church thinking to read the documents related to Joseph's canonization, to read their justification to glorify his sainthood. If the records read like the embellished citations for many Vietnam-era distinguished flying crosses, they may bear little resemblance to factual truth. Nonetheless, it is significant that the Church did accept and endorse levitation as a historical fact. Did you come across more modern Western levitation reports unrelated to religion and saints, Mike?
Yes, the most famous levitator of the 19th century was Daniel Douglas Hume. An American newspaper editor reported that Hume suddenly surprised everyone in the room by lifting a foot above the floor, with a twinge from head to foot, in a state of fear and rapture, unable to speak. He came down some time later and rose again. On his third ascent, he went up to the ceiling. He eventually learned to levitate of his own free will, and showed his ability to thousands of spectators, including such celebrities as William Makepeace Thackeray, Mark Twain, and Napoleon III, as well as many politicians, doctors, and scientists of note. Hume was never accused of hoaxing an audience.
What explanation do today's scientists offer?
There is much controversy, of course, regarding the physical nature of levitation. Some researchers, like Alexander Dubrov, Doctor of Biological Sciences, have theorized that it is a product of a biogravitational field created by a special kind of mental energy emitted by the human brain, which can be deliberately created and manipulated by a levitator to change the height and direction of a flight. Amazingly, scientists have more recently pinpointed the particular part of our brains which functions to produce out-of-body experiences, which they have consistently induced in subjects by stimulating that part of the brain. Having achieved it, what do you say, Captain?
I believe that many reports of levitation are factual, not fables, hoaxes, or illusions. I concur with the common thread in the reports that levitation is derived from the ability of human brains to control interaction with gravity. I do not know whether this ability is a holdover from our creation or if it is evolutionary in the development of our intelligence in applying willpower. I do not think it is a special gift. I believe that all humans may be capable of levitation.
Why do you allow for it being a holdover from creation?
During the social revolution of the 60s, I heard about a religious group who believed that humans came to Earth as space travelers, but fell from a state of grace and lost the ability to leave. A sci-fi variation of the Garden of Eden story.
An appealing theory, Captain. Do you side with the creationist view, then?
For me, it comes down to God works in mysterious ways, through both creation and evolution. It doesn't have to be one way or the other, does it? For the sake of discussion, suppose God created humans elsewhere, a planet named Heaven, for example. Suppose beings had the ability to teleport anywhere in the universe, found themselves on this beautiful blue planet, and lingered too long, ate the forbidden fruit, and fell out of a state of grace. So now the descendants are earthbound, until able to elevate ourselves through as many lifetimes as it takes to regain the state of grace to return to planet Heaven.
I see, Captain, the forbidden fruit, being that the space travelers perhaps mingled with Earth's native beings. Kinda like fighter pilots consorting with corseted Australian ladies in exotic Asian ports.
Okay, for the sake of discussion, I'll buy your chiding analogy, since you got the point for a change. After all, that's how evolution works, isn't it? There's no denying that all God's creatures continue to evolve.
But the evidence does not as clearly support biblical miracles or sci-fi theories of creationism, does it?
Au contraire, Mike. The more discoveries scientists make, the closer they come to understanding and believing in a master's grand plan of creation. How can anyone seriously believe that the intricate workings of life and the cosmos occurred spontaneously from a vacuum without a creator? I've read that 87% of Americans believe in God. So can it be a great stretch of reason, evidence, and faith to acknowledge the possibility that He created the universe and everything in it with a big bang and evolution? Isn't it truly miraculous that we are even alive?
Do you think that mankind may once again achieve a state of grace and return home?
I believe it's possible. Absolutely, yes. We have been blessed with all the tools on earth to make it so, and the ascent of man is accelerating exponentially. If we can imagine it, we can do it. Suppose fish came out of the ocean, developed lungs, and crawled on the land looking up to the sky, wishing to fly. So they evolved wings and flew. We looked out in space toward home and built rockets to begin the journey back. Some imagined they could levitate and did it. Can teleporting be out of reach when ordinary people achieved it? Our only limitation is our capacity to follow up on inspired dreams.
You paint an optimistic picture of the future, Captain. Unfortunately, isn't it also very possible that mankind will exercise its God-given option to turn this beautiful blue planet into a nuclear fireball? Too many peoples, cultures, religions, and societies are so primitively ignorant, hateful, greedy, and cruel that they place no value on life whatever. The poor and oppressed are easily mesmerized and enslaved by charismatic, articulate, and insane gurus who lead them like lemmings to self-destruction.
Very sad but true, Mike. It is amazing. Even many civilized, bright, and educated people in advanced, God-fearing nations too often behave in mass like utterly deranged idiots to their own demise. The only hope for us beyond the best efforts of those who are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend against those forces is our prayers. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
With God on our side, Captain?
Yes, Mike, just as George Washington believed that we could not have won the Revolutionary War without God's direct intervention. There have been many times in history when the margin of victory was so slim that there is no better explanation of the miraculous outcomes. Suppose, for example, that the Nazis had succeeded, as they very nearly did, in developing nuclear weapons before they were defeated.
Perhaps those people are the ones to be left behind on Earth by the travelers, and eventually perish in their own nuclear holocaust.
Perhaps so, Mike. As the Bible says, it won't be water but fire next time. Anyhow, I've had all the fun I can stand for today, so I'll call it a night. Are you flying tomorrow?
No. So I'll see you at breakfast?
God willing, and unless I'm off doing some flying of my own.
Good night and good luck, Captain. Happy landings.
Vietnam 1964 and 66, RPI 67.
Good morning, Captain. I see you finished breakfast early. Couldn't sleep?
I slept so soundly that I woke up early and hungry.
Yes, but science and medicine have come a long way to compensate for some things. Many of the hearing aids you see here are likely high-sensitivity spyware listening devices. You can't trust old farts at all. Go on with your breakfast, and I'll meet you down the brick road in a half hour.
You look so comfortable in that wheelchair, I should get one. This bench is good for an hour or two at most.
I thought lawyers and judges toughened up their butts with years of sitting on benches.
It doesn't work that way. Just as years of being a smartass doesn't make one more humorous.
Okay, enough chit-chat. Where were we before we got off track into tales of levitation? You were back in Hong Kong after the Gulf of Tonkin incident to finish up shopping with your hostile fire pay, while trying to avoid another tryst with the Australian honey.
Oh yes, then we went right back to Yankee Station for for more of the same type missions against the North and Laos. Most memorably, the CINCPAC admiral who authorized hostile fire pay got his wrist slapped for it and was ordered to collect it back from us, inspiring an impromptu hootenanny in the wardroom one evening with appropriate songs and poems. A recited old soldier's poem I recall was, "You're paid to stop a bullet. At least that's what they say. So you stop a bullet, and then they stop your pay." The outcome was that the carrier division commander stuck up for us against the chain of command and shamed them into canceling the recall. It was an unusual and gratifying example of telling Washington to stuff it, and the episode turned out to be a morale boost for us. We were going to need one. Missions were relatively routine, but the long line periods and extended hours of flight operations, not to mention getting shot at, was wearing us down. At least we would be home for Christmas, we thought. Meanwhile, short port visits to the Philippines were small compensation. The colorful fun and games at the Kubi Zero Club had tamed. Still, there was lots of drinking at sea. The A3 Sky Warriors now had no mission except in-flight refueling, since Naval Air was relieved of nuclear attack SELP commitments, so their large bomb bays were used for oddball shopping trips, such as picking up tailored flight suits in Thailand, lettuce in Japan, ceramic elephants in Saigon, and most importantly, booze from Kubi Point, with open sails on the hangar deck until it went quietly underground. My room was closest to the wardroom, and I had the only stuffed olives, so it became the spot for happy hour with friends before dinner. Vodka martinis to mask the odor of alcohol. When I ran out of vermouth and olives, we added the olive juice to the vodka. One evening, matters went a little over the top when Magoo slipped us an unannounced bottle of 150 proof vodka, which had us reeling as we stood hanging onto our chair backs during a long-winded grace by the chaplain. Nevertheless, we mostly managed to keep the lid on the drinking without consequences. Flying combat missions off carriers has quite a sobering effect.
Mostly managed to keep a lid on it, you say?
Matters nearly got out of control on Halloween. As we sometimes did, my pal Ed, who gave me his mandolin, Tom, and I had been playing and singing Harry Belafonte, as they called him in Trinidad, calypso songs, with Tom on harmonica, Ed on an olive can drum, and me on guitar. After running through Kingston Town and the others several times, plus 2 bottles of Courvoisier until the wee hours, we retired toward our rooms. Some folks, however, were going room to room playing trick-or-treat for drinks. So Ed, who was in no shape for it, was inspired to visit CAG. Unfortunately, CAG failed to find humor in having Ed bang on his door at 3 a.m. shouting, "Open the door, you son of a bitch, I know you're in there." It took a good deal of persuasion by Tom and me to talk CAG out of taking official action against Ed.
You said you were scheduled to be home for Christmas. You thought. What happened?
We were to be relieved by Ranger, but it had a major power plant casualty inbound to Westpac and nearly had to be towed to the Subic Navy shipyard for lengthy repairs. Coincidentally, Ranger's CO was Burley Grimes, the V-86 skipper who put me in the AJ left seat for my first cruise aboard Hornet. Unfortunately, the breakdown cost Burley his admiral promotion. To add insult to injury, America, the follow-on carrier after Ranger, also had a delaying engineering casualty. So December came and went, with a dreary Christmas at Kubi Point and New Year's Eve back on Yankee Station. Disheartening day-to-day speculation on Rangers' progress dragged on through January, and we finally arrived home in February 1965. A 9-month deployment was difficult enough, but the extension also shortened the turnaround time for our next deployment in November.
The brief time at home must have had special family value for you.
I remember little about those hectic days, so things must have been pretty much at before at home. Aurelie remained a good mother to the kids, and they were great with each other, though Aurelie otherwise had little interest in being a homemaker and no concept of the value of money. She bought a small reproduction bronze Ming horse statue for a month's pay. Our 53 Studebaker had been parked for weeks after the engine was run without oil. Though the kids were happy, bright, and healthy, they were so unkempt they looked like ragamuffin orphans.
Did you express disapproval to her?
No, Aurelie was doing the best she could, and that was not the time for me to assert myself.
If she was to bear the responsibility, it was best to let her do it her way.
As we have done from the beginning, we kept the peace and made the most of matters. We still shared an interest in traditional music and hung out at coffee houses and campus folk festivals. However, the social cause had shifted from racial integration to anti-war protest. The music, therefore, had less musical value or interest to me. Also, my age and military haircut made me conspicuous in coffee houses and on campus.
In any case, I was back on a heavy training schedule, with deployments to Yuma, Fallon, and carrier ops. I hadn't stopped to ponder shore duty. After all, we were at war. Nevertheless, I filled out my preference card, just in case my assignment detailer in D.C. was interested. One part of the card had a choice of do or do not desire graduate school. Although I had no motivation to return to school, and my undergraduate GPA was dismal, I thought better of showing lack of ambition by checking the do not block. So I also had to select which graduate program I preferred. I found few choices for someone with a BA in psychology. The simplest would have been the Navy Postgraduate School at Monterey, except that it was a 2-year program at Navy's Company School, which was struggling for accreditation by flunking out many officers to demonstrate phony academic standards, in lieu of having a viable institution with a qualified faculty. Instead, I found a 1-year management engineering program at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, with no thesis requirement. A safe choice, I thought. Surely neither Navy nor RPI would select me after reviewing my pitiful academic records. Besides, everyone knew that preference cards were rarely considered by detailers, so I put it out of mind as deployment time approached. Then, to my horror, I was notified to take the Harvard Business School entrance exam at San Diego State College. It was the toughest reading comprehension test I had seen, and I saw a bunch of them in testing courses as a psych major. I felt totally humiliated, certain I had done miserably, so I focused on deployment preparations. Other than the Hanoi Hilton, graduate school was the last place I wanted to be, so I took some comfort in failure. But soon came the real horror: orders to detach in May and report to Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, Troy, New York. Meanwhile, Joan Baez and her followers promised to blockade San Diego Harbor with yachts to prevent Rangers' departure. Flyers were also mailed to Rangers' occupants, encouraging sailors to protest the war by deserting and taking shelter in a Mission Bay church. Then, one morning as we were loading aboard, we learned that Rangers' CO was ill in Bethesda Naval Hospital. Reliable scuttlebutt, however, was that the CO was not ill, but was being confined to his hospital room with Marines guarding his door. Reportedly, The CO had ordered the ensign assigned as Ranger's postal officer to not deliver the desertion flyers. When the ensign protested that it was an unlawful order to interfere with the mail, the CO confined him to quarters, also an unlawful order. So the ensign called his senator, and we had a new CO just days before deploying. Had the real story of the CO's illness become public, the protesters might have taken some satisfaction in getting him fired. However, he was not heard of again.
Amazing. How successful was the Baez blockade and desertion campaign?
Whatever advanced publicity value the threats had, the blockade was a flop. The harbor police and Coast Guard easily cleared Ranger's way and arrested the crews of the few yachts that showed up. The prospect of the looming bow of a 1,000-foot aircraft carrier bearing down was apparently too much for the spineless, draft-dodging liberal protesters. As Ranger cleared the coast unhindered, the few sailors who took shelter in the church were rounded up into helicopters and flown to Ranger, where they were confined to the brig under Marine Guard to await courts-martial, far from the media and civilian courts. It was a proud day for me to be in the Navy, as was every other day.
So how was it to return to Yankee Station again?
So, same old stuff, just as we had left it. Ludicrous rules of engagement, restrictions against bombing high-value targets or mining harbors, and no plan for victory. However, there was a significant improvement in our aircraft with the installation of effective radar detection and electronic jamming equipment, defense against SAMs, which permitted improved tactics. Since we became equally safe from SAMs of any altitude, there was little reason to fly low within AAA effective range. With the slow prop-driven A1 Sky Raiders and unadaptable A3 Sky Warriors out of the mix, we developed Alpha Strike group attack tactics by 20 or more compatible aircraft simultaneously rolling in on the same target from various directions, which dispersed AAA gunners' aim and limited our exposure time. Thus, 3 golden rules of survival arose, which greatly improved our chances. 1. No repeated runs on the same target. Deliver all weapons on the first pass and get out. 2. No low pullouts. There were no pinpoint targets, so there was no need to get down in the weeds for accuracy against low-value area targets. And 3. No dueling with AAA sites. It was an utterly foolish risk to dive a $4 million airplane straight down the barrels of $4,000 guns manned by 4 men when we were very likely to be unsuccessful in placing a bomb inside a revetment.
Sounds reasonable, Captain. Why then were so many shot down?
Several reasons. Since we attacked the same areas repeatedly, the AA gunners learned that they didn't have to track us. With 150 guns ringed around the area, they could just cross their fire over the center and let us fly through it. Another factor was that some chose to disregard the 3 golden rules. Senior aviators, including CAGs and COs, were especially remiss, perhaps because they felt it necessary to set examples of fruitless bravery. Other heroes were simply going after medals.
Where were the MiGs?
Training in China at first, then when they returned to home bases, they flew training missions northwest of Hanoi and were not a threat. Actually, there was little reason for them to employ the MiGs since their AAA was more effective. Because we were doing little damage on the ground and our fighters were largely burdened with boring cap missions, flying 260-knot circles over the Gulf, everyone in naval aviation, from the admirals to the JOs, was obsessed with shooting down MiGs. It nearly became the purpose of the air war. There was even a kind of shoot a MiG, win a Silver Star suggestion contest to find ways to draw out the MiGs. I facetiously suggested circling a flight of Phantoms low in Laos, below radar detection, to await a big look early warning aircraft notice that the MiGs were taxiing out for takeoff. Then the Phantoms could pop over the mountains and blast the MiGs on takeoff before they even retracted their landing gear.
That seems hardly fair, Captain. Weren't there rules of chivalry in aerial combat, as in the days of King Arthur's knights?
That's the romantic image of gallantry that some fighter pilots may like to project. However, the reality was that most often, victims were sneaked up on from behind and didn't know they were being shot at until it was too late. Plus, many targets were lumbering bombers or outdated relics.
Silver Stars were awarded for that?
Absolutely without question. Quite unjustified when compared with the true acts of bravery by real heroes doing the less glamorous, dirty hand-to-hand business of killing on the bloody battlefields. But that's the way it always was since World War I. No other warriors have ever captured public adulation as well as the romantic charisma of fighter pilots.
How did you feel about yourself as a fighter pilot at that time?
Mixed emotions. On one hand, I was proud and honored to be one and to fly cutting-edge airplanes. Otherwise, I recognized that we tended to be undeserving, immature egotists who were no better aviators than others. When I left Ranger in May 1966, headed for RPI, Troy, New York, I was of course relieved to leave Vietnam behind, but I was also not unhappy to be leaving Fighter Town and San Diego behind, despite the awful prospect of graduate school.
Still, after 9 years in San Diego, it must have been a traumatic transition for you and the family to move all the way across the U.S. to a totally new life as a graduate student at a civilian university in an old, small New England city.
True, Mike. I liked Coronado and La Jolla, but I never cared much for San Diego itself. It was a Navy town and commercial port like Pensacola, with the floundering Convair aircraft factory. Surrounded and hemmed in by the Mexican border, Pacific Ocean, desert, and Los Angeles, there was no escape. I never looked back.
So, how was the move and transition to your new life?
Not bad. I had made military moves all my life, and they were surprisingly smooth since all packing and unpacking was well done for us. If you forgot to empty the trash cans, you'd find them the same when you unpacked. Thanks to a Navy predecessor at RPI, we rented a house 17 miles out of town in Averill Park, population less than 1,500. It was a lovely home, built in the late 1800s, with several acres and a stream in back. Thankfully, we settled in quickly, for my fears of academia were well-founded. The outgoing class indicated that we would all make it if we made a team effort, and the faculty felt we were giving it our best. But for me, that meant 20-hour days with 30-minute naps. In addition to lectures, each course had a lab, and we had many group study sessions, so I was constantly driving to and from campus. In the experimental 6-week computer introductory course, using a primitive IBM processor and Mark Sense punch cards, we wrote programs in the 3 earliest computer languages: machine language, all zeros and ones, assembly, and Fortran. Though one of my predecessors had advised me to simply skip any problem requiring calculus, as he had done, I had to face my math deficiencies with the calculus required to write a computer program for artillery shell ballistic curves. The one other naval aviator in our group was also deficient in math, so we had to attend a special dumbbell class taught by a math PhD who had never left school longer than it took him to wash out of Navy flight training, and who could not fathom our ignorance. Unfortunately, he also taught all of the many math-based courses in the program, which focused on scientific decision-making, probability, statistics, and word logic problems. Since a B average was required for the master's degree, my C in a math course meant I needed an A to balance it, not an easy challenge at Rensselaer Probability Institute. We were trapped in an environment we had no control over, competing with very bright kids, highly motivated to maintain their draft deferments and scholarships, while we were also treated, as all students regardless of age are, by faculty, like children.
What was the campus attitude toward Vietnam?
Surprisingly positive. Instead of anti-war protests, student groups even invited representatives of the military-industrial complex, like Dow Chemical, manufacturers of napalm, to conduct well-attended seminars. RPI was truly a brain factory, like a lesser MIT, with an academically dead serious student body. Once, going between classes on a Saturday, I noticed a football game in progress, with the stands virtually empty. No one cared that RPI was playing Harvard.
All work and no play, Captain?
No time for play at RPI, Mike, though there was one memorable light spot. Against the wishes of the administration and the community, the student union invited Timothy Leary for a stage presentation in the auditorium. To make the event palatable, however, the New York State Narcotics Commissioner had to be given equal stage time to balance Timothy's drop out, turn on, tune in LSD message.
Wasn't the phrase turn on, tune in, drop out?
That's one of two versions from later in 1967 at a San Francisco Golden Gate Park Be-In gathering of 30,000 hippies.
Refresh me on Timothy Leary. I only recall that he was a Harvard PhD psychology professor who conducted laboratory experiments with mind-altering drugs.
I don't want to get sidetracked much beyond Leary's RPI show, so I suggest consulting the internet, where I found this Wikipedia quote last night, which I'll include here as it pertains to that point in time. In 1966, Leary founded the League for Spiritual Discovery, a religion declaring LSD as its holy sacrament, in part as an unsuccessful attempt to maintain legal status for the use of LSD and other psychedelics for the religion's adherents, based on a freedom of religion argument. Leary spoke at the 1967 Human Be-In, a gathering of 30,000 hippies in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and uttered his famous phrase, "Turn on, tune in, drop out," which came to him in the shower one day.
Did you attend Leary's RPI event?
Oh yes, I can replay much of it in memory. Leary's followers occupied the front rows when the lights dimmed to total darkness and silence. Then Leary lit a single candle on the stage floor as the house lights came up dimly to reveal him in a white Nehru jacket and pants, sitting cross-legged on a rug before the candle and a glass of water. He began by saying that water and fire, as well as mind-altering methods, including psychedelic drugs, have been used in religious practices throughout history. Yet we understand that those elements can be dangerous if mishandled. While it is possible to experience spiritual awakening with drug use, it is not necessary, he explained. It's possible, for example, to achieve the same effects by dropping out of society and fasting on a mountaintop and tuning in for 40 days. Facilitating the experience with drugs is only a passing phase, he said. which may one day evolve into having the proper area of our brains wired up to a battery and switch in our pockets, whereby we can turn on any time for as long as we wish. After dropping out of society and going to the mountaintops to turn on, it is necessary to return to tune in to society again, to share the spiritual awakening with others.
So Leary was promoting the use of LSD as a religious leader since it had been made illegal otherwise.
Yes, however, he also strongly warned others against it. He compared our usual lives to being actors in a TV studio, with our scripted actions manipulated by directors for episodes of Cops and Robbers or Cowboys and Indians. In the corner of the TV studio, though, is the newsroom, where we are never allowed. For the directors knew that if we dropped out of the studio and tuned in there, we would learn the truths which would permanently alter our outlook. We could never again fit into our former roles in the studio. He also warned that it was essential to have reliable, close friends surrounding you during LSD experiences.
I suppose Leary was a major guru for the counterculture revolutionaries.
To a degree, he surely represented the 60s generation's rebellious rejection of all the conflicting, inconsistent, and outdated institutional laws, values, ideals, and morality fed to them by their parents, teachers, preachers, and politicians. Instead, the hippies were reinventing American culture from the ground up, on their own, with reinvestigation of the world's religions and philosophies through drugs, sex, rock and roll, and lifestyles, whether at Haight-Ashbury, the concerts, dancing, happenings, or communes. But I wouldn't say that Leary was as important as other elements. In my opinion, the poetry of their creative music was the major uniting and motivating factor of the 60s culture and social movement.
How was rock and roll that important?
In this context, I wouldn't use the term rock and roll because it includes throwaway music played on the radio. Most serious music of the day generally wasn't aired on the radio because it was over 3 minutes long and wasn't considered commercial enough.
Well, they certainly played all of Elvis's records and still call him the king of rock and roll, Captain.
Exactly, Mike. Thank you for making my point. Elvis was a rockabilly star. 60s serious pop music evolved from American black country blues, which was admired and preserved in England, and then reintroduced to the U.S. by white British bands like the Beatles. Then Bob Dylan and many other singers, songwriter, musicians who grew up in coffee houses added to traditional music with electronics and mind-blowing sound systems to create a unique blend of great poetry and melodies. Concert attendance rivaled any other event in human history and made the 60s movement worldwide, though it was nowhere else as well understood as it was in its California origin, which had also given birth to the surfers' unique culture and musical contribution. For me, the music was as effective a psychedelic or social motivator as any drug or fasting on a mountaintop could have been.
And you know that how? Did you go to those big concerts or Haight-Ashbury yourself?
I went to a number of concerts and clubs in California and made 2 very memorable trips to San Francisco. We'll get to that in 1969. I stayed far away from drugs because they were much too dangerous for an aviator to experiment with, especially LSD, because of its long-term, severely disorienting flashbacks.
Yes, it surely wouldn't do to trip out during a night carrier landing approach, would it? So it wasn't all work and no play for you at RPI, was it?
No. In spite of the pressures and 20-hour days, I have fond memories. Though it began snowing in November and didn't stop until May that year, which provided exciting commuter driving challenges. The kids had a ball with their first experiences in it, especially sledding down the great hill on the vacant property next door. The retired RPI philosophy professor, who lived across the street, was relatively tolerant of ignorance during our lively happy hour discussions. Because he suffered with advanced emphysema, he extended his heated swimming pool season to year-round with a large inflatable rubber enclosure. With outside lighting and rising mist, the effect inside was quite eerie at night. He also had a large collection of antique black powder flintlock pistols and rifles, which we occasionally fired in the wee hours, thankfully without me putting a hole in his pool enclosure. What's more, the pastor of the church we attended was into traditional music and had coffee house programs at his church Saturday evenings, and he convinced Orly and me to perform twice for our first time in public. The challenge of playing an instrument and singing at the same time required hours of rehearsal. It was traumatic for me, and we were awful. But the thing about coffee houses and amateur folk talent was the tolerance of audiences.
Very nice. I suppose the year passed quickly, and you were anticipating a tour with the Air Force, flying the brand new F-111. Didn't you feel honored?
I should have. If I had given it any thought, I might have realized that the RPI assignment, and this one to fly our newest fighter, might indicate that I was being fast-tracked for a bright Navy future. But I just never figured it out. I was totally unprepared and shocked to receive orders to an A-7 Corsair II squadron at NAS Lemoore, California. Not only would I be going back to Vietnam for the third time, I was leaving fighters to fly subsonic attack airplanes based at the worst joke of an air station in Navy history. 3 calls to my detailer proved futile. The airlines were hiring. So many pilots were bailing out of the military. Plus, Navy was suffering heavy combat losses, particularly attack pilots. Moreover, Navy had successfully stuck USAF with the F-111 after modifying it so extensively that it was no longer capable of flying off carriers, and had quickly developed the A-7 to replace it and the A-4s. Recognizing the wall's handwriting, I pleaded for return to F-4s, having been out of the cockpit only a year. The detailer's response was memorable. "We've got a lot more fighter pilots than attack pilots, Manny. Carry out your orders."
But with an RPI master's degree now, your civilian options had broadened considerably. You could tell the Navy to stuff it.
It's true that the degree opened many new career doors to me, but there was a catch-22. Along with the RPI tour came an added 3-year active duty obligation. By that time, I would have over 16 years invested. The college tour was a Navy retention device to get midterm officers into the retirement pool. One reason I didn't feel all that special. So once reality set in, I resolved to make the best of it, as I had tried to do with previous disagreeable events. I did take satisfaction in achieving a master's degree in a more useful field from a top university, to be flying Navy's latest warbird, pin on Lieutenant Commander Oakleaves, and retire from my LSO career. Nevertheless, as a wise man once observed, it takes a lot of attaboys to make up for one aw shit. So let's break for lunch now and reconvene after your flight for dinner.
Suits me, Captain. Want to race back to the lodge?
Hell no. You know very well you'd win with me pushing this wheelchair uphill, and I'd be too out of breath to have dessert. You know the story about the old rooster, don't you?
Tell it, Captain.
There was an old rooster nearing retirement, so the farmer bought a young one. The old rooster was standing at the top of a hill in the chicken yard, perusing all the hens, when the young rooster introduced himself. "I guess you know why I'm here." "Sure," said the old rooster. "The time comes for all of us, but I'm not done yet." They stood in silence for a while, gazing at the hens. Then the young rooster said, "So let's run down there and knock off a couple of them." The old rooster replied, "Let's walk down and knock them all off." Naz, Lemoore, Vietnam, 1968.
Good evening, Captain.
Hi, Mike. How was your flight?
Good. I'm feeling more comfortable in the Cub.
Ready for the flight examiner?
Hopefully tomorrow morning.
Great. Then what?
A few more solo hours in the Cub, then on to your Shamango, if that's agreeable.
Sure. How does Phil want to work it?
He suggests that he could get some Shamango time with you while I am flying the Cub. That way he can fly the Cub back and forth and kill two birds with one stone. How does that sound?
Perfect. Fun for me, too. I see we are having pork roast.
Good. Do you want to convene on the porch afterward?
Sure.
Later.
Where were we, Mike?
How was your RPI graduation ceremony?
No idea. Missed it. We were stampeded back to California, so I had the degree forwarded to VA 122 NAS Lemoore, the A7 training squadron we were headed for. Earning the MS was professionally anticlimactic, since academic credentials do not enhance pilots' combat abilities, except perhaps in improved mental discipline. Although long-term career options opened, Catch-22 was that Viet tours made future plans tenuous at best. If I survived, the Navy promotion enhancement advantages of the degree were pretty much lost on me, already a lieutenant commander and determined to retire at the 20-year mark, should I be so lucky. So the best of it was that I felt proud of myself and very grateful to the Navy for an education and for the well-spent year off from the other stuff.
You said NAS Lemoore was a joke?
Yes. If location is everything, as a Naval Air Station, Lemoore had nothing. 40 miles south of Fresno in the San Joaquin Valley, without a house or a tree as far as the eye could see in any direction, except for mountains to the east. The vacant scene reminded me of our arrival at Albuquerque in '52, except here it was huge farms instead of desert. One of those giant corporate farms made the news for being paid $4 million in government subsidies not to grow anything in 1967. The largest town within miles was Hanford, with a population of 4,500 cowboy farm worker families. There was one bar with a card room in back and a whorehouse upstairs, staffed by underage Indian girls from the nearby reservation. Combat losses were high, morale was dismally low. The worst of the joke, however, was the weather. 0-0 ceiling and visibility in fog frequently curtailed flight operations for days on end. So squadrons in training had to deploy to Fallon, Nevada, or Yuma, Arizona, to make up for lost flight time, while most other squadrons were deployed to Westpac. The Officers Club, the only show in town, was therefore virtually deserted. Those irresponsible politicians and incompetent DoD pencil pushers involved in approving that site should have been publicly thrashed and locked up in stocks for that fiasco.
Were there no redeeming features about Lemoore?
It made San Diego look good and Vietnam less bad. Nevertheless, there were several memorable experiences to welcome me. The road map showed a large lake not far away which might allow for some sailing. So I set out to find it in my '66 VW Bug one afternoon with the map in my lap. The lake was harder to find than expected because many of the farm roads were not identified or mapped. Although I was sure I was in the vicinity and had crossed the area several times, there was no water anywhere. Then I drove down a straight road which appeared to go to the horizon. Driving along, studying the map in my lap, I heard a steady, distant humming sound. I was in the only vehicle on the road, so I went back to my map. But the sound continued, and it was getting louder. Perhaps a helicopter approaching from behind? Nothing I could see in front or behind, so back to the map. As the sound continued getting louder, it sounded more like a truck air horn. But there were still no vehicles up or down the road. As the sound became very close indeed, I bumped over some railroad tracks at an unguarded crossing, and in my rearview mirror saw a train cross left to right, inches behind me, so close I believed that if I had seen it at the last minute and even taken my foot off the accelerator, I would have been rammed.
Pretty amazing, Captain. A VW Bug wouldn't have done much damage to a freight train. But didn't the engineer even attempt to stop?
I don't know when he applied the brakes, but he did stop the train a quarter mile past the intersection and stepped down from the cab. I stopped too and got out of the VW as we both just stood and stared at each other for a minute or two.
Were you badly shaken?
It had all happened so suddenly and without consequence. I felt only embarrassment for being unaware of the danger. So the engineer and I returned to what we had been doing.
A miss is as good as a mile?
Right, or as the Marines say, close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear weapons. Up to that time in my life, I was very slow to react emotionally to confrontations or crises, a characteristic of sociopaths, I suppose, but a decided advantage in my line of work and personal life.
Did you find the lake?
I kept searching until I approached a small settlement and saw that the train was also approaching. No way did I wish to encounter that engineer again, so I quickly exited the area and gave up the search. Just as well, since there was no real lake at all, just a flood control basin, which contained no water during the 5 years I was stationed there. So much for sailing at Lemoore.
How about the squadron and flying the A-7 Corsair II? No joy there?
I got off to a cheery beginning with the check-in flight physical. While waiting for the corpsman to check my eyes, I saw that the ancient memorized eye chart had been replaced. I had time to walk up and look at it only briefly before the corpsman entered, told me to cover up my right eye and read the fourth line from the bottom. I couldn't read a single letter, so I made up a line. Then he told me to cover the other eye and read the same line backwards, so I made up another one. As I left, he handed me my check-in route slip with the entry 2020.
How fortunate. Why do you think he let you slide by?
I have no idea, but I was very thankful. I wasn't enthusiastic about returning to Vietnam, but I had no wish to be grounded.
How were you hoping to get through future eye exams then?
It so happened that the eyesight minimums had been lowered to 20 to 50 because of the pilot shortage. It was now all right to fly with glasses and use them for eye charts, which I did thereafter.
So, you were home free after all those years of skating by with disqualifying astigmatism.
I thought so.
There's more?
Yep, we'll get to it.
How about the flying? Any difficulty getting back in the saddle after just a few hours and bug smashers during the year at RPI?
No, as they say, like riding bicycles. Even instrument flying under the hood in the back seat of a TA-4 seemed easier than ever, and the A-7 was a joy, though underpowered and low-tech as a bomber. The A-7 had been built in a rush to replace the A-4 Skyhawk and lacked electronic sophistication. The advantage was that the A-7 had better range and bomb load capacity. The Navy F-111 had been canceled, but we were stuck with the engines procured and had to put them in something without the afterburners, since the A-7 was not supersonic. Nevertheless, the engine proved very reliable and miserly with fuel consumption. A-7As were capable of 2.5-hour operational flights without in-flight refueling, but were underpowered with a significant weapons load aboard and lacked maneuverability.
Were subsonic attack airplanes loaded with air-to-ground weapons expected to also function as fighters?
Defensively as necessary. The air battles over the North had heated up in 1967. MiGs were making single-pass slashing runs through alpha strikes. A-7As were armed with guns and Sidewinder air-to-air missiles, but were also heavily loaded with bombs and air-to-ground missiles.
How were attack pilots trained for dogfighting?
Marginally, there was little time to train for our primary missions, much less fighter tactics as well. 19 A-7s were lost in VA-122 aerial combat maneuvering, ACM, training, because they were subject to departing in high G turns at any airspeed with zero warning, resulting in rapid uncontrolled loss of altitude. More agile A-4s were used as aggressors in ACM training, and low-time A-7 pilots, looking over their shoulder in tight turns, naturally pulled too hard. Because the rate of descent in recovering from departures was so high, pilots were directed to eject if they had not resumed level flight, passing 10,000 feet above the ground, so we didn't lose any pilots.
As I recall, the full aerodynamic term was departure from normal flight, but it sounds like you are describing ordinary accelerated stall spin events?
That's right, Mike. Departure was a generic term. Different aircraft types behave so differently outside the envelope that conventional terms and recovery techniques often didn't apply. Aircraft designs are compromises, depending on their purpose. Light attack and fighter aircraft designs emphasize maneuverability over a very wide range of speed, altitude, weapon loads, and G-forces. The trade-off for maneuverability is reduced flight stability. However, bomb delivery accuracy also requires a fairly stable platform. So tactical aircraft are not as unstable as aerobatic airplanes.
The loss of 19 A-7s in ACM training must have caused considerable alarm. What was done to get around the departure problem and still meet training objectives?
We leveled the ACM playing field by using A-7s in place of A-4s as aggressor aircraft. Ground training was intensified, of course, but departure avoidance and recovery training in single-seat A-7s without an instructor was impractical. Instead, we acquired 4 T-28s for stall spin training.
The second airplane you flew in fight training, a slow, straight-wing, prop-driven trainer? How could T-28 spins have any value to an A-7 pilot?
Hopefully, flying a variety of aerobatics would improve pilots' situational awareness and sensitivity to flying on the edge of the flight envelope. Inverted spins, which we thought would be most useful, were disallowed, considered too dangerous because of engine oil starvation risk with sustained negative Gs. Nevertheless, some instructors got around that restriction by having students begin loops at slow entry speeds. Pilots with little T-28 flight time were more likely to run out of airspeed or pull too hard on top and fall off into an inverted spin.
Were the efforts successful?
Yes, we stopped losing A-7s in ACM training, and I don't believe MiGs ever shot down a single A-7. For that matter, A-7s never shot down a MiG either, mostly because the F-4s did their job.
Any other highlights for you during training?
Dive bombing on target ranges near Fallon and Yuma was a hoot. We launched in 4 plane flights for scheduled 30-minute target times with a load of 10 25-pound Mark 76 reusable inert practice bombs with smoke charges for spotting, and we made single bomb runs spaced around the target in a race tracking pattern. We rolled into the target for a 45-degree dive angle, accelerated to 350 knots, released at 4,000 feet, and pulled off straight ahead with 4 or 5 Gs, and then climbed back to pattern altitude, taking interval on the plane downwind ahead. To keep each other informed of where we were in the pattern, we transmitted radio call sign, our number in the flight, and position, Mace 1 in, Mace 1 off, and so on. Ground spotter reported bearing and distance of each bomb hit. We often refueled and reloaded without getting out of the cockpit for a 30-minute turnaround and another session. So it was a hard clay's work, constantly pulling 3 to 5 Gs around the pattern. But it was satisfying fun.
As an old heavy bomber and fighter pilot new to dive bombing, in competition with experienced attack pilots, weren't you a bit out of your element?
Bless your heart for asking, Mike. As a matter of fact, I earned the Top Gun Bombing Award. Somehow the news got to NAS Miramar, Fighter Town, and to my pleasant surprise, Diz Laird, the XO of VF-121, flew to Lemoore to attend the award ceremony, just to rub it into their noses that the attack community had been whipped by an old Phantom flyer.
That's great, Captain. Maybe your master's degree did some good.
Not in that instance, however. It might come in handy for my next administrative job. I was assigned to VA-27, a brand new squadron formed in December from scratch, with all new airplanes, people, and paperwork, to be deployed aboard Constellation 5 months later in May '68 for the second deployment of A-7s. Our CO was Commander George Pappas, a short, temperamental Greek. In contrast, the XO, Commander Lynn Felt, was tall, thin, and reserved, and from a family line of admirals. Because of the pilot shortage, with JOs bailing out for the airlines, or just literally bailing out, 7 of the other 16 pilots in the squadron, including myself, were lieutenant commanders. Where there would normally be 3 of us as department heads, it was an unusually top-heavy distribution of rank to have half the squadron that senior. Since I was a fairly junior lieutenant commander and longtime LSO, I was surprised when George asked me to be the maintenance officer. Bear in mind, Mike, only 1 squadron before us had deployed with A-7s, so significant maintenance personnel and material complications were likely, especially in a new squadron. My lack of experience in aircraft maintenance, management, or leadership was not enhancing.
So why were you chosen?
I was not George's first choice, I learned, but others had asked to be excused from the job.
Isn't it unusual for an officer to turn down responsibility to a CO?
I would say so. That's why I accepted, and glad I did, as it turned out.
You mean that hot new master management degree of yours paid off?
Hell no. I had the great good fortune to have an outstanding Mustang lieutenant as my assistant maintenance officer, John Whidden.
Mustang?
A commissioned officer who came up through the enlisted ranks, quite rare at that time in the Navy. In fact, I should note that John Whidden was the finest naval officer of any source or rank I ever knew, period. If my education and experience was of any benefit, it was that I was smart enough to give John full scope, keep myself informed, and consistently back him up. Plus, LTV did a fine job of designing and manufacturing the A-7. I believe there were very few Navy jet aircraft which have a more trouble-free history.
So, you were smelling like a rose at work. How are things at home with you, Aurelie, and the kids?
The strains of previous cruises, RPI academics, and isolated off-base life in Hamford were harder on Aurelie than I had time to notice. Our disinterest in Navy social life further isolated her, and she became more detached and distant. She had good reason to feel the same about me, I suppose. No doubt Aurelie's sustaining hope for our future was a quiet and restful shore tour on the East Coast. Now we simply had very little time together, and the outlook was bleak for as long as the war continued. Fortunately, David and Christopher were as close as two brothers could be, nearly like twins. Beautiful David, very bright, innocent, and good-natured, was truly his brother's keeper. Christopher, being a year behind David in school, had a hard act to follow with David's teachers, so he capitalized on his clown-like face and charm and didn't do as well academically. I regret the one time I lost it with Christopher about his poor grades and told him he was going to wind up digging ditches. I had never made such a harsh remark to the kids, so Chris was truly shocked and hurt. But I didn't try to fix it, recognizing that he was a chip off the old block and recalling the negative effects of my parents' lack of interest. Jennifer and Skye were quite separate and different. It wasn't hard to see that Jenny did not approve of Aurelie's housekeeping style and was planning her escape as I had done. She didn't make a fuss about it, nor did she take an active interest in being close to Skye. So little Skye from Cloud 9 was pretty much on her own.
Aurelie still made no objections to you about your relationship.
Not in a way that got my attention. Mind you, I wasn't a totally happy camper myself. Although there was no open conflict, physical as well as emotional intimacy was largely absent between us. 4 births, 2 within 10 months, contributed to physical and emotional stress between us. Since there seemed to be no point in railing over unresolvable issues, I maintained a "that's life" attitude. On to Yankee Station in mid-1968. The war had escalated considerably in 1967. The Christmas truce, another Johnson naive diplomatic move to bring the North to a peace agreement, was used by NVN only to move thousands of vehicles and troops south, unhindered by air attacks for the Tet and Khe Sanh offensives to begin their invasion of the South. But in the end, NVN suffered major defeats. More than 32,000 enemy troops were killed and 6,000 captured, with no territorial gains. More importantly, NVN failed to rally the South Vietnamese populace to their side. We, on the other hand, had long ago learned that the South Vietnamese were to let us do their fighting for them.
Didn't they appreciate the fact that we were there to help them save themselves, Captain?
I doubt it. The South Vietnamese population was mainly focused on survival, not their government. The truth for us, of course, was that we were there in our own national interest, to prevent forceful communist expansion, just as was our purpose in Korea.
So you guys were fighting your own separate type of war in the North to help defend your G1 comrades in the South?
McNamara's February 67 statement to the press was that our objectives were to raise South Vietnamese morale, reduce the flow of supplies, and make the North understand the futility of trying to subjugate South Vietnam. The facts were, however, that there were more than 50,000 North Vietnamese troops in the South, 5 times as many as 2 years before, at the cost of over 500 fixed-wing aircraft costing $1.1 billion, and the loss of more than 200 airmen without results.
What were the U.S. military leaders saying?
The administration and military commanders came to realize that the North could continue to fight indefinitely as long as population centers, port facilities, airfields, and agricultural facilities remained off limits. Nevertheless, the prohibition remained against bombing inside a 10-mile circle around Hanoi, and the major ports could not be bombed or mined. So, in January 1968, some target restrictions in the North were lifted to permit strikes against bridges, railroads, storage depots, and airfields. Nevertheless, the North's determination to fight on was portrayed in propaganda film of them walking bicycles with 500-pound loads around bomb craters. On the diplomatic front, LBJ and McNamara's continued concept of Oriental face was that U.S. bombing pauses would bring them to peace negotiations.
I still don't get it. Tell me again. What was the administration's rationale?
Simply that if we played nice with them and didn't humiliate them by bombing the hell out of them, they would play nice with us too. Whereas, all that was achieved in North Vietnam's view was that we were admitting we were wrong and they were winning, all the while giving them the time to redeploy SAMs and AAA, repair the trails, and move great quantities of supplies and troops southward unhindered, totally defeating all we had risked and accomplished before. In addition, the supply of World War II 500-pound bombs ran so low that we often launched with half bomb loads, keeping the same number of missions because the admirals were playing with us like boats in a bathtub, competing with the Air Force generals for sortie rates. Needless to say, the effect on morale and loyalty was devastating. So the exodus of junior aviators to the airlines accelerated, while some undertook crusades with letters to the media and congressmen to no avail. Meanwhile, we paid a high price for our limited effectiveness.
I recall you saying your squadron lost 5 of 12 A-7s.
Correct. Jim Lee was hit by AAA, pulling off a bomb run in the north. But he made it out to the Gulf where he ejected and was rescued safe and sound. He was flying NK-513, the A-7 with his name on it. Someone suggested that 13 was an unlucky number, so we numbered its replacement 514.
Was that sort of superstition prevalent in naval aviation?
Not more than in other professions, I think. I guess we all tend to have our own good luck charms, though. Retiring the 513 number wasn't taken seriously, but the next loss got everyone's attention in a different way. Also, pulling off a bomb run in the north, Skipper Pappas took a small round hit near the right wing fuel vent, which ignited a small fuel fire, so he was bingoed to Da Nang rather than risk a larger fire on the flight deck. As he slowed for landing approach, however, the flames grew, and during rollout on the runway, the fire engulfed the airplane, forcing George to eject. The ejection was successful and George was uninjured, but the airplane continued off the end of the runway into an Air Force hangar, destroying it and several airplanes. George was flying 501 with his name on it.
Wow, 2 downed planes in a row, like bullets with the pilots' names on them. I don't suppose anyone proposed retiring the names, did they?
Not hardly practical to retire the skipper's name, was it, Mike?
If I remember correctly, you explained before that squadron aircraft were traditionally named and numbered according to pilot seniority, with the first of the 3 digits assigned to all squadron aircraft. In other words, all VA-27 aircraft were 500 series, with the CO-501, the XO-502, and so on down the line. I think you also said that there was no special significance to it, other than the prestige of having your name on your airplane. And there was a 1 in 12 chance on any given flight that a pilot flew his airplane. Therefore, the odds of losing 2 airplanes in a row flown by their namesakes must have been astronomical.
Agreed. Not even an RPI statistics professor could compute those odds. But it gets better, Mike. Suppose I told you that all 5 of the A-7s we lost on that cruise were being flown by the pilot with his name on it, and that the same thing happened to the A-6 intruder squadron aboard.
I'd say that such an occurrence was way beyond coincidence and downright providential. It had to be some kind of omen or message from the Almighty. But what was the message? How did you all feel about it?
It's hard to say how the other aviators felt, since it was not discussed much, beyond acknowledging that it might be bad luck to fly your airplane.
No kidding, I should say so. It is truly astonishing to me that a Ripley's Believe It or Not event didn't even inspire discussion, if not a policy against assigning an aircraft to the named pilot.
I'd say that we put the odds in the category of a catapult or arresting gear failure, a highly unlikely event which we had no control over. Other threats involving some degree of pilot skill were more likely, and if you were going to be shot down, it didn't much matter whose name was on the airplane, did it? Still, I believe that an effort was made by our maintenance crews and duty officers to help us avoid flying our named airplane.
What was your reaction?
One stormy night, I was the spare for a 4-plane launch, and the way the aircraft were spotted on the flight deck left no choice but to assign me to my A-7, NK-506. After startup, I noted that the standby compass light was out. Standby compasses were primitive wet magnetic compasses mounted high over the instrument panel for use only as a backup for several other electronic and gyro compasses. So although the burned out light was a legitimate downgripe for a night flight, it was highly unlikely that any pilot would abort a flight because of one. Nevertheless, when one of the GO airplanes canceled for a maintenance discrepancy, and I was to be launched in its place, I did not hesitate to follow suit and gave the plane captain a thumbs down. I was very lucky to dodge a lot of close calls in life, but I couldn't see going up against this one. I felt no guilt for canceling, then or now. The only interpretation of the omen I needed was, don't fly the airplane with your name on it into combat.
Did anyone consider removing the names from all the airplanes?
I doubt it. It just wouldn't have been an acceptable or effective reaction for us to try to hide.
Other than that, how was life in an A-7 squadron compared to the F-4 squadrons you flew with?
Quite different in important, positive ways. We were closer because there were half the number of aircrew members. We flew single crew, single engine airplanes, often in 4-plane formations in coordination with 8 or 12 other attack airplanes, and we moved mud instead of grinding around in circles in spread out pairs. We were less colorful, but more professional, and there was less rancor among us. Of course, in the JO's eyes, lieutenant commander department heads were set apart in the mid-grade menopause career phase, although my prior F-4 combat experience gave me some credibility. Even so, It's not so simple for them to be friends with officers who are writing your fitness reports.
Did your A7s hold up well?
Very well indeed. John Whidden's leadership and the A7A's excellent reliability allowed us to fly an amazing average of 31 missions a day on the line for the entire cruise. Still flying noon to midnight for 2 weeks, then midnight to noon.
So with 18 pilots, you were averaging 1.7 flights a day, including briefing, debriefing, and manning spares, plus time with demanding collateral duty responsibilities. Doesn't sound like much time for relaxation?
True. I don't recall the line periods being as long. Our night road recce tactics evolved to working with the more effective A6 trim aircraft, which had low light level TV and infrared sensors, in addition to moving target indicators on their radar. Because the A6s were not highly accurate bombers, they were armed with cluster bombs, CBUs, which scattered hand grenade-sized bomblets over a wide area. The tactic was for single A6s to patrol the roads at low altitude, while the A7s in pairs orbited in assigned areas at high altitude. If an A6 located a truck, a CBU was released. Even a single bomblet hit was enough to stop a truck and start a fire, bringing the convoy to a halt and marking their location for the A7s to follow up with 500-pound bombs.
Sounds good. Did it work?
Although the A6 sensor's effectiveness was limited by high humidity, trees, and slow movers, I believe they limited truck convoy movement at night. However, I heard of only a few instances of bombing success. CBUs might have been better used by A7s against troops, supplies, and anti-aircraft sites, but they were too expensive and scarce for allocation beyond the A6s, which needed the CBU's scatter.
What did you do on those night missions after milling around for an hour without A6 success? You couldn't return to the ship with bombs, could you?
We were assigned secondary targets, transshipment points, river crossings, road intersections, and suspected storage sites to bomb on our own before returning. But we gave little credibility to these stale assignments. We regarded all sparsely populated areas in North Vietnam to be hostile Indian country, where a bomb was equally unlikely to cause damage wherever it was dropped. So I occasionally pickled off a bomb just to wake them up.
Is that all the success you had, Captain?
Yes, as far as I know. We had little bomb damage assessment, BDA, especially at night in the north, since we had no one on the ground to provide feedback. In coordinated strikes, we were in and off strikes so high and fast we scarcely saw targets, much less discern the damage. Aerial photos just showed craters on top of old craters. I was credited with 8 KIAs by a forward air controller on a strafing run against NVN troops in Laos, but I discounted it as part of the political emphasis on inflated body counts. Except for the AAA, SAM, and MiG threats, the whole business was entirely impersonal for us, and with the low-value targets, became simply a survival exercise. The only time I know for certain that I caused any damage was on one of those night road recce flights with the A6s. It was a rare occasion where A7s carried 750-pound bombs with airburst fuses, which were normally allocated to the B-52s for Laos strikes. As usual, there had been no road action that night, and it was time to return to Constellation. It was a clear starlit night with no moon, so I just looked for an aim point, not a target, and saw stars reflected on a sharp bend in a river outlining a peninsula. So I rolled in on it, released all 6 bombs, and pulled off to the right, heading east for the ship, without bothering to watch the bomb bursts. Soon I saw a bright orange flash in my left rearview mirror, and turned to see a series of huge explosions, visible all the way to the ship 60 miles offshore, as well as by all the other A-7 pilots who also rolled in on it. Obviously, by pure blind luck, I had bombed an ammunition dump.
Good for you, Captain. That must have made you quite a celebrity.
Not quite, Mike. For the most part, the naval aviators I knew were honorable men, but not all of them. The XO landed before me and took the credit.
How could he get away with that? Didn't the others in the air know better?
I had made no voice transmissions whatever about the event. Nevertheless, it was surely obvious to Lynn that someone had preceded him in setting it off. But who could say? He simply seized the opportunity, and I wasn't going to be the one to publicly humiliate my boss. The satisfaction was mine, though I hadn't done anything extraordinary, so I saw nothing to gain from it. I was disappointed in Lynn, but not surprised. I suppose he was under pressure to follow in his daddy's footsteps. I later collected a lot more than I would have gained by making a fuss over nothing.
More to come on that, I assume. Are there other war stories to tell about this cruise?
Just one more. Johnson declared that we were to stop bombing north of the 20th parallel. So all our efforts and losses for the past 4 years were flushed. With the restrictive rules of engagement imposed on us, which severely limited our effectiveness, it was just as well to cut our losses if we were not seriously going to try to win this half-assed war. Johnson added the face-saving provision that we would continue to fly reconnaissance missions over the north, and by God, we would make them sorry if they shot at us. Another of the many of LBJ's grossly stupid mistakes, guaranteeing the humiliation of the U.S. presidency and U.S. failure in Vietnam. What sane person could believe that the North would be persuaded to talk peace by such a weak, dumbass president?
But weren't you greatly relieved to stop flying bombing missions further north?
Not greatly. To a degree, I had become emotionally callous to the threats. Missions had become almost routine, and I sometimes lit a cigarette. I recall once launching before dawn during monsoon season. My wingman was delayed, so while I circled, waiting for him to join up, I looked out across the limitless ocean to the east at daybreak. The sky, clouds, and sea were as pristinely beautiful and peaceful as on the dawn of creation, with no evidence of man's strife. The contrasting view over land to the west was one of darkness, storms, lightning, explosions, chaos, destruction, and death. To the east, beauty, hope, love, elation, innocence, and faith. To the west, despair, horror, hate, depression, and anger. Then my wingman joined, so we dove into the storms to the west and made our contribution to the chaos and destruction.
A dramatic contrast between the dawn of God's creation and of man's modification, which I suppose stunned many combat air crews over the years. World War II bomber crews, launching before daybreak in England, must have watched the sun rise serenely in the Channel before all hell broke loose over Europe, with little hope of surviving the mission. Did you believe you would survive?
It had stopped being a conscious factor for me. Not that I felt invulnerable. I suppose I felt my fate was not in my hands, other than making night carrier landings safely. But back to my war story. It was the last launch on a midnight to noon schedule. My wingman and I were RESCAP, Rescue Combat Air Patrol, for an RA-5 Vigilante photoplane, escorted by 4 F-4s for a mission over Vin. We were armed to the hilt with guns, bombs, and missiles, which significantly handicapped flight performance. But we were to hold offshore with 2 A-3 tankers, unless the A-5 or an F-4 was downed. The pilot of the RA-5 was Ernie Stamm, a past acquaintance from the Ticonderoga 60 cruise. The ship was well south of the usual Yankee station near the DMZ, so we joined up on Ernie to have our picture taken as we all headed north in the Gulf. RA-5s cruise so fast in basic engine at low altitude during their photo run that the F-4s had to use afterburner to keep up, so fuel capacity was a limiting factor for the fighters. Vin was an inland town in the southerly part of the north, in a flat, densely populated agricultural area, heavily defended by 3 SAM sites and more than 150 37 and 57 millimeter AAA guns. I don't know why Vin was considered important by either side, but many Navy aircraft were shot down there. That day was no exception. Ernie was hit by AAA and immediately went down very near the town. We heard an emergency beeper, indicating that at least one of the 2 of them had ejected, but it seemed hopeless that they could escape capture or be rescued that close to population and without cover. The F-4s quickly declared bingo fuel and beat feet for the ship, leaving me in charge as the on-scene commander with my wingman, now the only 2 U.S. airplanes airborne over the north for this rescue mission. Since there was no follow-on launch scheduled, we could not expect backup. Although rescue seemed hopeless, I felt there was no choice but to try, as long as we had a beeper. So I told the search and rescue destroyer to launch the Hello and hold him just offshore for further direction. As we went feet dry at the coast, we clearly saw the smoke of the A-5 wreckage rising straight up to 35,000 feet on that clear, windless day. Suddenly, I recalled my 1950 conversation with God in the Bavarian woods near Augsburg, when I agreed to sacrificing my life for a fellow aviator in combat in return for 10 years of flying. 1956 to 1968, I got a 2-year bonus, but I realized today was payback time.
How did that affect you?
If anything, the thought committed me to pressing on. I had been so blessed. How could I refuse? Like the Italian flight student's helmet, que sera, sera. To build speed and get down to where we could see Stan and his crewmen, we descended to 4,000 feet, the altitude where he had just been shot down and in the middle of the AAA envelope. As we passed over the wreckage in a right turn, wingman on my left, I heard a loud whoosh and saw the smoke trail of a SAM pass directly between us, close enough to blow us both out of the air if it had fused. I rolled out of the turn and saw the second SAM coming up. The only maneuver left to us was to roll hard right to near inverted and pull as much as I dared for the ground. This meant getting down in the weeds into the AAA guns and losing sight of the SAM and just waiting for the outcome. It missed us, thank the Lord. We then climbed out for the coast unscathed. Since we had no SAM radar warning or jamming, we concluded that the SAMs had been optically guided. Why the fuses had failed was purely providential. We still heard a beeper when we reached the coast at 25,000 feet, which meant going back for another try. As we returned with the helo still standing by offshore, the beeper went off the air, and we heard Big Look give a bandit MiG warning southeast of Bullseye, Hanoi, on guard channel. I disregarded it, but my wingman suggested that the warning was intended for us. However, the South SAR destroyer controller said it was not. The next transmission from the Big Look EC-121 offshore was very clear. 2A7s over Vin. You have 5 MiGs 50 miles northwest, closing fast. I asked our controller if there we had fighters airborne, but the reply was, wait 1. Then our SAM warning and jamming gear came alive, indicating a SAM launch. My alert wingman fired a radar-homing walleye missile, and we broke hard right as the controller issued a recall directive to confirm my decision to abort further rescue attempts and get the hell out of Dodge. There was no way 2 heavily loaded A-7As were going to win this battle alone. Apparently, our radar jamming or wingman's missile worked. The SAM went stupid and self-detonated high above us. In dodging it, however, wingman became detached, and we were switched to new frequencies. By this time, we were too low on fuel to get home, so we were depending on the 2 A3 tankers. However, they were also recalled and switched to a different radio frequency, and were hauling butt ahead of us for the ship, leaving us unable to speak to them or find them. Somehow, we each separately found an A3. Initially, neither of them was willing to slow to refueling speed, but frantic hand, thumb, and finger gestures got our messages across, and we landed safely.
What a day, Captain. I expect you had a few questions at the debriefing about the poor planning, fighter support, or coordination.
No, there was no debriefing or review, at least not at my level. I was unaware of any discussion of the fiasco whatever. I hope that at least the press back home made enough of an announcement to rub Johnson's face in the dirt, as he so well deserved for his spineless stupidity. Personally, I was so grateful that the SAM hadn't fused, and God got me through it without calling in our 10-year agreement, that the rest seemed insignificant to me.
I understand. Kind of like your near train collision incident. What's done was done. Do you know what happened to the A5 crew?
We only knew that at least one of them ejected and was presumably captured. The NVN probably kept the beeper operating to lure us in for more target practice. It wasn't until repatriation of the POWs in 1973 that we learned that the crewman did not eject. Ernie was captured, but he was so badly burned that he was transferred to a Hanoi hospital. According to their report, 2 weeks later, Ernie insisted on shaving his burned face with a rusty razor blade and died of a staph infection.
What a shame. Were there no improvements incorporated in subsequent photo missions?
I don't recall, but I think the number of missions tapered off. A5s were unsuccessful, unreliable, and accident-prone airplanes, which occupied more deck space than they were worth. Plus, photos were of marginal value, since the bombing halt the North made no secret of building up troops and supplies southward toward the DMZ, which allowed them to divert some of the traffic from the long haul in Laos and devote more large AAA guns to defend the trails. In other words, the North had succeeding in pushing us back, while political deterioration continued in the South, assuring our humiliation in everyone's view. Naturally, the South remained content to let us do all the fighting, failing, and dying for them.
Well then, Captain, Would you care to shift to a more cheery subject, like life ashore?
Good idea, but let's close this chapter and start afresh tomorrow after your flight. All right?
Yes, I probably won't be back until late. So can we plan to meet after dinner?
Sure, Mike. Call to confirm.
The weather forecast is favorable, so wish me luck.
Happy landings, Mike. Vietnam, 1968. Letter from home. Hello, Mike. Cheated death again, I see.
Please treat a fellow pilot with more respect.
Congratulations. How did it go?
There was such a strong, gusty crosswind. No one else was flying, but the examiner didn't suggest canceling, so I pressed on with the briefing. Of course, he caught me on a few academic items during the briefing, but the takeoff was okay, considering that the wind conditions were the worst I have flown in. There was a lot of turbulence as we climbed out, so it was challenging to plan the cross-country flight he surprised me with, and fly the airplane too, with a pencil in my mouth and charts and calculator falling off my lap, all the while, as you say, fighting snakes with the stick against the turbulence. I figured the examiner was testing my multitasking ability, and remembered you saying that flying the airplane is always the first priority. So I dragged out the flight planning until he finally canceled the task. After a few stalls, he asked me to demonstrate a slip. I admitted that I had never done one, and asked him to demonstrate. After I did several, and really got into it with nearly 90 degrees of bank and full top rudder for a 500-foot altitude loss, he had enough, and we headed back to the field for touch-and-go landings. If the crosswind and turbulence was bad on takeoff, it was far worse when we returned. I was literally hitting the stops with the controls on the first approach, and the examiner asked if I would like to terminate the flight and try another day. I replied that whether or not we completed the flight exam, as long as we were airborne, it was $1 million worth of experience for me to continue with him aboard. He said he appreciated my spirit, so we completed the flight without breaking anything, and he signed me off.
Attaboy, Mike. Good show. Well done. Thanks for making me proud of you. I'm happy that one of my decedents has finally shown an interest in aviation.
Thanks, Captain. If you had been there 70 years ago, I would have had an earlier start.
Perhaps, Mike, but 70 years ago I couldn't have been around much, and my life was so tumultuous I might have been little value to you.
I believe that takes us back to the 1968 cruise and personal domestic developments. From what you have told me, you may have denied the cumulative traumatic effects of your missions. The significance of the VIN SAR mission with the SAM near-miss trauma had to have taken an emotional toll. No one can simply brush off years of combat. Plus, weren't you at the ripe age for a midlife crisis?
Maybe, Mike, but I was more conscious of feeling that nothing we were doing in Vietnam had any support from home. Not just the politicians and protesters, I mean my home. By then it was obvious that Orly had no positive interest or concern with anything to do with aviation, Vietnam, or the Navy. And I was nearly a stranger to my kids. So what the hell was I doing there? An answer came in the mail.
A letter from Aurélie?
Yes, as during prior cruises, I had once again pleaded with her to explain the significance of her family's 1950 U.S. visit. On returning to Munich, she was an emotional basket case, but would never discuss it. I only knew it had something to do with a confrontation with her father.
That's all she would say?
Yes, except that she would never see him again.
That was 18 years before. 5 years before you were married. Why was it so important for you to dredge that matter up?
It's true we weren't married then, but we were very seriously engaged. I just intuitively knew it was an important missing element in our 20-year relationship, and I was right.
The recorder and I are all ears, Captain.
Aurelie's explanation was so lengthy that she took 2 letters to tell it, but receiving part 2 before part 1 greatly magnified the devastating effect on me. The punchline arrived 24 hours before the joke. Anyhow, here's the story in proper order. After these many years of family damnation caused by Aurelie's version of the truth after the split, I want my day in court. You'll understand why in future chapters.
Fair enough, Captain. You have my promise. But why have you waited 58 years to speak out?
What would have been the point? I was out of the picture, and Aurelie was going to have to raise the kids, who were too young to understand anyhow. Besides, there were to be other extenuating developments. I'm telling it now because it was a major event in my history.
So, what was in the letters?
First, a brief review to put it in perspective. In Munich, Helen believed I wasn't worthy of her brilliant daughter, so she tried to break us up by telling my parents I was seeing Aurelie too much and asked them to discourage it. My father, bless his heart, blew off Helen by telling her that was a matter between her and Aurelie. I was angry with Helen, but thought little more about it. All during our 6-year courtship, Aurelie and I refrained from sex by mutual agreement, nor had I with anyone else before your mother in 1955. Since Aurelie's stepfather Clayton was a high-grade State Department official in the provisional government in Munich, the family was entitled to annual summer vacations in the U.S. Aurelie's letter about the 1950 summer revealed that Helen arranged for Aurelie and her first cousin to have a car for the 2 of them to tour New England for 3 weeks, screwing their brains out. The crisis came at the end of the trip when they visited Aurelie's father, where to her astonishment, the cousin declared his love for Aurelie and asked for her hand in marriage.
I take it Daddy did not react kindly to his daughter's marriage to her first cousin at age 16.
Evidently not. He reportedly went into extreme rage, calling Aurelie and Helen whores, plus every other name he could think of, and threw them out.
Aurelie blamed her father for being upset.
Sure, that's what women do, isn't it? It's always men's fault.
Of course, but why wait 20 years to tell you?
Exactly, Mike. She probably figured that for me that would be the finish of our marriage.
I'm not quite following you. Your own infidelity could hardly qualify you to judge. I don't understand why such an ancient event was to be a marriage ender.
That's what others said, Mike, so I gave up explaining. No one except the 2 people directly involved can make valid judgments about what happens inside marriages. The crucial factor for me had nothing to do with infidelity. The issue was honesty. If Aurelie had leveled the field with me when I married Emma, Aurelie's episode would have been long forgotten. Moreover, I recognized that Aurelie finally revealed the story to me as her way of initiating the divorce she wanted. I was being dumped.
Then why wait until you were 8,000 miles away, in the middle of a war?
Why do you suppose?
She didn't have the guts to confront you directly in person with a divorce request before you left?
Isn't that the way it goes? Don't wives typically find indirect ways to motivate their unwanted husbands to leave, while making him appear as the villain to the kids, court, and neighborhood? To contain the event, Aurelie had isolated herself socially at L'Amour and waited until I was far away. Society might be unsympathetic to a mother of 4 small children who would voluntarily abandon financial security without reasonable justification, right?
Still, how'd she know what your reaction would be?
An insightful question, Mike. It went back to when I told Aurelie that Emma was pregnant and that I had no choice but to marry her. Despite my father's advice never to see Aurelie again, because she would hold Emma over me ever after, I felt compelled to deliver a personal apology. When I saw her, however, I was overwhelmed by Aurelie's positive attitude and steadfast devotion. All was forgiven, and she was going to Pensacola too.
Weren't you a little uneasy with that turn of events?
Of course, I should have asked her to wait until I was free, but I expected to be single shortly after your November birth, as your mother promised, since the marriage was only for the sake of legitimacy, she said. Besides, we had already waited 6 years, and I had put Aurelie through enough, including weeks in a psychiatrist's care when I married Emma. Plus, there was no suggestion that we would live together in Pensacola, and I couldn't stop her from going. My purpose in reviewing those events with you was that I had faced the music with Aurelie, so that was the time Aurelie should have been openly honest with me about her affair, instead of letting me bear the burden of guilt all those years. The only difference between us was that Aurelie hadn't become pregnant by her cousin. Instead, she chose to let me believe she was a forgiving saint, worthy of the high pedestal I put her on for 14 years of marriage.
All that while placing your unworthy self at her feet. So, having deceived you through the years, despite your repeated questioning, and was in fact far less than the saint she let you worship, you felt the worst kind of deeply dishonest betrayal.
Good, Mike. I'm glad you understand my point, even if you don't sympathize.
Didn't you express all that to Aurelie?
Of course, over and over in 20-page nightly letters for the rest of the cruise, with no attempt on her part to engage in a dialogue, much less acknowledge my feelings.
What do you suppose Aurelie's side of the story would be?
I believe she would say that I was away too much and not really there when at home. She'd say that we had never been close since we were married, and that the sex was infrequent and lousy. She'd say that she hated the Navy moves to Florida, Texas, and California, and she missed New England. She'd say that she had nothing in common with Navy wives, and that the Vietnam conflict was wrong. She'd say that the affair with her cousin was personal to her, not my business, and that I only told her about Emma because it was unavoidable. She'd say that what happened before we were married was irrelevant. She would most surely reinvent history, as she did to the kids, and say that I abandoned the family to run off with a Chinese whore.
Where did the whore part come from?
Providence stepped in on our next port visit to Hong Kong. To escape depression aboard ship, I took leave and shared a hotel room with Mel, my shipboard roommate. I was treating myself to a Hilton haircut the first afternoon when a chief petty officer took the barber chair next to me. Something about him reminded me of myself. He seemed to be quietly alone, out of place, in a bubble just passing through life. It struck me that there was something to the menopausal image JOs had of guys our age. The sad realization of what I recognized in the chief was that I was out of place, not just overseas, but at home too. I was in a dangerous tunnel with no light at the end.
Then how did Providence step in?
Mel, a reserved and dedicated family man, and I stood on the sidelines of the Hilton reception that night and returned to our hotel room before midnight and poured ourselves scotch on the rocks. Our room faced an apartment building close across the back street, where a good bit of activity attracted our attention. Hong Kong residents seemed to never sleep or stop eating. Each apartment was brightly lit with no curtains, so we had a clear view of Chinese home life, as though we were watching a dozen TV soap operas. It was a pleasant relief for us to be away from our 8x10 windowless steel Connie stateroom, So we enjoyed the distinctive outdoor sounds and smells of Hong Kong by opening our windows and blinds. It was so warm and humid, however, that we turned off the lights and stripped down to our skivvies.
What scenes did you peeping Toms spy on?
A boisterous mahjong game was going. Movement of the tiles is so noisy, and the players so loudly emotional, that there was a law prohibiting the game after midnight. However, it was so popular that the law was routinely ignored and rarely enforced. There were several other apartments with families gathered around watching television. 2 other apartments attracted most of our attention, though. In one, a girl in a negligee sat before her vanity mirror, brushing her long black hair. At another apartment, a young girl made repeated entrances at about 30-minute intervals to change clothes and leave again.
Fascinating. What do you suppose she was doing?
Our best guesses were that she was either a model or a hooker, but there was no conclusive evidence either way. In any event, our conjectures were interrupted by our telephone. Mel answered, and a girl said, "Why are you 2 guys standing in the window with your clothes off?"
Busted. Who was it? How did she know your room number?
Mel had no luck getting answers, so he passed the phone to me. I had no more success, and she hung up. We put our pants on and went back to the window looking for clues, but nothing had changed across the street. The girl didn't seem to have a Chinese accent, so we wondered if the call may have come from an adjacent room in our hotel. We finally gave up and went to bed.
That wasn't such an overly providential occurrence, was it?
Patience, my lad, there's more. The next morning I went shopping and returned to the room at noon. Again I opened the windows and blinds to watch the busy street activity below and peruse the apartments. Behold, the girl on the 6th floor was still in her negligee, brushing her hair, so I chose to linger a while. In a few minutes, she came to her open window and leaned out to watch the street activity too. The distance between us prevented a valid assessment, but she seemed to be an attractive young lady. So when she glanced my way, I waved, but she ducked back into her apartment. After a while, she returned dressed, and I waved again. This time I held her attention, and with hand signals, asked her to telephone my room, 406. When I answered, I was surprised to hear a different voice and accent than the previous night's caller. But the conversation went so well that I invited her to lunch. She said it was well past lunchtime, and I noted that my watch had stopped. The bedside clock indicated it was mid-afternoon. I was fumbling for ideas when she asked where I was going for lunch. Just the hotel dining room, I said, still struggling for plan B, when she floored me by suggesting that I should go to lunch and then come up to her apartment.
Now I'm seeing the hand of Providence, Captain. But since you were getting dumped by your wife and feeling over the hill, I don't suppose you followed through, did you?
I had read Carlos Castaneda's Journey to Ixtlan about his adventures in the Arizona desert with a Yaqui Indian shaman named Don Juan Matus, who taught Carlos about Nagual, non-ordinary reality and awareness of the omens and messages which constantly surrounded us. Though Castaneda's books are now presumed to be fictitious, the Indians' lessons rang true to me in the 60s and raised my own awareness of spiritual signs of direction in the events of my life, most recently my encounter with the Sam over Vin, recalling my Munich conversation with God, plus my 15-year quest for Aurélie's explanation of her 1950 summer. In lesser ways, too. My fellow LSOs said I could smell one coming before a landing approach became dangerous. I had therefore learned to take messages and omens seriously, and I generally followed their road signs. It wasn't the event itself, but the timing was surely not a coincidence.
All this by way of rationalizing why you accepted a strange lady's invitation to her apartment.
You bet, Mike. I damn near choked on a club sandwich before running across the street, and didn't notice the elevator before rocketing up 6 flights of stairs. The astonishing sight that greeted me when the door opened took my remaining breath away. There, standing before me in a skin-tight, slit skirt, turquoise-embroidered silk cheongsam dress, was the most gorgeous and perfectly formed girl I ever saw firsthand. I say girl because she had to be in her teens. She was obviously Eurasian, combining the most attractive features of both cultures. As I struggled to get my breath and regain composure, I introduced myself. She said her name was Maria Chan. As her elderly Chinese housekeeper served us tea at the couch, I noted that her spacious apartment was first class by any standards. Maria was obviously doing very well for herself, so of course I wondered how such a young Hong Kong girl could afford such luxury unless she were a working girl. Yet there was nothing about her appearance or manner which suggested that she was a bar girl. If she were a kept mistress, it was unlikely that she would have invited me up. Unless she was in show business, there were virtually no other professions open to women, much less teenagers, in Oriental cultures in 1968. Though English was not her first language, nor did she seem well educated, her exceptional grace and charm more than compensated. Above all, the genuine innocence and warmth of her sparkling eyes and bright smile lit up her perfect complexion and beautiful face. After I apologized for my forward behavior, explaining about the prior evening's event, I risked asking her what she did. Maria beamed when she explained that she was an actress at Shaw Brothers Studio. Maria Chan was her stage name. Her real name was Nazira Begum. She said she'd have the lead in 4 feature films. I must admit that I was skeptical, so I told her I was in the movies too, that we were shooting a James Bond film, and I was a stand-in stuntman for Sean Connery. I meant to be facetious, but she bought it. "Oh yes, I see," she said. "You look like him, and the hair on your arms is the same." Then she proudly showed me her album of studio still photos, as well as an issue of Cavalier magazine with a featured, fold-out, full-length reclining nude portrait of her. She said the Shaw Brothers Studio had asked her to sign a 12-year contract to do a series of television Mandarin traditional soap operas, which meant a 24/7 cloistered studio grounds dormitory training regimen to teach her the classical Chinese theater moves, dances, and acting styles.
So, Captain, you were the phony actor, not Nazira.
Yeah, my act didn't translate well, so I asked for her gracious acceptance of my apology, an explanation of why I was really in Hong Kong. She was easy on me.
So, since you were old enough to be her father, you did the honorable thing and took your leave?
Somehow my age and depression didn't seem so severely oppressive, so I invited her to dinner. What harm could come of that? After all, what interest could she have in a guy my age in town for only a few days? Plus, she was seeing stars with a bright acting career ahead. Anyhow, I had more than enough on my plate already.
Sounds like right conditions for a midlife crisis to me, Captain.
Perhaps Aurelie's midlife crisis? I was seeing faint light at the end of my tunnel. At dinner, Nazira explained that her father was from Pakistan, Her mother was Portuguese and Chinese from Macau, a Portuguese colony near Hong Kong. Nazira was the youngest of 4 daughters who were driving their traditional Muslim father crazy in the rapidly modernizing and fast-paced cosmopolitan life of Hong Kong, especially with so many Vietnam GLs in town on R&R. Nazira's mother, on the other hand, was having a wonderful time living vicariously in the lives of her girls, all 4 of whom were equally as gorgeous as Nazira, though in much different ways. The eldest, Hamida, had been married to a Dutch shipbroker in Singapore, and then married into one of the 4 watch manufacturing families in Switzerland. The second, Rashida, managed a jewelry factory in Hong Kong and was married to a British civil servant in the colonial government's special branch, an intelligence agency somewhat similar to our CIA. The third daughter, Sukina, was engaged to an Air Force Major F-4 pilot, West Point graduate. Nazira said that she was considered the black sheep of the family. Her show business career began at age 11 as a magician's assistant in an Australian's nightclub act. When the Australian indicated that he wanted to take Nazira with him on the road throughout the Orient, her father believed that Nazira intended to run away with him. Somehow, her father succeeded in having her locked up in a juvenile facility, even though she had committed no crime. Nazira explained that she was devastated, since she didn't know what she had done wrong or why her parents never came to visit her. So she escaped and survived on the rooftops of Wan Chai, the most depressed district, for several months before she was captured and returned to the facility with an extended sentence. Soon, however, she escaped again, with the same results, and spent over 5 years in jail before finally being released, only a little more than 2 years before.
What a story! Nazira must have despised her parents for locking her away and ignoring her during those most formative years.
You would think so. Nevertheless, she loved her parents very much. I didn't detect a trace of lingering resentment. Still, Nazira did have mixed feelings about signing over 12 more years of her freedom to a movie studio, regardless of the enticement of glamorous rewards.
But what were her options? As you say, other than marriage or the bar girl life, there were no other choices open to her.
Nazira's experience in Wan Chai taught her that at best the economic life of a single girl did not extend past age 30, no longer marriage material, and left with no marketable skills. She had the same concerns about a movie career. Few Chinese or Muslim women age well, so she recognized that she had to cash in on her looks quickly.
But didn't it seem a bit odd that she was doing so well financially after only 3 films?
Yes, if it did. I wondered if perhaps her parents were well off and were compensating for the jail time they had subjected her to. But Nazira said her father was a chauffeur for a wealthy Chinese widow, and her mother did not work. Part of the mystery was explained after dinner when Nazira took me to her bar.
Her bar? She was a bar girl after all?
No, a bar owner, actually only half owner. Nazira's explanation was that she had been given half ownership in exchange for her regular appearance there, only to attract customers and lead the other girls. Nothing else. Keep in mind, Mike, that girls worked for the bars to earn commissions from the drinks they sold. They were on their own with their private lives, except the bar had to be paid for the girl's absence from work, either by the boyfriend or herself. Nazira was a special case, not only for her beauty and personality, but moreover because she was Eurasian.
Why did that make her so special?
In those days, Hong Kong women who had the slightest trace of something other than Chinese ancestry claimed that as their nationality. This was typical if there was any Macau Portuguese blood in the family history, no matter how far back. Nancy Kwan, a beautiful Eurasian actress in the 60s, made a movie with William Holden set in Hong Kong, The World of Susie Wong. The storyline was an Oriental girl's hopeless romance with a Westerner, typical of every bar girl in Hong Kong. So Susie Wong remained their all-time favorite heroine. Nazira had all the right stuff to soon become the next Susie Wong.
I see. She was wise enough to know that her best long-term option was to be married and out of Hong Kong while in her prime, as her sisters had done, probably with a lot of coaching by their mother. Didn't you see yourself as a potential candidate, Captain?
No, I was just a burned-out, battle-weary, rejected, and depressed fighter pilot who wasn't thinking with his brain.
Well, this wasn't so much different from your prior escapades. From what I remember of being 36, you may be exaggerating, except for the brain malfunction. I see that you are not going to tell me that you bade Nazira farewell after dinner and returned to the ship, are you?
Sure I am, except you skipped over a couple of parts. Nazira asked if I would like to visit her bar. Out of curiosity, I accepted. After all, how often does one get an insider view of such places? It was a small, plain, dimly lit bar with just room for the bar, 8 booths, and 4 tables. From the warm, excited greetings she got from the 8 very presentable girls in their 20s, it was plain to see that Nazira was a very popular and in-charge partner. Since it was early evening and there were no customers, we pushed the tables together, and I had the gang to myself. Big Spender bought the drinks, and Mona, the Mama-san bartender, joined us. I could see that the ladies were genuinely having fun. Nothing could have cheered me up more.
Great, Captain. So what was the second part I skipped? You say that nothing could have cheered you up more?
Oh, you're a sly devil, Michael. Okay, so when I escorted Nazira back to her apartment, I saw that her housekeeper had turned her bed down, which seemed to be a sign of approval, so what else could a gentleman do? I didn't make it back to the hotel until next morning.
Didn't you tell her you were married?
Yes, though it was obvious. I had removed my ring in reaction to Aurelie's mail, but the 14 years of wear was plain to see. Plus, it turned out that Nazira was an incredible fortune teller. Using tarot cards that evening, she recounted amazing details of what had happened with Aurelie, as well as the obstacles ahead.
What were your expectations?
I had no idea, but it was a more serious encounter than I anticipated. I had to return to the ship in the morning for the day, so I told Nazira I would call her later. But when I called late afternoon, there was no one home. Dinner time came and went, and I ordered room service. It was after midnight when the phone finally rang. It was Mona, and she was with Nazira. Mona explained that Nazira feared her developing serious feelings for me and felt it best not to see me again. Mona, however, was encouraging her to hang on to the chance that things might work out, and asked if she would bring Nazira to see me, if that was agreeable.
Agreeable, meaning that you was willing to take a chance in the future too. How could you make such a major and risky decision with someone you had known less than 24 hours?
Snap life or death decisions were not new to me. Divorce seemed certain, whether I liked it or not. My gut reaction was to go for the gusto, since there was more to be gained than lost, with far less risk than I was facing in the skies.
What in the world were you thinking? Weren't you conscious of the distinct religious, cultural, language, and educational chasms between you? Not to mention the age difference. What if she wanted children? Were you prepared to spend the rest of your life raising kids? What about Navy's reaction? Would you and a Hong Kong teenager who apparently broke up a marriage with 4 kids be acceptable in NAS Lemoore Navy society? I cannot imagine anyone making life more difficult for themselves, Captain.
I wasn't blind to the obstacles, Mike, nor was I blinded by love. I had been around the block before in matters of the heart. I also recognized that Nazira was very pragmatic and probably had even less notion of love than I did. I was inspired by the revolutionary spirit of the 60s. Remember the ending of the movie The Graduate, where Dustin Hoffman's character swings the cross in church at his girl's wedding, with everyone hatefully screaming at him? That was me, see? I didn't fear the chasms and risks. I was willing to accept my challenges. This time I was doing it my way, not as a lamb led to the holy altar of matrimony because of pregnancy. As I saw it, there is no end of second-thought excuses for those who avoid the yellow brick road and live out their lives dreaming of what might have been, missing out on happiness, fearing what strangers might think. Whatever the Navy's or society's opinion was going to be, it was theirs to ponder. Regardless of my choices, I was likely to be judged for the divorce, but the fact of the matter was that Orally was the one opting out. So what Nazira and I chose to do with our future was no one's business but our own. I had faith in Nazira's extraordinary maturity, common sense, humanity, and determination.
But weren't you leaping way far into the future for such a commitment? How could the relationship develop after you sailed out of Hong Kong with less than a week together? Surely such a short courtship in the emotional condition you was in wasn't going to seal your choice, was it?
Bless her heart, on her own initiative and expense, Nazira met me at every port for the remainder of the cruise. First stop, Japan, where she met the rest of the squadron and immediately became the belle of the ball with everyone. All the Japanese girls loved her dearly as well, since they were highly advanced in cosmetic surgery to straighten their noses, round their eyes, and pump up their curves to look more Western. Nazira's immediate popularity was the same in the Philippines. She was a true star in every sense, not just her incredible beauty and figure, but her warm-hearted, shining personality, mature grace, poise, and self-confidence, which endeared her to men and women of all ages everywhere we went. The skipper said, "You can get away with this, but I never could." I expected the squadron wives to be less hospitable and welcoming, but they weren't going to be writing my fitness reports.
How could Nazira's parents allow their 18-year-old daughter to chase around Asia after an old married fighter pilot who was likely to get his butt shot off? After all, they had her locked up for 5 years to avoid a stunt like this.
Nazira was as successful in charming her father as she was everyone else. Her mother was obviously an enthusiastically supporting ally. She seemed to love managing her beautiful daughters and living vicariously through them.
Didn't they understand your marital situation?
Absolutely. Nevertheless, I somehow passed muster, for they seemed to have no hesitation about me. Nazira's amazing fortune-telling ability apparently helped her credibility with them in her faith in me and our future.
What did Nazira foresee about the resolution of your marital crisis?
Other than what I anticipated, the time and difficulty of it, she said there would be 2 men blocking the way. One, a friend my age trying to help, the other an older man with evil intentions. There were many other details I can't recall now. Some made little sense at the time, but I do remember them all amazingly coming to pass.
So the future was fast catching up with you as the time to go home approached. I don't imagine you was looking forward to it.
Can't say that I was, Mike. Some events are as hard to face as war. However, I have been selected for promotion to commander, and screen for a squadron command, which meant that if Vietnam was still dragging on, I would be going back for 2 more tours, one as XO and then SEAL.
But maybe Nazira would be with you next time.
Perhaps, if she could wait me out.
You lived in exciting times, Captain. Unless you have more to say about the cruise, would you like to end this chapter on that note and resume tomorrow morning?
Good idea. We'll pick up with home front combat.
Okay, see you at breakfast.
Breaking up.
Good morning, Captain. Sleep well?
Oh yes, thanks, Mike. Did you?
Indeed, yes. I had the most amazing dream I've ever had.
Great. Tell me about it.
I was soaring.
How was that amazing? What were you flying? The Zamango?
No, I was flying me. Hey, now that is amazing. Where were you? How did you do it?
I was in the middle of the grassy area east of the runway at the St. Mary's Airport on a bright sunny afternoon with scattered cumulus clouds and calm wind. Somehow, I felt inspired to just spread my arms straight out, and a passing thermal very gently lifted me off. It wasn't like levitation. I was actually flying with my arms as wings, not flapping at all, just soaring like a hawk.
How did you feel about that?
Beyond surprise or elation, but I was concerned about how to use my wings and how much strength it took. When the thermal lifted me to several hundred feet, I wondered how long I would have the strength in my arms to stay up. When the thermal weakened, how would I control my descent? I was more concerned when little I did with my wings helped control the flight, and I was tiring. Then I flew into another thermal, a strong one which quickly lifted me to 3,000 or 4,000 feet. As you know, it's a fascinating experience to soar in a glider at that altitude. But it's an entirely different kind of adventure, to do it with only your weak and inexperienced arms to keep yourself aloft. I may as well have been looking down from 100,000 feet, vulnerability redefined.
Well, I see you landed safely, so you must have learned.
I remembered what test pilot Tony Levere said, fly the airplane as far into the crash as you can. But the dream ended just as I began a rapid descent by bending my arms to shorten my wingspan. The added speed, however, added to my wing stresses, so I doubt I would have had the strength to make it. I knew it was a dream I could end, and apparently that's what I did. Still, it was a completely realistic experience, quite frightening, but very exhilarating to say the least.
I'm happy for you, Mike. Would you do it again?
Of course, but I'd like to grow more muscles and feathers first, wouldn't you?
Sure, but we'd look pretty silly going into the dining room with feathers growing out of our arms.
Yeah, and just think what the porch pilots at the airport would say if we just walked out of the terminal and flew away. No doubt they would find something critical to say about our flying skills before one of them called the FAA to report a flight violation. You say that you were soaring, not levitating, so you were dependent on thermals to gain and sustain altitude.
Yes, to truly fly like birds. Wouldn't humans have to evolve a protruding breastbone and strengthened muscles to have the leverage, strength, and endurance to flap wings?
True, but that would take eons. It's more likely that we would develop some kind of strap-on machine.
Like a chimango, Captain?
Exactly, but from the weather forecast, it appears your dreams of soaring may have to suffice for the next few days. So, shall we convene in the lobby to record the 1968 homecoming events?
As I recall, Captain, we left off at the end of your 1968 Vietnam tour. You were sailing to an unhappy homecoming with Orally, while also leaving a very young, hopeful Nazira behind in Hong Kong.
Correct, Mike. Months of daily letter writing had accomplished nothing to resolve issues at home. However, the delay allowed me time to recover from the shock, and I hadn't entirely given up hope for reconciliation for the sake of the children. On the other hand, if Aurelie persisted with leaving, future deployments with Nazira was a growingly attractive alternative. Traveling Westpac with Nazira underlined how Aurelie's lack of interest and support had been an increasingly missing factor I could do without.
So how did it go?
Not as badly as I expected. Not all that different from prior homecomings. I was something of a stranger to Aurelie and the kids. The only surprise was that Aurelie had just spent 6 weeks in bed, recovering from surgery to repair the long-before muscle damage to her birth canal. Clearly, Aurelie was prepared in earnest to hit the road. All that was left to do was conclude the details as painlessly as possible. Therefore, emotions were pretty much put aside. As Aurelie put it, there was no need to consider staying together for the sake of the children. They would soon grow up and move away, and we would be left sitting across morning breakfasts, too late to start over, and hating each other for it.
Is that the way you felt too, Captain?
Not really, but Aurelie's determination was set in cement. It takes two to tango, so my feelings were irrelevant. Nevertheless, we had one for the road to test the surgery's great success, and I continued to try to get Aurelie to give in a little in seeing my side of the story, to no avail whatever. So then the challenge was to conclude the details as agreeably as possible.
How were your parents reacting to the news?
Calm and understanding, as they had been about your mother. Unknown to me, Aurelie had declared her frustrations to them after I sailed away on the last cruise. She explained that she could no longer tolerate my Navy career and wanted me to quit. My father correctly reasoned that I would find it impossible to support the family and that I had too much time invested in Navy retirement.
I don't recall you saying that Aurelie asked you to quit the Navy.
No, because she did not.
Why would she burden them without having discussed it with you?
I don't know more than what I already said about how Aurelie engineered the breakup. The important point is that Aurelie had made the final decision independent of debates with me, at least a year before.
What was Aurelie's mother's reaction?
I had no direct contact with her, but Helen was undoubtedly giving Aurelie a lot of encouraging but impractical advice. Nevertheless, Clayton, Aurelie's child-molesting stepfather's social worker, came to stay with us for a protracted and uninvited visit, which I considered unwelcome interference. Apparently, he didn't understand that the split was Aurelie's initiative, and that I had little to say about it, since he offered the bribe of the family's sailboat, Mandalay, to me if we remained married. To add insult to injury, he propositioned Aurelie in front of me after dinner one evening. Oddly, Aurelie was not put off by Clayton's advances, and I had the feeling she might have consented under different circumstances. It seemed that Clayton was the older man blocking matters, of whom Nazira foretold.
Pretty bizarre, Captain. I'm sure you were glad to see him depart. That reminds me of Nazira's other person, a friend, who Nazira said would interfere.
Yes, that turned out to be my pal Ed Fitch, who was between marriages then and had a drinking problem. Perhaps to try to make me jealous and romantically assert myself with Aurelie, Ed also tried to seduce Aurelie in my presence. Whatever his motive, Aurelie and I both laughed him off.
As they say, with friends and family like that, who needs enemies? Were there other outside disruptions?
Aurelie answered the phone one evening when Nazira called to confirm her status. Needless to say, Orly was upset and became obsessively demanding that I promise never to marry Nazira, and also agree to marriage counseling, which further confirmed the finality of Orly's long-standing divorce decision. Seeing the shrink was not a small consideration for me by any means. In order to get a referral for counseling, we had to discuss our relationship with the Navy flight surgeon. That was especially hazardous for me because as a Squadron XO/CO and our nuclear mission, I had to have the highest top secret security clearance with no questions about my mental stability. So I was risking my flight status and career. By that time, however, those considerations were secondary to resolving my personal life, so I agreed. Thankfully, the flight surgeon was entirely sympathetic. He was amazed that I was able to go through our breakup while in the middle of a combat tour. He further said that the Navy's primary concern was that I was happy. So he referred us to weekly joint sessions with a civilian psychiatrist, which proved to be an unproductive delay. The only good that came from seeing Dr. Papadopoulos was that he reinforced my naturally hostile reaction to Orly's revelation, whereupon I thanked him and terminated further counseling.
How were your kids standing up to the turmoil?
Wonderfully well. While they knew something very serious was happening, they stayed close, supported each other beautifully, and stayed out of the rough stuff without adding to the difficulties. Orly had apparently prepared them thoroughly for coming events. Still, as you can imagine, it was a very sad and insecure time for them. The best I could muster was that at their age, I could recall believing it might be best for each of us if my parents parted company.
What about the settlement and attorneys? Didn't events heat up between you there?
Surprisingly, no. Orly and I were able to settle property and finances between us amiably, without legal interference or bitterness. With her agreement, I contacted the Albuquerque attorney who represented me in divorce from your mother, and he agreed to represent both of us if we signed joint settlement agreements.
Amazing, Captain. That certainly confirms to me more than anything you have told me that Orly was very anxious indeed to bail out of the marriage, perhaps even to the point of disregarding what may have been best for her children's security.
Right, especially on your last point. As you will see in future chapters, she was thinking too much about herself and not very bright about financial matters.
So, that was it then? Marriage dissolved?
Nearly, Mike, not quite. The stage was set for the most significant event of my life and the central reason for me to tell my story. However, I'd like to separate it from the unhappiness with Orly and take a break before we go on to the next chapter.
Good idea, Captain. I have some errands to run and catch-up writing to do. So how's if we meet at dinner and happier events afterward?
Excellent. All these memories are hard on an old fart, so I'm ready for an afternoon lie-down. See you at dinner, Mike.
Until then.
1969, Conversation with Jean.
Well, Captain, wasn't that a fine dinner?
The best part was having dessert with your girlfriend.
Georgie isn't my girlfriend, Captain.
Well, she seems to consider you a close friend. That qualifies her in my book.
In my book, your definition leaves out vital qualifications.
Qualifications change with age. Seniors don't have many golden opportunities.
Well, I understand you did pretty well in your dotage.
We'll get to that in about 20 chapters. Sorry to butt in.
Considering how much I am butting into your life, turnabout is fair play.
Attaboy, shall we reconvene on the porch?
I believe you are going to relate a significant event in your life.
Yes, though the significance of it will take the rest of my story to elaborate. You may discount the beginning as only a parlor game. Ouija boards are little used these days. Nevertheless, many households still have one put away.
I've heard about them, but please enlighten me about their origin and use.
I believe they began as talking boards in Europe, which supposedly enabled private contact with the spirit world without mediums or seances. The boards were introduced in the U.S. in the late 19th century, named Ouija, after an incorrect Egyptian word for good luck. The later promoter claimed Ouija was a combination of the French and German words for yes. Ouija boards have the letters of the alphabet arced in 2 rows across the top, the 10 numbers in a line below, plus the words yes, no, goodbye, and maybe in the corners. 2 players sit facing each other, knees touching, with the board on their laps. A triangular 3-legged planchette pointer has a hole and pointer in the center. The small legs of the planchette have felt tabs, so it slides across the very smooth board with almost no effort. Using both hands, the players each touch the planchette with just their fingertips, as lightly as possible, elbows out. One asks a question, and the planchette responds, indicating responses with the letters, words, or numbers.
Do folks seriously believe they can communicate with the spirit world in this way?
Some do, believing that the planchette's movement is entirely independent. Others accuse the other player of moving it. Sometimes, however, the depth, insight, wisdom, or prophecy may be very convincing, even to skeptics. Other folks even believe that such activities open the door to the devil or evil spirits, which could be harmful. Nevertheless, Ouija boards were very popular in the 40s, while we were staying with the Gennards in Portland after evacuating from Panama. After dinner, we often gathered around to ask the board about our futures. Some responses were humorous or relevant, but always light-hearted. I cannot recall any catastrophic forecasts or personal information from the spirit speaking to us.
What was your belief about Ouija boards, Captain?
As a psych major, I would of course say that players control the planchette responses themselves, though unaware of it. On the other hand, my spiritual experiences give me an open mind to omens, messages, and events beyond coincidence. After all, Mike, isn't it possible that the player's hand movements may be spiritually guided? Some say every question contains its own answer. Buddhists say, inquire within.
Don't your religious beliefs also allow the possibility that a spirit may guide actions? Christ said, "Where 2 or more are gathered in my name, there shall I be also."
Yes, and since I believe in God, that includes the other side as well. Although Ouija sessions are not religious rites, anything is possible. God works in mysterious ways. I'm glad you allow for that, because it is a strong factor in the credibility of my tale.
Did you and Aurélie use your Ouija board much?
No, I can't recall the times or any notable revelations. Nevertheless, she insisted on using it then, perhaps as a relief from trying to entertain my parents in that difficult situation. Recall that Aurélie believed she was a witch, though she was low-key about it.
So much for background, Captain. What happened?
Nothing much at first. I was reluctant to ask questions, and the planchette movement was excruciatingly slow in giving one-word responses to Aurélie's routine inquiries. I found it boring and tiring to hold my arms suspended for such long periods, but I did feel tingling sensations in my fingertips. Mother watched nearby, but Father read his newspaper.
Now, before I get into the details, I must explain that we had 3 successive evenings of 3-hour sessions on the board. Spelling out responses is a very tedious process, which can take more than a few minutes. So, to aid continuity, I'll compress the sessions into a continuous narration. Although 60 years is a long time for an old guy to remember, I am certain of the accuracy of the Ouija board responses I'll recall. So, back to what happened.
I finally gave in to Orly's insistence and asked the board if anyone wished to speak to me. After a long wait, the planchette slowly moved to yes.
I asked why. The planchette spelled out, "You need me."
I recalled the turmoil of circumstances during the divorce from your mother and Orly's pregnancy. So I facetiously asked where this spirit was in 1955. I was away, I'm sorry. The seriousness took me aback.
I asked if this visit was voluntary or assigned. You need me.
I asked where she was. Ether, defined as an imaginary substance regarded by the ancients as filling all space beyond the sphere of the moon and making up the stars and planets.
An oddly archaic term if Orly was manipulating the responses, wasn't it, Captain?
I thought so too. This was not the Orly personality I'd known for 20 years, and the spirit was responding in first person. So I asked who was speaking to me. Jean. I asked if this were someone I knew in life. Yes.
Then it struck me. Was this my mother's deceased sister, Jean? Yes.
To recall the realization chokes me up even now. This couldn't be Orly's work. She had not known Jean or my feelings for her.
Is this a good point to review your prior history with Jean, Captain?
I suppose, but I'm having an old man's cheery spell reliving the event, so I'll go slow.
We can come back to it later if you wish.
Let's press on. For my earliest memory as a small boy, there was something very special about Jean to me, which I was not able to define. Not that we were close. I only saw her on the rare family gatherings. Then there were so many people, and I was just a seen but not heard kid. I don't recall speaking to her.
How much older than you was she?
About 8 years, I think.
What was there about Jean that impressed you?
She was very attractive in a plainly honest and serene way. But there was more to it, a feeling of familiarity and recognition. It wasn't until my late 70s that she revealed our connection.
That should be exciting. But what happened to Jean?
Jean had been married and divorced with a baby girl. When I saw her last, just before we went to Germany in 1949, I was 16, so Jean was in her early 20s and living in Boston, dating the shady owner of a nightclub, where she worked as a cigarette girl and photographer. She and her boyfriend came to Portland for the family reunion, and we all drove to the old Hoyt family farm in the Galloway, where she, Mother, and I had our picture taken together. That was as physically close as we got.
Of course. How was it that you didn't see her after that?
We were in Germany a year later when Jean was found dead in her Boston apartment, in bed with the unlit gas stove turned on and the door unlocked. The police investigation ruled it a suicide, but the family believed it was homicide. Jean was not the kind to take her own life. So much for the review. Unless you have questions, let's return to 1969.
Okay, where did your Ouija board conversation with Jean go then?
I asked her if she was to remain in ether. They will decide. I asked who they were. I can't say. I asked if she had seen her mother there. Yes. Would she be one of those to decide? Yes. To me, this lent credibility to the possibility that we go through multiple lifetimes with some of the same people over again. When we rendezvous on the other side, there may eventually be a judgment about when and where we go next, perhaps to remain in the void of ether, reincarnation, or admitted into heaven.
Does Jean's description of her circumstance in ether seem similar to purgatory to you, Captain?
That depends on your Catholic definition of purgatory, Mike.
I'm not a religious scholar, nor any longer a member of the Catholic Church, so I can't speak authoritatively. But purgatory is believed by many faiths besides Catholicism, often without using the name, to be a process of purification or temporary punishment, in which the souls of those who die as baptized believers are made ready for heaven. What is your definition?
I concur with yours, and I agree that may well be what Jean calls ether, including her further revelation that they may decide we need to try again on Earth. So I asked if I have been here before. Her response, Stone Age, Crusades, and 1898.
Fascinating. I hope you asked for details.
No, at that time I felt it was not practical to ask Jean for lengthy, laboriously spelled out, detailed narrative responses to questions. Instead, out of the blue, I silently asked if Nazira had been here before. No, she is new. She is fickle.
Fickle, another archaic term. So if Jean answered a silent question, it could not have been Aurelie's manipulations. If it wasn't Jean speaking, you moved the planchette. Did you ask many other questions silently?
No, I stopped doubting Aurelie's motives, and Jean was so enthusiastic that the planchette nearly flew out of our hands, even before asking a question at follow-on sessions. Hello, Manuel, dear. It was clear that neither Aurelie nor I were in charge of the planchette.
What next?
I asked Joan if she committed suicide. No, it was an accident. Had God spoken to her? Yes. What did he say? I can't say, but he loves you all very much.
I guess ether isn't a bad place then. What next?
I asked if she could see my future. Yes, but you can change it.
Some say that 80% of our behavior is programmed at birth. So I was glad to know that the program could be changed. I asked if she could influence my future. Yes.
I asked how. If I told you, it wouldn't work.
Very interesting, Captain. What did you take that to mean?
That she had limitations which would be too obvious to me if she explained. Nevertheless, I came to recognize thereafter that Jean's influence and communications were indirect, through coincidental events, omens, challenges, opportunities, obstacles, and agreements, plus channeled behavior through birds as long as I was roaming, then cats when I settled down. She never interfered with my free will in any way, so I trusted her completely, and my life's direction has often been a matter of following the yellow brick road, which, as in the Oz story, was fraught with fearsome dangers, trials, and tribulations. Recall, for example, that when you came to visit me in 2013, while Karen was in the hospital, 4 hours later we were called to ICU to be with her minutes before she unexpectedly died, 4 days before our 20th wedding anniversary. Having you there was Jean's manner of loving, supportive influence, not a coincidence, Michael. I have a strong feeling that my mission now is to tell this story for the purpose of inspiring or encouraging other believers to more consciously recognize and easily welcome similar spiritual experiences.
I pray that I may be one of those inspired others, Captain. So has Jean not verbally communicated with you since the Ouija sessions?
Correct, although Jean has been a constant companion and I have regularly spoken silently to her. She has verbally communicated only a single word audibly to me since then.
Why, do you suppose?
I believe she agreed with me.
Are you saying you thought it best? That seems like the nun's prayer to God to take back his levitation gift. What was your thinking?
Our Ouija sessions had been such a powerfully emotional and intense experience. I feared the distracting consequences of continuing at that level.
Have you never wished to ask more?
Only about my lingering question about the nature of our relationship. Were we together in a former life? Thankfully, Jean dramatically eventually answered that question, as well as the mystery of her 2010 visual appearance to Richard, standing next to me.
I hope I won't have to bear the suspense of waiting until we get to that point to know the answer.
Well, Michael, since the event is so much further down the road, and I have told this much of it, it seems appropriate to relate Jean's answer now as a profound example of her manner of communicating with me. So here it is. First, recall that when Jean appeared to Richard, standing next to me with her left hand on my right shoulder, pointing up with her right index finger and miming Mom, I initially assumed she meant that my mother, her sister, would soon go to heaven. But Mother did not pass until many years later, so Jean's message was a mystery.
Until?
20 plus years ago, I bought a clock I still use, which projects the time with rounded digits on the ceiling at night. It won't show well in print, but some numbers resembled letters. For example, number 1, the letter I, 0, the letter O, 5, the letter S, 3, a backward E. Then I saw that 252, 525, and 629 resembled two opposing hearts, one upright and the other inverted, with the left heart containing a colon, marking seconds, the right side heart empty. 629 was especially intriguing, since the 6 and 9 could represent the yin and the yang, complementary, interconnected, and interdependent forces. When I regularly awoke at 2:52, 5:25, and 6:29, I understood them as omens of Jean's reassurance that she was with me.
Amazing. A good example of your receptive cognizance and Jean's inventive way of communicating her love. I see that the left beating heart in 252 is inverted, whereas it is upright in 525 and 629. Did you see significance in that?
At first I wondered about it, but came to discount significance, since I often remained awake for all three omens, speaking to Jean.
Were there words as well?
Infrequently, but the first one was alarming. 505, SOS, the Maritime Distress Call, an acronym for Save Our Souls, in Morse code as ... C.
What did you take it to mean?
At first, I took it as Jean's warning of coming dangers, but when it repeated over time without connected events, I came to recognize it as a call to worship, to literally save our souls.
Our souls? John's as well?
Yes, it seemed to reinforce the yin and yang interconnection of our relationship, symbolized in the 629 omen.
Was that Jean's answer to your relationship question then?
In part, the rest of her answer came one night when I was suddenly awakened by her voice, emphatically saying loud and clear, here. I looked at the ceiling and saw that it was 515, SIS.
Wow, how incredible! SIS, sister! Jean was your sister in a previous life. Stone Age, Crusades, or 1898. So she was the sister you missed when you came into this life.
Yes, which explained the mystery of her appearance to Richard, with her hand on my shoulder, pointing up, miming Mom, to mean that we once had the same mother.
In which of your previous lives?
I pondered that question for years, but clues suggest the Crusades. Because I was born into the church, raised and lived as a warrior, and have a deep emotional reaction to Gregorian chants, it seems possible that I was a monk or soldier.
Or perhaps even a knight. I see your reasoning. Do you have any clues about how you and Jean related in that lifetime?
In fact, I do, Michael. Mainly from how we relate in this lifetime since my birth. I feel such a deep and abiding bonding force between us that I believe we must have shared much of our lives together, culminating in a major life-threatening event, perhaps with a life-sacrificing end.
So you feel that perhaps Jean has dedicated herself voluntarily to your life, out of her loving bond from the events of your prior life as siblings?
Yes, that is my feeling. Remember her response to my early question in our Ouija sessions? Why are you speaking to me? Answer, you need me. Did you volunteer or were you assigned? Answer, you need me. Indeed I did, and still do, in every aspect of my life this time around.
So John is still with you?
I wouldn't still be living to tell you this story if she weren't, Michael. It is no coincidence that you are here, is it?
No coincidence. Life on the yellow brick road, Captain. Then is this a good point to close this chapter?
Yes, it's time to move along to 3 more Vietnam tours and many other assorted adventures with Jean. When you return from flying tomorrow afternoon, give me a call.
Aye, aye, Captain. Good night.
Pleasant dreams and happy landings. Bachelor life. Hi, Michael. How was your flight?
Excellent. No lift. But what a joy to fly your Shamango. Thank you again for entrusting her to me.
Most welcome. It's nice to have one of my kids show interest in flying. I don't blame them, though. There's little romance in aviation now. Old hat. Life's all happening on the internet.
Well, the joy of soaring is new to me, and I am thankful for the opportunity. I wish you would fly with me.
I'll spare you my backseat driving until you get your glider rating and more solo time. I'll bet Georgie will be happy to fly with you too, at least until the knot is tied.
Cynical to the core.
Just vast experience. There's not 1 in a million women genuinely interested in flying or sailing. Just as well, I think, we need those spaces to ourselves. Speaking of spousal experiences, shall we return to the tale at hand?
Sure. Where we left off, you still hadn't yet actually split up with Aurelie. Is there more to say?
Not much. Aurelie's half-brother Jeremy came to help with the 2-car drive east. Aurelie and I hugged goodbye, the kids waved back, and they drove off. That was it. I guess we were all drained of emotion and relieved that it was over. 20 years done and gone without a whimper. I turned in the keys to the house, drove to the BOQ, and called Nazira with the news.
How could you be ready to jump into another marriage so quickly?
Good question, but didn't I answer it already? I had married your mother and Aurelie because of pregnancy. My fault too, of course, just not my choice. Nazira was my crusade. Despite the odds against, I was committed. After all, there were greater risks to come. With many risks from her view as well, Bless her heart, she couldn't be asked to wait forever. Nazira was also committed, but I felt it would be best to introduce her to the USA as a tourist if she could get a visa.
Did Nazira want that?
She was okay with it. Even if it didn't work out for us, she would at least be out of Hong Kong and in the USA for keeps if she wished.
Did you believe that was part of her motivation?
Of course, Nazira was nothing if not frank in saying that her future prospects in Hong Kong were nil past her 20s. Plus, the British lease was running out, and it was certain that China would not renew it. No one expected that the open, free-port capitalism and democratic lifestyle would continue under China's rule. At worst, I was a godsend for her and her parents, as was she a godsend for me, or Jean sent.
Beyond coincidence, you think?
In looking back, absolutely, and very much consistent with later providential events. As Jean said, she could influence my future, but I could change it. In fact, there were several other future-changing opportunities in celebrating my current bachelorhood. First, when I called my idol Dorothy with the news, she shocked me by asking me to come to Pensacola and rescue her from her marriage to Adrian.
Hold on, Captain. Update me on Dorothy.
After her husband George split, Dorothy returned to Pensacola with her baby Anne and made good on her pledge to marry the most eligible man about town, and bore him Adrian III.
How could she have seriously asked you to rescue her?
I didn't believe she was serious, except that Dorothy was very frank. She told Aurelie several times over the years that she intended to steal me away from her, but we didn't take her seriously, though Aurelie did know of my admiration. I had not seen Dorothy other than the time I flew a demon to Pensacola. There was no reason to think she was attracted to me, so I discounted Dorothy's request as nothing more than expressing her frustration stemming from the loveless nature of her marriage of convenience. In any event, I had no wish to risk becoming involved in another's unhappy marriage, so I passed.
I should hope so. Was that the last of Dorothy in your life?
Lord, no, not by a long shot. Our next encounter was 10 years later, so let's try not to review our history each time Dorothy re-enters my tale.
So what other of John's opportunities presented themselves?
For unexplained reasons, the U.S. Embassy in Hong Kong refused to issue a visitor's visa to Nazira, perhaps because of her juvenile detention record or her Pakistani passport issued in Peking. Also, there was official interest in hampering GLs from importing Asian war brides. So I enlisted the services of an immigration attorney in Hawaii who had worked in the Hong Kong U.S. Embassy for 15 years, so this was going to slow things down. Meanwhile, my social life consisted of happy hours at the gloomy NAS Lemoore Officers Club. I had been detached from VA 27, which was deployed again and stashed as an A7 flight instructor and maintenance officer in VA 122, pending promotion to commander and assignment as executive officer to VA 146, so there was time to get into trouble. One afternoon at the club, I was approached by the wife of one of my deployed squadron mates, who asked me to be the fourth in their bridge game. My bridge experience was limited to the Wild West variations we played at sea, but I was still dummy candidate, so I reluctantly agreed. When the game adjourned for dinner, there was no graceful way for me to leave, nor was there a polite way to decline the wife's invitation to dance to a jukebox tune. When she asked me, "Would you mind?" there was no doubt what she meant.
So that's what life back home was like for the wives you guys left behind?
Apparently, news to naive me. So my reaction was to say that I had just come out of a failed marriage and didn't wish to be involved in someone else's. She persisted, however, and I relented. She gave me directions to her house and told me to come by at 10. On the drive there, I chickened out and pulled off to a payphone at a quiet intersection to call it off. Incredibly, at that moment, two cars crashed into each other at the intersection. There didn't appear to be injuries, but of course I had to attend to the scene and said I wouldn't be coming.
Another amazing coincidence. Courtesy of Jean?
No doubt, though it didn't occur to me. I simply felt relieved.
Why didn't you connect the dots with Jean's car crash message intervention?
I hadn't yet realized that the consequences of the Ouija board communication with Jean would extend beyond then in such direct and dramatic ways.
Okay, what was the other opportunity?
I don't remember exactly how it came up, but the fallout from my trips to Albuquerque and your mother's advances led me to ask her to visit me in California.
I remember that well. I was surprised and hurt that you two pretty much ignored me in pursuing your carnal lust.
Guilty as charged, Judge Michael. I was as surprised as you. But this was an opportunity for me to fulfill lingering vengeance against the hateful woman who, for no rational justification, had done her best to trash my life.
14 years later? Good grief! Had you really harbored such a grudge for so long?
Yes, I did, Michael. Emma did everything possible to maintain her attacks for years after our divorce. On the other hand, I'll admit that Emma remained a very attractive woman to me, and our physical relationship had been so brief that we had not gotten our money's worth. So, truth be told, when I invited her to come to Lemoore, and she said she would not come unless there might be a chance for us, I was not entirely dishonest in saying I would allow for that.
You may not have considered my feelings of hopeful anticipation that I might finally have a father in my life.
Oh no, Michael, you're not going to lay a guilt trip on me now, when you know as well as I do that your mother engineered the entire event. Do you think she was considering your feelings?
Okay, quite right, sorry. But you were an easy target of blame from the way Mother saw it all.
From the way she said she saw it, you mean? Never mind the truth. It's easy for women like Emma and Aurelie to ever after play the victim's part of an abandoned mother to her kids when the father cannot defend himself in absentia. I certainly did not intend to do something everlastingly stupid to myself in a futile effort for your sake. Reading between the lines in what I know of you, you know very well what a lost cause that would have been. So which first, the good part or the bad about her visit?
Let's try good for a change of pace.
It may make you uncomfortable to hear it, but good it was. We had an absolute ball, enjoying the best of the 60s California social revolution. We removed the top from my 59 Austin Healey 106 and roared through the 90-mile lonely two-lane mountain road to Morro Bay with our hair waving in the breeze, removing every stitch of clothes on the way. One shocked truck driver passing us nearly went off the road. Then dinner at a waterfront fisherman's cafe with Joan Baez on the jukebox, providentially singing Bob Dylan's "Love is Just a Four-Letter Word," followed by a night of lust in the dunes at the isolated beach. Next, San Francisco for 3 days, with all the hippie rock and roll abandon it offered. I was amazed how well Emma fit right into the lifestyle, bless her heart.
Sounds ideal. What went wrong?
Too much, too soon, and too late. Negative frictions could not be erased with a brief encounter. Though we kept up a congenial front and got through the visit, the underlying bitterness proved there was no question of a future together for us, as indeed there never was. So after putting her on her plane home, I wrote a final letter saying so. Her response was a simple agreement: I'm okay. That was our final written communication.
Were you glad to have evened the score somewhat?
No, but I was glad that we had buried some of our past. I believe she felt the same. Now, with Aurelie, Dorothy, and Emma resolved, I was in positive spirits to face the future with Nazira. However, there was one more opportunity I nearly forgot.
Not another lady in your life?
Not directly. It was more about my pal, Ed Fitch, who was living at the BOQ too, since he and Pat had divorced. I bumped into him after breakfast when he was on his way to fly. His harried and fatigued appearance was explained by the fact that he was entertaining 3 ladies in town at the same time without either knowing about the other. Pat X and his kids were staying with Ed's parents, who were trying to resurrect the marriage. The 2 other ladies, a nurse from San Francisco staying at a nearby motel, plus Gloria, a PhD oceanographer, nymphomaniac, who was at that moment in his BOQ room. Keeping up with the 3 of them had been quite hard on Ed in his car. So he suggested that if I went to his room and introduced myself, Gloria would probably welcome me to his bed and give him a break.
Good grief, you went?
Hell no, but I joined them for dinner. Crowded between Ed and me in the front seat of his car, Gloria explained what a lousy lover Ed was when she met him in Hawaii, and then detailed the improvements she had made. Since Gloria re-enters this tale several times, it's worth reviewing how they met. When Ed was transferred to Hawaii, Pat refused to go, supposedly because of their fancy La Jolla home and the kids' school, as well as Pat's modeling career and social ambitions. But Ed refused to take no for an answer, and Pat finally joined Ed for a visit in his high-rise apartment. One night after his usual alcohol overindulgence and sitting on the john, Ed saw an open letter in the trash can, which was a love letter to Pat from an old friend of Ed's in La Jolla. It was obvious that their affair was nothing new, except to Ed. Still sitting on the john, Ed screamed to Pat and confronted her with the letter. When Pat admitted to the affair, Ed demanded that Pat bring him his .38 pistol, which she did. Still sitting on the john, Ed declared he was going to blow his brains out. According to Ed, Pat simply closed the bathroom door and flew home to La Jolla.
Well, that has to be an effective way to dilute the dramatic effect of someone committing suicide.
Ed's life was a series of colorful events, so Pat's action was appropriate. Though understandably shocked and depressed, Ed managed to recover. One evening, as he contemplated a leap from his high-rise apartment balcony, he noted a lovely lady on a balcony below him. Rather than put on an aerial display for her, he struck up a conversation, and the rest was history. It was Gloria.
Did she follow him home from Hawaii?
Not exactly. Ed explained that Gloria was a PhD oceanographer at Scripps Institute in La Jolla, temporarily assigned to a project in Hawaii, and since returned to California, and was just visiting Ed for the weekend. Pat and the nurse were surprises. Nevertheless, Ed pulled it off somehow without repercussions. Not too long afterward, they were married.
What a combination. A nymphomaniac and a recently divorced fighter pilot about to redeploy to Vietnam. Surely he would have many more important issues to contemplate than getting shot down. But then you and Ed were pretty much alike, weren't you, Captain?
You could say that, Mike. There I was, a 36-year-old divorced, battle-weary aviator, facing 2 more deployments, engaged to an 18-year-old Hong Kong jailbird bar owner actress. What were the odds?
Well, you're still alive and kicking, so as they say, don't argue with success. What's next?
Let's stop here and resume after dinner, okay?
Suits me, Captain.
Marrying Nazir.
Okay, Captain. We left off with you as a new bachelor, fending off romantic entanglements and trying to get a visitor's visa for Nazira to enter the U.S. How was that resolved?
In fighter pilot fashion, of course. Impatient with the diplomatic blocks, I decided to fly to Hong Kong to be married. Before that, however, I drove to San Diego to bring my parents up to date.
That must have been interesting.
It sure was, but not because of my parents' reaction to the news about Nazira. They were totally calm and accepting about that. The visit became notable when my mother insisted on bringing out the Ouija board I had given her.
Didn't you feel that you saw no further need for Jean to speak directly to you?
Correct. I felt that we had covered my questions, and Jean would probably not respond since I was not in a crisis, so I was reluctant to agree to a trivial pursuit. But Mother persisted, and I relented on the condition that she would ask the questions. As expected, there was no planchette movement whatever in response to Mother's inquiries, perhaps because we lacked the power. I remained quiet despite her pleas to ask questions, and there was no action. Eventually, my mind drifted, and I wondered if Jean would be nearby if I needed her again. Outside, a bird was making an excited fuss, which went on so long I decided to step out to see what was happening with my parents, following a good bit behind. From the middle of the front yard, I saw an agitated mid-sized bird standing on the front edge of the roof, squawking at a baby bird on the ground about 10 feet away, which seemed to have failed its first flying lesson out of its nest. The baby bird fixed its gaze on me, and mother bird went silent. For some mysterious reason, I was inspired to reach out toward baby bird with my right arm, my index finger extended, and took a few steps toward it. Mother bird and baby remained still. At a distance of about 6 feet, baby bird flew up onto my finger and just looked into my eyes fearlessly, while mother bird remained still and unprotesting. Time stopped for what seemed like several minutes, though it was probably less than 15 seconds. Then time resumed, and baby bird simply flew away without difficulty. Mother bird followed.
How amazing. How did you feel? What were your parents' reactions?
I was, of course, very deeply moved and overjoyed almost to tears. The jaw had responded in such an obvious, miraculous, and loving way. Since my parents did not know I had been thinking of Jean, they were amazed, but unaware of the spiritual significance of the event. So they said little about it.
Didn't you explain about Jean's presence?
No, probably because I didn't want to be in the position of defending the experience to my father's skepticism. Years later, when the subject of Jean came up again with Mother, I explained the significance of the event. However, none of my experiences with Jean ever really seemed to impress her, even though Jean was her sister, and she had witnessed my conversations with her, as well as the bird incident.
How can you explain that your parents blocked the reality of those experiences?
Both of my parents' religious beliefs, though quite different, were solidly based on church interpretations of the Bible. Neither one had strong personal spiritual experiences, and both were simple country people who I believe basically feared confusion or damnation if they strayed from church dogma.
So they sided with the view that Ouija board communications might be the work of the devil, and the bird incident was just a natural event?
Basically, yes, and I wasn't going to risk reawakening the traumatic religious fights between them, which had been dormant for many years. For me, however, that event was solid confirmation of Jean's continuing powerful, benevolent presence in my life.
It wasn't your typical kind of ghost story, was it, Captain?
None that I know of, as you will see further. So now shall we resume with my trip to Hong Kong?
It's not surprising that you lost patience with visa delays. How did the wedding go?
When I arrived, I noted that Nazira had gained a few pounds on her mother's meals. Bless her heart, though, it was understandable that she would compensate for uncertainty with home cooking. I had been away over a year with minimal communication, so for her the outcome might be the old story of a Yankee sailor disappearing after promising to return one day. It must have been especially difficult for Nazira to believe that a middle-aged father of 4 small children would end a 14-year marriage to marry an uneducated Oriental half his age.
Still, Nazira was financially independent, and a prominent dragon lady was sponsoring her promising movie career. So for her to give up those options, she surely must have had strong feelings for you, as well as great trust and faith, wouldn't you say?
Of course, Mike. That plus my steadfast feelings for her were what carried us through. So a few pounds were not a significant concern. Besides, Nazira carried them quite well. She was more charming, radiant, and beautiful than ever. Moreover, she had proven to be a highly efficient take-charge manager in making the wedding arrangements, especially complicated by the many unique family, legal, religious, citizenship, and military aspects of our union. I had limited time on leave, and there was so much to accomplish, there was hardly time for renewing romance. Although Nazira's parents favored the marriage, her father's consent for his underage daughter was conditioned on my conversion to Islam, which required academic training by a Muslim priest.
As a Christian, how are you able to reconcile that with your beliefs?
Recall that I was no longer a member of a church, nor did I intend to impose my personal faith on Nazira. So I viewed the process as an academic opportunity to learn about Nazira's religion.
Didn't you think religion might be an issue between you, as it had been between your parents?
No, Nazira seemed to be a genuinely spiritual and religious woman in a low-key and pragmatic way, combined with her mother's Portuguese Catholic and Chinese superstition background. Besides, as it was taught to me by the Chinese priest, Muslims were closer than Jews to Christianity. Christ is accepted on the same divinity level as the other biblical prophets. Neither Jesus nor Muhammad are considered to be the sons of God. So I didn't find cause for religious concern or conflict as much a factor as other imminent challenges.
Such as?
My prime worry then was Nazira's social acceptance by the wives in my next squadron, which I was about to become the executive officer, then CO. On the positive side, I was fortunate that my CO would be my old LSO buddy from the 1960 Ticonderoga cruise, Wayne Stevens, a true prince of a man.
Sounds like a good start. The CO writes your fitness report, doesn't he? So what was the worry?
Wayne and Sally had 10 children, and theirs was the all-American family, with Sally as the superb epitome of a model mother. Therefore, there was reason to anticipate a cool reception by such a queen bee to a midlife crisis father, who appeared to have abandoned his 4 children to marry a who knows what Oriental movie queen. It wasn't just Sally's reception. Every wife on the base faced the same threat in their marriage. If not POW, MA, or KA next of kin, might not their men find inspiration in my example?
I see your point, Captain. Your fellow aviators might be tolerant, or perhaps even admiring, of your defiant anti-social adventure. But who could blame the wives for feeling less than sympathetic with welcoming a husband-stealing Arab into the club?
It was a hard test to impose on a new wife, wasn't it? I was determined to press on, regardless of the professional or social consequence to myself. But it would be damned unfair for anyone to make Nazira suffer for my decisions.
I agree. That's as it should be. Just not always the way it is. How did the wedding go, then?
I followed the script. I completed the Islam indoctrination, and Nazira's father gave me the name Mansour. I remained quiet and polite, smiled a lot, and posed for our formal wedding photo looking like a hayseed kid, while Nazira was beautifully radiant, obviously far more self-assured and mature than I. I don't remember the ceremony, so I guess it went well. The reception and dinners, however, were memorable in several respects. I met one of Nazira's sisters for the first time. Sukina, like Nazira, was gorgeous, but in a different way, taller, thinner, and more sophisticated, with little trace of her Pakistani or Oriental background. Sukina was joyously celebrating her imminent marriage to an Air Force Phantom pilot major by having a last fling with another major. Plus, she was being inappropriately forward with me. Nazira was rightly upset because Sukina had a history of stealing her boyfriends.
Right there in front of the entire family at Nazira's wedding reception? How did you deal with that?
Like I said, I remained quiet and polite and smiled a lot until the fight started and deflected everyone's attention.
A fight? At your wedding reception? Who? Why?
Nazira's father and his brother had a long-standing feud, in part because the brother sold his youngest daughter into Singapore prostitution, which was still not unheard of in those cultures then. The serious shouting erupted when the argument reduced to trading insults, and Nazira's father criticized his brother's wife's obesity. When it appeared that violence was imminent, I made the dumb mistake of trying to break it up. Fortunately, it worked long enough for the bride and groom to escape the scene.
Great start. You said dinners. Was there more than one?
Yes, we had a second great Chinese banquet with the girls from Nazira's bar in a private room at a restaurant.
Just the two of you with the girls?
Yes, except there was also a man seated by himself at a table apart from us in a dimly lit area. Nazira said that he was Mr. Singh, a friend who was hosting the banquet, so I should introduce myself. So I did. It was clear that Mr. Singh was a very distinguished and dignified elderly Chinese gentleman whose presence and manner suggested great wealth and importance.
Did Nazira offer further explanation later?
She said she met Mr. Singh at a May Smith social function. Recall that Nazira's father was May's chauffeur, and she was the Dragon Lady who arranged Nazira's introduction to Shore Brothers movie studio. Nazira told me that she had arranged meetings between Mr. Singh and one or two of the girls, so this banquet was his wedding present to her.
I see. So part of Nazira's function at the bar was to arrange company for distinguished clients?
I believe Mr. Singh was a special case. Anyway, I never grilled Nazira about her past or make judgments based on assumptions. After all, my own past wasn't pristine. However Nazira came to be who she was, The result was all I needed to know. Our plate was full of future.
An ideal attitude, Captain. Were you able to sustain such a judge not, lest ye be judged outlook?
Yes, I can say without reservation that I did. By the way, does the name Hang Seng ring a bell?
Well, yes, now that you mention it. Isn't there a major Hong Kong bank with that name, which posts their financial index?
Excellent, Mike. Indeed there is.
Was Nazira's Mr. Sang related to the bank?
Not related. He was the Mr. Singh.
Impressive. No wonder Nazira owned half interest in the bar. What did she do with her share after you married?
I have no idea. I never asked. I assume she cashed in and put it aside for safekeeping in case we or I didn't make it. She may have participated in the condo her parents bought, which would have been a good investment during a very lucrative building boom.
Okay, what next?
USA bound. We flew to Manila and bussed to Clark Air Force Base, where we had a relaxing breather for 10 days, awaiting a space-available flight to San Francisco, where we went to Chinatown for dinner and then to Fillmore West.
Refresh me on Fillmore West.
It was the West Coast version of New York City's famous Fillmore East Rock Concert Club, in the days when bands were paid up to $25,000 per concert. Although there were several uniformed rent-a-cops present, the 3-4 stairway served to screen out those too stoned to climb socially. Other than a bandstand, there were no chairs or tables. Everyone stood or sat on the floor. In the 60s, the kids all wore the same uniform, levies, plaid shirts, and hair to the waist. From behind, it was impossible to distinguish male from female, nor was it much easier from the front. The smell of marijuana was so pungent that lighting up was unnecessary, yet the ambiance and behavior was notably calm and well-ordered. Then the music began, with Country Joe and the Fish doing their "Give Me an F" with a shouting audience F response. "Give me a U" and an even more enthusiastic crowd response, and so on to "Give me a C" and "Give me a K" in a powerful crescendo. What's that spell? F-K. Over and over. What's that spell? F-K. And a final roof-blowing response to F-K who? F-K-U. And then the music began. It was magic, Mike, or as it called then, a happening. After Country Joe and the Fish, the legendary blues man B.B. King came on and lifted everyone as high as they could go.
Well, Captain, what a first night in the USA, your new Hong Kong bride. What was her reaction?
I was glad she had that introductory exposure to the USA's rock scene, because outside California, the impression was warped, nowhere more so than Hong Kong, where the interpretation and imitation was little more than hoodlum gang behavior with no social or intellectual credibility. Nazira's reaction, however, floored me when she observed, "They are not interested in sex." She was correct. For the hippies, sex had become so casual and meaningless in this rebellious drug society that it had little more spiritual value than shaking hands. If so, then what else could have significance for these lost, mindlessly drugged out, draft-dodging children in uniform, whose most enthusiastic cry in the end only amounted to, "Fuck you." For all the personal, emotional, and social upheaval I experienced in the 60s, sympathizing with the so-called Cultural Revolution, Nazira had suddenly reordered my perspective, and I realized that we were as well adapted to each other as we could have been to face our next chapter together in the real world.
On to Naval Air Station Lemoore, Captain?
Yes, we were ready for anything. The graduate had nothing on us. But let's restart in the next chapter tomorrow morning, unless you are flying.
Not tomorrow. Strong crosswinds are forecast. Shall we continue after breakfast?
See you there, Mike. Good night.
Good night, Captain.
Nazira in the USA. Guantanamo, Cuba, 1970.
Good morning, Georgie. Has the captain been in?
Yes, he came in for breakfast when we opened. He asked me to tell you he would be down the yellow brick sidewalk.
Was he okay?
He seemed a little excited, but didn't explain. Why do you ask?
Only because it's unusual for him to make impromptu changes in our meetings. Can you join me for coffee?
Thank you. I expect that stirring up nostalgic memories for places, events, and people by reliving one's life stories might disturb sleep sometimes?
Yes, it's one thing to occasionally recall brief stories from a distant past out of context, but it is quite a different adventure to share one's entire autobiography in chronological order. Everyone believes they have rational reasons for their actions, which may seem odd to others unless their life experience is shared, explored, and challenged, especially with an attorney son playing devil's advocate to inspire additional insights. For example, the captain is at a challenging and happy time in his story, but his actions are better understood with a review of the years of pertinent background which significantly influenced those actions. Looking back can inspire deeper understanding and altered perspectives, especially true for me, since I had only sketchy second-hand information about him through the years.
Well, Michael, I must tell you that even from my distance, it has been an enlightening experience to observe your close relationship. I'm sure the other residents are envious of your father to have a constant companion. There is no better therapy for the elderly than sharing memories with someone close who cares to listen. I admire you for what you are accomplishing.
Thank you, Georgie. In truth, my motives are less altruistic than selfish. Meeting you has been a pleasantly surprising added attraction. If my slow progress on the book and my flying diversion makes it appear that I am extending my stay, you would be partly true. I hope you won't be moving on to new horizons soon.
Well, Michael, my plans are on the back burner, perhaps until I see how the book turns out. Now, please excuse me. I have to show rooms to a prospective resident. For a change of scenery, how about if I treat you to dinner at Fisherman's Inn tomorrow evening?
Sounds great. I'd be delighted, thank you.
May I confirm it in the morning in case something interferes?
Of course. I am very flexible if you need to reschedule. Good morning, Captain. Georgie said you were up early. Didn't sleep well?
A dream kept me awake most of the night.
A dream or the dream?
Clever boy, the dream.
How is your flight?
Much better than yours would be with this wind today. The forecasters were right for a change.
Yes, glad I cancelled. I take it there was no crosswind on your runway?
Nope, not even spider webs were disturbed.
So, are you going to tell me about it?
Okay. It was like when I was 4, beginning with rolling my head back and forth on the pillow to put myself to sleep. Then seeing myself in the far corner of the ceiling, floating unsupported in a fetal position, looking back at me. Suddenly, I swapped places and saw myself on the bed.
You said that as a child, during those experiences, you were consciously aware and only half asleep. Is that how it was last night?
It was dreamlike at first, The same as when you found me on your first visit at this spot, floating above this wheelchair. I have a clear memory of the entire experience, but I can't say where the conscious reality of it began, perhaps with transition from an out-of-body state to finding myself standing and concentrating hard to find the place in my mind which allowed me to lift off. As I rose up several feet, I became aware that I was no longer in a dream. It was difficult for me to control my elation and remain focused, but after bumping between the ceiling and the floor several times without injury or losing concentration, I learned to more or less control my altitude within a couple of feet. To keep it simple and avoid flying through the window out of control, I did not attempt lateral movement.
Amazing, Captain. What a breakthrough. How long did the flight last?
Not long, less time than it seemed. After just a few minutes, my concentration faded and I settled back to terra firma.
Did you feel like you were standing on something or supported in some way?
Not at all. Unlike your bird-like dream of using your arms as wings, I was in a zero-gravity state, as though I was in space. The difference from spacewalking was that I could control my movements without touching anything, albeit awkwardly. It was a once-in-a-lifetime Kodak moment for sure.
No doubt. After all those years, what do you think helped you to finally break through consciously this time? Practice makes perfect?
Some Buddhists say practice is perfect. Practice was a factor, but I think my mental boost came from reliving my past. Before we began, I was settling into giving up. Our recent exchanges about my experiences with Jean and Nazira were particularly illuminating and uplifting. I had never fully recognized what an especially critical high point the time of Nazira's entry in my life was, especially contrasted by the negative experiences of divorce and Vietnam, and accented by my reaction to the 60s social upheaval. For this Shazam breakthrough, your help was invaluable, Mike.
Thank you for saying so, Captain. That means more than other rewards this visit has brought me. I hope you will have many more successful flights. You must be looking forward to exploring the envelope.
For now, I'm just reveling in the joy of having made it to the top of my mountain for the first time. For I have learned in life that the first-time thrill of such events can never be recaptured.
Yes, I remember the Corsair Squadron C.0's report of his first combat victory being better than my first piece of ass.
Crude but a fair analogy, Mike. But I was thinking of a more lofty personal achievement for comparison.
Really? What might that have been?
Let's say it in unison. We'll get to that.
All right, Captain. I should have known. Since you touched on Nazira's entry to your life, would this be a good time to return to your story?
Yes, indeed. We rented a duplex off base and furnished it sparsely, knowing we would be there only while the squadron transitions to the brand new and much improved A7E for our imminent redeployment to Vietnam.
How was Nazira received by Navy society?
Way far better than I ever dreamed possible, thank God. Nazira received an open arm welcome by everyone. There was not the slightest trace of hostility or hesitation by anyone in accepting her completely. I was astonished and greatly relieved by my most surprising and uplifting experience of humanity.
That is wonderful to hear. How do you account for being so wrong in anticipating the worst from the wives, Mr. Psych Major?
Hell, I don't know. Maybe it was my prepare for the worst outlook. Obviously, however, I had misjudged and underestimated Navy wives.
Might you have been projecting a negative attitude toward women?
I'll just say you can't live with them or without them. But don't presume that I was too biased. After all, I demonstrated a positive view of marriage by jumping right back into a third one, right?
That's one way to look at it. But even with the fine reception, Nazira must have been under considerable pressure. She certainly had no experience to prepare her for the challenges of being a senior officer's lady or a housewife, did she?
Well, no and yes, Mike. Although her formal education was minimal, hard knocks in the school of life had taught her a level of streetwise common sense and wisdom beyond most people's maturity. Matched by her great beauty and self-assurance gained in show business and many levels of human interaction, Nazira's demeanor and personality seemed equal to any social challenge. Consistently charming in all situations, everyone loved her without reservation. She did not need a degree in English literature to succeed in Navy society.
Was that also true at home? I imagine that having earned her independence, success, and freedom after her formative years in confinement and on the run must have made it difficult for Nazira to settle down to become a wife and homemaker, particularly after having her own live-in housekeeper to care for her.
Bless her heart, Nazira did her very best, and did it well. She tried to learn the rudiments of cooking from her mother while she waited at home. Still, she could scarcely boil an egg. Neither could I. So culinary progress was slow, but our small townhouse was an easy challenge.
I assume you were away a good bit of the time. Didn't she find it boring to be home alone in a strange land? Lemoore wasn't exactly anything to compare with one of the most cosmopolitan cities of the world, was it?
We took advantage of every opportunity to drive the Austin Healey to the coast and mountains for many pleasant weekends, so time passed quickly. I do not recall that Nazira showed signs of homesickness or boredom.
So are you saying that all went well between you, and there were no issues?
I didn't say that, but thankfully none of the likely factors which had concerned me before we married, age, education, religion, language, and cultural differences, materialized as issues. I recall only two minor concerns. First, Nazira was still a bit overweight, though still what was considered buxom, so that was only a matter of subtle attention to it. Another adjustment was that I got overzealous with her cultural indoctrination, especially with my love of American folk music. When she made it clear that she was not interested, I was disappointed, but backed off. There was, however, one very serious issue between us, and it was totally unexpected. Nazira was extremely jealous of my children, because she greatly feared that out of guilt, I would abandon her to go back to them. So she adamantly demanded that I cease communications with them.
What an unreasonable demand. I can see what an unpleasant surprise that must have been for you. You refused to comply, I assume?
Of course, that was my immediate reaction, but I could see that Nazira felt genuinely threatened, and that I was at least partly responsible. But the trigger had only been my few letters to the kids, who were 3,000 miles away in Boston. I was firmly anchored to Navy obligations and Westpac deployment, so it must have been clear that there was no possibility whatever that I could consider taking responsibility for the children. There had to be more to her fears.
Was she worried about Aurélie?
If so, her concern was unfounded. I never stopped being angry at Aurélie's impractical and selfish disregard for the kids' welfare.
If so, that narrows it down to one cause, doesn't it?
Yes, Nazira's bottled up stress was greater than I recognized. I had overestimated her composure and erred in not seeing the limits of her self-assurance. I discovered then, however, that there is virtually no way for a Westerner to have a rational meeting of the minds with an emotional Muslim. Nothing I could say was going to alter Nazira's conviction. With time, perhaps she would grow to accept my kids and realize that Aurelie was out of the picture. But the only short-term action I could take to reassure her was to bend to her request.
It must have been a difficult decision, whether to choose to deny your children and open the door to Nazira's future repeated unreasonable demands on one hand, or to close your mind to Nazira's feelings of insecurity for the sake of maintaining communication with your distant children.
It was very hard, Mike. Either way, there would probably be undesirable, long-term consequences, which I might regret ever after. My aviator's gut response would have been to refuse to back down to Nazira. In sleeping on it, however, I realized that Aurelie was correct in her rationale to not remain married for the sake of the children, because they would soon grow up and be gone, too late for her to begin life over. If I survived and our marriage lasted, there would have to be compromises.
Except that Aurelie would have the self-defense evidence that you abandoned the kids, right?
True, however, since she had chosen the task of raising them without me, she was going to need every advantage she could make. Because of the distance between us, the kids weren't going to see me for a number of years. Letters would be of little interest or value to them, so my involuntary absence would have the same consequences regardless. My first priority had to be my commitment to Nazira.
So you agreed to Nazira's demands and stopped communicating with your kids?
Yes, for the time being.
And the consequences?
We moved on. Nazira did not take up the habit of being demanding, and the kids made no effort to communicate. My decision would have been different if I weren't making back-to-back cruises, or if we lived closer to the kids.
Your parents were relatively close by in San Diego? When did they meet Nazira, and how did that go?
Soon and well, happily. Nazira was at her most lovely and charming self. They both loved her immediately. In Father's case, literally, I think. Whereas Aurelie tended to alienate herself to Father as a somewhat plain New England artsy-craftsy liberal with anti-military sentiments who lacked homemaker or career interests. Nazira endeared herself to them masterfully.
Endeared masterfully? Meaning intentional manipulation?
Yes, Mike, but honestly, with great skill and the best intentions. Nazira didn't want me to be involved with my children, but she absolutely did want to be accepted by my parents as a welcomed, close member of the family. While Nazira was physically attractive, much of her beauty came honestly from within. Plus, the Arab, Chinese, and Portuguese elements of her heritage were an excellent combination, which served her personality beautifully well.
How was that?
Hard to describe briefly. Portuguese, genuine inner warmth. Chinese, honesty and wisdom. And Arab salesmanship talent. Her sisters said she was a Chinese Jew because of her uncanny business sense and ability to sell refrigerators to Eskimos.
An amazingly unique combination, Captain. Little wonder everyone loved her so dearly. Jean picked you a peach. So, what next?
The rest of the training cycle went well. Our transition to the new A7E was a welcome upgrade to the A7A with many cutting-edge improvements, including a more powerful engine, an inertial navigation system, a terrain-following radar, a color-moving map display in the same scale as the radar scope, and an extremely accurate computer-controlled bombing system.
What was your impression of the squadron?
It's a strange thing that some Navy squadrons went through many evolutions of airplane and personnel changes, yet retained a constant reputation. In its early years, VA-146 was stuck in a rut of low morale and performance. Then a CO came along whose efforts to alter that heritage included forming a 4-plane formation flight demonstration team he named the Blue Diamonds, which boosted morale and helped transform VA-146 ever after into one of the very best Navy squadron, still formally known as the Blue Diamonds. I had made several cruises in which the Blue Diamonds were part of the Air Wing, so I was familiar with their excellent all-around reputation. I could not have been more fortunate and proud than to be a member with a former Blue Diamond and friend, Wayne Stevens, as its CO and the most competent, cohesive, and professional group of naval aviators and men I have known.
Wonderful, Captain. Since you had to return to Vietnam for a 4th tour, it was great that you were doing it in such good company. I hope that tour went well.
There were a few interesting and exciting times, though many mundane, routine memories of it blend with other cruises. We were assigned to USS America, which was based on the East Coast. For some reason, it was decided that the 2 attack squadrons would fly our 28 A-7s across the U.S. and down to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to load aboard the carrier in port. However, when we all arrived together at Guantanamo, we encountered heavy showers and thunderstorms with a broken overcast to over 30,000 feet. There was just one very wet runway, no traffic control, no alternate airfield, marginal fuel remaining, and no airborne refueling available.
That sounds like a bad beginning for the cruise.
Indeed, made worse when we discovered that wet runway braking action was poor, so we would probably have to put the hook down to engage the midfield chain link arresting gear, which required 30 minutes to manually reset, or risk going off the end of the runway.
28 airplanes, 1 runway, 30 minutes to reset the arresting gear. Computes to possibly 14 hours to complete the recovery, with how much fuel remaining.
You have the picture, Mike. It was a Navy disaster in the making. The A-7E had anti-skid braking which prevented blown tires, but if there was no braking action at all in standing water from heavy rain, anti-skid was useless. Furthermore, because the arresting gear was installed halfway down the runway, the pilot's decision to lower the hook had to be made at touchdown, since an airplane off the end of the runway would endanger the next one if it failed to stop. So if we weren't going to run some airborne airplanes out of fuel, some had to land without the arresting gear.
What happened?
Needless to say, there was quite a scramble on the base, especially since it was a weekend and after normal working hours, with most of the air wing at the O Club bar celebrating happy hour. We were out of options. The only help was that a radar operator was found to man the station's only search radar. Considering its limited capability, the operator did an outstanding job of sorting out and controlling the traffic. Those airplanes with the lowest fuel state landed first. Those who touched down between the heaviest showers kept their hooks up. A few of those turned off their anti-skid when they sensed it wasn't working and blew tires rather than go off the end of the runway, but were able to clear the runway. Most, however, had to use the arresting gear because of no braking action in heavy rain. So it dragged out until there were only 2 airplanes airborne, which had so little fuel there was no time to reset the arresting gear used on the previous landing.
You're not going to say that you were one of those 2, are you?
Yep, you win a cigar, Mike. How'd you guess?
Because it's your story, Captain. It's just more fun that way, and you can say anything.
Easy, boy. Would I embellish a story to falsely glorify myself in a book which you say will be published, thereby giving the pukin dogs cause for mercilessly hoisting me on my own petard?
Sure, if you believe it won't get published in your lifetime, and it would get the dogs to remember you at happy hour. Didn't you say any publicity is good publicity?
No, that was my granny. One smart lady I never disagreed with, but it doesn't apply here, because I didn't do anything heroic. My wingman had less fuel, so I sent him down first, but he was going to have to clear the runway in a hurry for me.
So now you're going to say that he went off the end of the runway into the mud, so there was no way for you to land.
Damn, Mike, that's right. You're good. A chip off the old block. So what happened next?
You ejected and landed lightly on the Oak Club patio to join the gang for happy hour, and bought the house around.
Love it, but I like my story better. There was an old runway across the harbor which had been out of use because it was far too short for any current aircraft except helicopters. Although it also had midfield arresting gear, it was rejected for our use because the runway was on a point of land with water at both immediate ends. If the hook skipped the arresting gear, the airplane was certain to end up in the harbor. So, Mr. Cigar, what's your version of what happened then?
That's easy, Captain. You ran out of fuel on touchdown. Your hook skipped the gear. You went off the end and ejected, just before the airplane splashed into the harbor and exploded. The pressure and fire from the explosion lifted you in your chute high over the surrounding hills. An hour later, you landed on Castro's patio and joined him for happy hour.
I knew you'd lose it. No more cigars for you. You had only one correct fact in your version. My hook did skip the arresting gear. Care to guess what really happened then?
You went to full throttle, barely managed to get airborne again, and caught the arresting gear on your next approach just as the engine flamed out. Then you were hailed as the hero of the day at happy hour, and the house bought you drinks into the wee hours?
Close, but no cigar. You were right about catching the arresting gear, but not about the flame out and happy hour. In fact, in good Navy fashion, there was never any official or informal discussion of the entire event. We handled it without a catastrophe. Case closed.
Still, that was quite a colorful introduction to the air wing for the A-7 squadrons, and you, wasn't it?
I guess it might have been had it been peacetime, but events like that get lost in the clutter of war.
So you loaded 28 A-7s aboard American and set sail. Which port next en route to Vietnam?
Rio de Janeiro with its Valhalla of beach babes.
Did Nazira fly to Rio?
No, we put everything in storage, turned in the house keys, and Nazira flew home to stay with her parents in Hong Kong. Let's pick up in Brazil after lunch. Want to race up to the lodge?
No way, Captain. I'm not racing a man who can fly.
Rio, Sydney, Manila, and Vietnam, 1970.
This would be your second Brazil visit, Captain?
Yes, my first midshipman cruise, 17 years before, was to Sao Paulo, so I didn't visit Ipanema Beach. I don't think it was topless then.
There were many social changes almost everywhere by 1970, but nowhere more famous than Rio de Janeiro's Carnival. Did the planners time your visit to that?
If so, it was to ensure that we were not in Rio for Carnival. For whatever political reasons, the USA was unpopular in Brazil as far back as our 1953 visit, so we were briefed to keep a low profile. The hotels denied squadron suite reservations, and restaurant hospitality to our groups was chilly. The carrier hosted a diplomatic reception where the guests behaved with amazing rudeness. The non-Portuguese Europeans we spoke with were outspokenly critical of economic and political conditions. The road along Ipanema Beach was torn up for construction, blocking access for long sections, so there were few bikinis to be seen. 2 blocks behind the beachfront hotels were slums. Beyond that were jungles. So, recalling Rio reminds me of the couplet we filled in the blanks with to tailor our regards for various ports of call to recite on departure. Farewell to thee, Rio. We're leaving you at last. Take your hotels and beaches and shove 'em up your ass.
What about the countryside and people? Was there nothing good to be said?
Yes, there was, Mike. I'm glad you asked. What little I saw of the wild mountainous jungle on a bus tour was incredibly gorgeous. The population was largely Portuguese immigrants from the Azores Islands, where my father was born. So they were very glad to have gotten away from the stifling depression of their homeland. Absent was the traditional Portuguese happy to be sad characteristic. The unbridled and liberated Brazilian Portuguese were bright, joyous, and full of energy, accounting for their carnival pagan rejection of repressing Catholic dogma and Portugal's backward politics and economics. Of course, those were only my impressions from a brief visit almost 60 years ago, no longer valid observations.
Where next, Captain?
A long passage around the Horn for a port call at Sydney, Australia.
Isn't the Horn famous for shipping losses and some of the roughest weather on the high seas?
Yes, many ships have been damaged or wrecked trying to round South America. At that southern latitude, there are no land masses to interfere with weather systems circling the Earth. So the unobstructed wind has unlimited fetch to build waves of enormous heights which can overwhelm any vessel.
Surely a 1,000-foot warship like America was safe in those seas.
Not necessarily. Even modern aircraft carriers have been severely damaged in high seas encountered there. Early aircraft carriers had their forward flight decks ripped off their mounts as the bows plowed through high seas. When Ranger rounded the Horn, bound for California in the 50s, its flight deck was cracked midship. The passage was completed safely, but it was in the yards quite a while for repairs and design alterations. As a sailing enthusiast with aspirations for a transatlantic to Europe, I had read Joshua Slocum's 1898 account in Sailing Alone Around the World, which he accomplished with a 40-foot ketch he rebuilt from a wreck. In the book, he describes 2 unsuccessful attempts to round the Horn before succeeding. Twice he was forced back through a narrow strait between rocks by high seas and winds. On his second attempt, his rudder came loose, so he had to launch in his dinghy to repair it.
I read the copy you sent me, Captain. As I recall, it was at night in a storm, and Slocum was washed over the side from his dinghy during the repair, and he did not know how to swim.
Right. It was a miracle that he recovered and sailed on. That's why I had a special interest in viewing the Horn for myself.
Yes, rounding the Horn is an adventure not to be taken lightly. What was it like aboard America?
We had a morning low overcast, smooth seas, and clear visibility, with a good view of the Horn from several miles offshore. The overcast was signaling coming weather and gave the seascape shades of silver, blue, and gray. I can still picture the awesome scene.
Did you fly at all during that passage?
No, everything was securely tied down the entire time, from Guantanamo to the Philippines. The Horn was the only land sighted after Rio until we reached Sydney.
Life aboard America those weeks without flying must have gotten a little tedious. As you quoted, a man who would go to sea for pleasure would go to hell for a pastime.
True for some, I'm sure, but going to sea was always an adventure. A pleasure similar to riding a bicycle, driving a car, or flying an airplane for many hours. All forms of meditation for me.
The brief time I've had flying your Himango has given me a glimpse of what you mean, and why aviators love the hard way to make an easy living. I understand how sailing is similar to soaring.
Actually, we kept quite busy with briefings, games, reading, and movies. Plus, I had my guitar along as usual. Then someone came up with having a beard growing contest, so I decided to participate.
Now there's a fine old seagoing pastime, watching your hair grow. I suppose you're going to tell me you won the competition.
No, Mike, better than that. I feel a long story coming on.
Hey, don't you want to prolong your visit and get closer to Georgie?
What makes you say so?
Don't you have a date with her tomorrow night?
You couldn't possibly know that. She just asked me at breakfast this morning.
It's true then.
I'll be darned, you just guessed.
Of course not. I have certain psychic powers, you know. Like when I saw through the phony alias and disguise you introduced yourself to me with on one arrival.
Psychic power's my foot. You called Fisherman's Inn and got my name from reservations before I arrived. That was just to confirm it. Anyhow, I'm not being nosy. I just can't help having these insights. Let's go back to talking about watching hair grow.
Okay, but somehow I'm going to expose your psychic power. Were beards legal in the Navy in 1970?
Yes, Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Zumwalt authorized them in one of his many revolutionary Z-gram personnel policy directives. However, there were a number of old guard senior officers and chiefs who dragged their feet complying with Z-grams because they considered the drastic changes as threats to their authority.
Since you were growing a beard, I assume you favored the Z-grams?
Absolutely, fully, and wholeheartedly. The old Navy was burdened with chicken shit administrative regulations and procedures, reflecting demeaning attitudes toward enlisted men, which harken back to the days of wooden ships and command fears of mutiny. It was commonly believed that sailors had to be treated like animals to maintain discipline, and their weapons locked up until imminent battle to prevent mutiny. With the end of the draft, however, Navy recruiters were going to find it impossible to meet their quotas. The Z-grams were not some liberal do-gooders feel-good program. There had to be a major overhaul of practices and attitudes to improve public image and re-enlistment rates. Otherwise, ships, submarines, and airplanes would not be manned. Admiral Zumwalt was selected to be CNO ahead of many more senior admirals, specifically for the task, and he did a very effective job of it.
From what you said about your father, I expect he must have had some strong old guard army sentiments against Z-gram reforms too?
Yes, indeed. Like many seniors, he argued that Navy leadership was becoming too soft. To get around that kind of intransigent resistance in the chain of command, Admiral Zumwalt got first-hand feedback from the fleet, bypassing Navy's Washington Palace Guard, and stubborn recalcitrants were subtly weeded out.
I remember how silly it was. That hair length became a major social issue for the establishment elders, who were enraged by the long-haired hippie freaks' social rebellion. The more the adults were reviled, the longer grew the symbolic freak flags. So, I expect that hair length was a Navy issue, which attracted more emotional attention than it deserved.
It was absurd, Mike. Even the simple matter of permitted sideburn length generated debate and weekly Z-gram modifications. The truth is that few junior officers and enlisted men cared all that much about hairstyles, but the debacle made their seniors look foolish.
Was the resistance to Z-grams widespread among senior officers?
Those who supported Admiral Zumwalt tended to keep a low profile, waiting out the storm, but those opposed to him were hard to miss. For example, the NES Lemoore CO, Commodore Tully, refused to allow flight jackets away from the flight line or permit beards, nor did he permit working uniforms to be worn driving to or from home and the base, all specifically allowed by Z-grams.
So your participation in the beard contest indicated that you had a dog in the fight?
Not to my mind. I had grown a mustache on previous cruises, so I thought it would be fun to try a beard. The event was well in keeping with seagoing tradition and became a highly popular and successful morale boost. Then, inexplicably, the announcement came from Captain Hayward that officers are not expected to participate in the competition.
Was that taken to mean that officers were not to grow beards at all?
Not to my mind, but many interpreted it that way and shaved. As it happened, my beard was coming along well, and Wayne did not tell me to shave it off, so I pressed on.
But you didn't participate in the contest, did you?
Sure I did.
How could you, Mr. Salute and Obey?
The captain's statement, not expected to participate, was weasel-worded and non-specific. If he meant to order officers not to grow beards or compete in the contest, he should have clearly stated it, so there could be no question that he was issuing an order, albeit an unlawful one. As I saw it, expected was not a substitute for will not in a direct order. Was participate supposed to mean that officers were not to act in support of the contest in any manner? My understanding was that formal Navy policy permitted beards, but that the officers were not to compete, so it would be solely an enlisted event.
How did you participate then?
The contest judging took place on the hangar deck the evening before entering port. The enlisted judges were seated behind a long table. Contestants were paraded before the judges one at a time, each escorted by his division officer. For squadrons, the term division officer was subject to interpretation, so Wayne appointed me to act in that capacity to escort all the Blue Diamond enlisted contestants. For the occasion, I wore my leather flight jacket and replaced the grommet in my bridge cap with a flexible surgical tube to give it a 50 mission crush, similar to German submarine commanders' hats.
So you defied Captain America's suggestion against growing a beard and participating in the contest, and you did it out of uniform. I can hear your father's admonition that you were too rebellious to succeed in the military.
I didn't see it that way. I participated in a leadership support role in the spirit of the event. Besides, as you noted, Wayne was writing my fitness reports, not Captain America. I had 15 years service, and I was a commander with every intention of retiring on 20 without need for further promotion. Best of all, I was a Squadron XO screened for command on the next tour. So how could Navy punish me, ship me to Vietnam? If there was ever a time for me to loosen up and enjoy my success as a naval aviator, this was it.
Lord knows, after getting away with marrying Nazira, growing a beard was small potatoes indeed. Good for you. Did you keep the beard?
No, Captain America decreed all beards shaved off on the weak pretext that we were to be the Carrier Division Commander's flagship. Earlier, Wayne and an enlisted plane captain staged a few gag photos with me in a silk scarf, leather helmet, goggles, and cigar being boosted up to an A7 cockpit, presumably because I was too decrepit to climb in on my own. After the contest, as I stood at my sink to shave, with just the light over the sink, I took a close-up photo with my flight jacket, crushed hat, and lit cigar.
Was that the end of the beard issue then?
Not quite. When the Carrier Division commander came aboard, he reportedly asked why there were no beards. I don't know what lame explanation he was given, but the prohibition stuck, with a lone exception. A lieutenant in the WF squadron, who was soon to be released from active duty, defiantly retained his beard, even after being specifically ordered via the chain of command through his CO to shave it off. The incident grew to be a significant focus of wardroom conversation as it dragged on and escalated. The captain shifted his pretext for the beard ban as a flight safety issue. An oxygen mask could not seal on a face with a beard. Still, the lieutenant refused, countering that air crews did not wear oxygen masks on WF aircraft. Finally, Captain America ordered the lieutenant to the bridge with his CO for a formal captain's mask judicial action. But the lieutenant, bless his heart, stood his ground. So Captain America only publicly humiliated himself throughout the episode.
Why would the captain of an aircraft carrier be so incredibly dumb as to put his career on the line against a lone junior officer short-timer and the chief of naval operations' formal approval of beards?
Your answer was contained in your question, Mike. Dumb. I can only add that Captain America was a water walker blonde country club tennis pro type who was groomed to be the CNO since he was a lieutenant. Plus, admiral promotions and assignments were not made by CNO. Zumwalt wouldn't be around long.
How was Sydney?
Very different than I expected of a New World, California-style city. Sydney and its population were very similar architecturally and culturally to an old world Western European seaport, with two interesting cultural distinctions. One was the many soapbox speakers in the city parks. Old men literally stood on boxes and ranted away for hours on social and political issues to passers-by who stopped and listened a while. It was quite a refreshing and fascinating display of old-fashioned democracy in action. The second distinction was the stereotypical Australian behavior of men and women. Compared to other nationalities I've observed, Australian men gave the impression of being distinctly rough and crude, whereas the women were sexually aggressive.
I recall that you noted that trait in Australian ladies in 1964.
Noted then in just a single example, confirmed now only by observation, not hands-on experience. Being happily accompanied by Nazira radically altered my outlook on port calls in a most positive way. Besides, we were in Sydney for just a few days, nearly 60 years ago. Surely things have changed.
Do you think it would be interesting to revisit Sydney and Rio to find out how much has changed?
Maybe, but both are way off the beaten track and too far and inconvenient to get to from nearly anywhere.
You could fly there yourself, or you might learn to transport yourself instantly, like Jonathan Livingston Seagull did.
That's a thought. Some flight that would be. But if I got that far, I'd just continue the circumnavigation, an unsurpassable world record. I'll put it on my bucket list.
List the moon and Mars, too. Anything is possible.
Meanwhile, my destination was Kubi Point, Philippines, via conventional surface transportation.
Did Nazira meet you there?
No, the Air Wing would be flying a lot in preparation for our first-line period, so we planned to meet in Hong Kong during the following in-port period. Our first-line period went well. The A7E proved to be all we hoped for, a highly reliable and effective attack airplane. On those rare occasions where we had pinpoint targets, such as a bridge or power plant, we could be certain of destroying it on the first mission. Not having to go back for repeated strikes to drop a heavily defended bridge was a major advancement, particularly since we were achieving that accuracy without precise regard for altitude, dive angle, airspeed, or maneuvering to avoid AAA. The Blue Diamond pilots and maintenance crew proved to be superbly competent professionals in combat, and Wayne's relaxed, low-key Nebraska rancher, father of 11 persona, was a perfect combination for the ideal CO. He enjoyed his role so much that he seemed glad for me to leave him to it.
It sounds like your executive officer duties were not very demanding.
True. I was pleased to be just another pilot in the squadron, free to take time off with Nazira in port. So I wasted no time getting to Hong Kong as soon as we returned to QB Point. Leaving the Kowloon ferry terminal to meet Nazira, I was astonished to be greeted by life-size, full-length photographs of her in a bathing suit, prominently displayed in many of the storefront windows.
What was that about? Did she return to the movie studio?
No, she was competing for the Miss Hong Kong title in the Miss Universe contest.
My, you two just had to be in the public eye every minute, didn't you?
Sure, why not? As my pal Ron Hess advised, don't fade into the woodwork. Let him know you were there.
How did Nazira accomplish that publicity campaign? She must have had very strong promotional support.
I didn't ask, but it became obvious that Nazira was such an enormously popular candidate, she was a shoo-in to win the title, except for one detail.
Her weight?
No, admirably, she had trimmed down to her early centerfold figure. The obstacle was that she failed to mention that she was married.
How could she conceal that? Nazira's promotion must have come from someone who didn't know her well.
I assumed that she was such a well-known, popular beauty in Hong Kong that the businesses wanted to be identified with her without asking too many questions.
How did you feel about the surprise?
I was glad for Nazira. She had suppressed her movie ambitions and submerged her prominence to marry me. So competing in the contest would be a lifelong boost to her self-image, even if she didn't win.
Did she win?
Expectations were over the top when she became one of the 6 finalists. Her photo was so prominent in the media that it seemed she had been pre-selected to be Miss Hong Kong of 1970. But then one of the other finalists told a judge about Nazira's marriage.
Oh my gosh. With all the grand media publicity she received, that must have been a terrible embarrassment for Nazira and the pageant promoters to toss her out at that point.
You gotta hand it to the Brits for the way it was handled, Mike. After Nazira freely admitted her marriage to the chief judge in a private conversation, she was told that she was to remain as a contestant through the final judging, but of course she would not win or place.
How did the media handle it?
There were no public announcements of Nazira's disqualification. She simply did not win. So that was the end of the matter as far as I know.
What were the effects on Nazira?
I wasn't in Hong Kong for the event, so I don't know what her immediate reaction was. But by the time we met again, she seemed quite all right. She didn't dwell on it, so I didn't either. We never discussed it further.
How do you think she was able to get over it so easily?
I believe it had to do with the cultural aspect of her mentality. Muslims tend not to let guilt for lying spoil their day, a trait that facilitated Nazira's ability to sell refrigerators to Eskimos. She was glad she had made the effort and could have won. I think the experience was a satisfying rite of passage for her out of Hong Kong and into adulthood. Meanwhile, I had a different cause to make.
How had the war changed since your last cruise?
As I recall, not much at all. Same missions, bombing the same trees and road intersections. I have to admit, however, that I was somehow very fortunate to miss out on the years of the hottest and heaviest air action, with large Alpha strikes on Hanoi or air battles with MiGs.
So, still no DFCs for you?
Nope. My feeling was expressed in the World War II song. Distinguished flying crosses do not compensate for losses, nor were they worth lying for. Early in the war, DFCs were handed out so generously that the flow had to be restricted. The new criteria specified that there had to be elements of documented opposition, bad weather, darkness, and bomb damage assessment, BDA. Over the north, there was usually bad weather, AAA, and half our missions were at night. However, BDA was very difficult to document because there were so few permitted targets of value and so many bomb craters. So the criteria was nearly impossible to meet with truthful citations. First drafts were consistently bounced back down the long administrative chain to squadrons for more details, which meant elaboration, exaggeration, fabrication, delays, and mountains of paperwork for squadron administration, which was generally assigned to those with the most creative writing talents. The peculiar thing was that medals seemed to be most important to those who did the least to earn them, fighter pilots. Generally speaking, it was refreshing to see that the heavy-hauling junior attack pilots were the least motivated by medals. Instead, their satisfaction came from the psychic income of doing their jobs well and surviving without dumb heroics or fabrications for medals.
How is the Blue Diamond pilot's morale? On early cruises, you said that 75% of all carrier air crews believed they would not survive.
As I saw it, morale was excellent at all levels in the squadron and throughout the ship. I don't know of follow-on studies of aircrew fears by the flight surgeons, but my perception was that early fears were greatly allayed by better equipment, training, and tactics. Whatever negative opinions we had about the war and the way we were fighting it, and we had many, they did not affect our professionalism and camaraderie. I was always amazed that such complex and dangerous flight operations were accomplished without disaster in all weather conditions and 20-hour workdays on the flight deck by such skilled and dedicated teenagers. It was truly heartening to see in all my time aboard aircraft carriers, especially on Yankee Station during Vietnam.
Weren't young sailors influenced by the hippie anti-culture revolution and protests?
If so, it seemed to only harden their professional resolve. The Z-grams were an effective morale boost because Navy policy reflected genuine, humane concern at the highest levels.
For Navy's practical reasons, though, right?
Zumwalt's revolutionary changes went well beyond necessity, and the Navy has been the better for him ever since. Remember, too, that Navy always was an all-volunteer service, so sailors tended to be more inspired by patriotism, whereas the dropout draft card and flag-burning anti-war protesters who bailed out to Canada were motivated by cowardly fear of death, not idealistic anti-war zeal. Moreover, everyone engaged in carrier flight operations was constantly conscious of the crucial importance of doing their vital jobs to the best of their ability. So morale was sky high.
What other highlights do you recall?
Because of the pyramid rank structure, the necessary formalities of command, and the social distance between junior and senior officers, friendships become less common with seniority, As they say, it's lonely at the top. Though Wayne was a friend as my CO, now we were more formal. On the other hand, my counterpart, XO, in the other A7 squadron, VA 147, and I shared common personal interests in sailing and music. Bill was an extraordinarily charming, personable, and popular man, especially with the ladies, who invariably found him completely irresistible. Bill also found the ladies equally irresistible, so frequently that he came to be called Mandrake the Magician, since he often made himself disappear ashore. Ordinarily, Bill loved him and left him without complications. However, he fell hopelessly in love with an incredibly beautiful and highly intelligent Philippine queen of a young lady. Since Bill was encumbered with a wife, children, St. Bernard, sailboat, and a Jaguar, he was greatly in need of a shoulder to lean on as he struggled miserably with deciding what to do. Since I had recently been through a somewhat similar experience and was equal rank in a different organization, I was the shoulder of choice.
Wasn't that a lot for Bill to ask of you? And much more than you should have become involved with, Captain.
Ordinarily, yes. However, I had a convenient 24/7 ear, felt genuine empathy, had some training in counseling, and we were under wartime pressures, so I felt inclined to at least listen sympathetically.
Isn't that what chaplains are for, Captain?
You must be joking, Mike. How can you think a chaplain's predictable judgments and counseling would be helpful for guys like Bill and me in family situations? As I said, I had the best available shoulder in this instance.
I trust you just listened and held off giving advice.
Surely you jest, Mike.
Oh, damn, poor Bill to have a friend like you at such a crucial time in his life. I suppose you advised him to follow your example. All would go well, and he would live happily ever after.
Wow, Mike, you're really good. How did you know?
I'm psychic, like you, of course.
A good sense of humor, too.
So?
So, nothing. Bill knew better than accept advice from someone like me. He kept dithering and suffering as I expected.
Any other notable events during that cruise?
One more. Our public affairs officer, Lieutenant Al Junker, without our knowledge, used the pictures of me with the beard, leather helmet, goggles, and cigar, being helped into the cockpit by Wayne, for a Meet the XO article he wrote in the squadron newsletter to the families. The wives were reportedly astonished, and some questioned, "Is that really our executive officer?" Next in the mail came a personal letter to Al from the editor of the Lemoore newspaper, the Golden Eagle, enclosing a copy of his article, captioning my self-portrait photo. According to the editor's letter, nearly everyone liked it because it was unusual. The beard, the look in his eye, the shadows, everything caused, to me, favorable comment. With our CO, however, the story is quite different. He's been taking it in the ear from the clean-shaven Navy regulations guys and has made a simple, direct statement. No more beards in the Golden Eagle. Maybe you don't know that beards have been authorized at NAS Lemoore with an overabundance of furry faces around. The real career people are totally upset, etc., and spend a good deal of time talking about it. Commander Sousa's picture isn't the total cause by any means, but was timed just right to set things off again. Anyway, my congrats to you for getting me something interesting, but I guess no one else will be able to follow your lead. Remember, in future releases, no more beards. Drop lots of bombs. Roos.
Well, unlike Captain America, You had to at least credit Tully for knowing how to give a direct order, didn't you? It's a good thing you were 12,000 miles away. Were there any repercussions for you?
I'm sorry I missed the celebration with the sailors at home, who posted every single copy of the photo and article, including the archives issue, on all the bulletin boards. I'm sure the photo and reports also made it to Admiral Z's desk, so it was all in good spirits as far as I was concerned. However, accidentally, I was glad to be on the right side with the sailors and CNO in making a difference by contributing to a social revolution in the Navy. Although there were to be later repercussions, as we'll see, none affected me personally. Thanks to Al, that still wasn't the end of the photo. On return from one of my many trips to Hong Kong to see Nazira, there were wanted Manuel B. von Sousa, notorious World War II German submarine commander posters, with my picture in many places around the ship.
Wanted for what?
The caption read, "For desertion, sinking 3 German destroyers, 2 hospital ships, and the good ship Lollipop. Reward, 20,000 old cruceros or abat, or 9 pesos, or a VA-147 A7E. Last seen hiding in Hong Kong."
Al sure earned his keep as your PAO by keeping you in the limelight. Since he was doing all that on his own, without your okay, were you concerned that he was overstepping a bit?
Not at all. I was a fair target. Moreover, I felt that it was hopefully an indicator of a spirited, open channel of camaraderie for me with the officers and men. I was rightly grateful to Al for doing a perfect morale-boosting job of using me to promote the Blue Diamonds. I was especially proud of the Navy for letting me get away with all that stuff.
What told you that the men were with you, and it wasn't just Al's show?
I just felt good about it, and I was unconcerned with consequences, which I believe the troops sensed. If I had been orchestrating Al's actions, everyone surely would have seen through it all as a personal ego trip. Providentially, events came about naturally with no contrivance on my part, which leads me to recall Captain America's farewell party. The squadrons and divisions were tasked to come up with skits to perform for the occasion in the wardroom. My guys came up with a long poetic narration and musical accompaniment by 4 of them singing and playing guitars and a banjo. They asked me to be the narrator.
I see where you saw that honor as positive validation of your readership. How did it go?
The captain's departure date was advanced to the last day of our line period when he was to fly off to Hong Kong in the ship's COD. Our band, now named the Gross National Product, were the only ones ready to perform, so we had the show to ourselves the evening before his departure. Our performance went off without a hitch and was a real crowd pleaser. Bright and early the next morning, I was awakened by a call saying that the captain was offering me a ride to Hong Kong with him if I could get to the flight deck in 30 minutes. I threw on a flight suit and cap, packed a bag, and made the flight with time to spare. During the flight, I sat with the captain and had a pleasant personal conversation about his career. He said that having all his tours cut short for fast-track advancement left him feeling that he had missed the best parts of squadron flying. When we arrived in Hong Kong, I quickly called Nazira to surprise her, but her mother answered, saying that Nazira had flown to Manila as we had planned. So I ran to the men's room, changed into civvies, and ran to the ticket counter for a ticket to Manila, but was told that I had to have a passport, which I did not have. In those days, we could travel using only our military ID cards. But what I didn't know was that we had to be in uniform for that. Thankfully, the clerk agreed that my flight suit and cap would suffice, although it was somewhat odorous from perspiration. By the time I changed again, the plane was loading, and there, 6 passengers ahead of me in line, was Nazira. It was too late to cancel, so we flew to Manila. When we checked into the hotel, I pondered what to do with my $800 cash. The Philippines were notorious thieves, and there was no secure place to keep valuables, not even with the hotel management. So keeping the cash with me was the least objectionable option. That evening, we made reservations at a 5-star Spanish restaurant and dressed to the hilt. Streetwise Nazira arranged for a cab driver to be with us all evening, who was waiting for us when we left the restaurant, and she asked him if he knew of a nice nightclub. As we drove, it became obvious that we were leaving the city. When we finally stopped, we found ourselves in a sparsely settled rice paddy countryside, parked at the one small 2-story building with 6 men standing outside. We were in deep shit. Without discussing it, Nazira and I jumped out of the cab, and it drove away. We ran as fast as we could across the rice paddies and didn't look back or slow down until we were back in civilization. The next morning, I redonned my flight suit, and we flew back to Hong Kong. Farewell to thee, Manila. We're leaving you at last. Take all your cabs and clubs and shove 'em up your ass.
What an adventure! You were very lucky to escape. Did you feel that Jean was guiding you through the event?
I don't recall that occurred to me, but looking back, I see that she was very much involved. Most of the time I was like a ball in a pinball machine, and Jean was working the flippers and bumpers, with never a harmful downside.
How was it that Philippines were so dishonest?
I'm not sure. Generally, they seem to be peaceful, warm-hearted, devoted Catholics. Religious statues, medallions, and crucifixes were displayed everywhere.
Perhaps, as some say, Catholics are so easily cleansed of their misdeeds at confession that they feel free to begin over without remorse, whereas Protestants are burdened with guilt which drives them to repent.
Could be. You know Catholic behavior better than I. Some sociologists point out significant cultural and legal system distinctions based on religious differences between Protestant and Catholic countries. On the other hand, Nazira's Brit brother-in-law, an intelligence officer in Hong Kong Special Branch, claimed that Philippine criminal behavior came from American gangsters who taught them everything they knew from the time the Philippine Islands were a U.S. possession.
How typical for a snotty Brit to blame us. He should have known that the Spanish governed the Philippines long before the U.S., and that they schooled us and all their colonies in barbaric behavior.
Well said, Mike. I wish I had thought to come back at him with that. My opinion is that their headhunter mentality was simply not far enough down the road of human development to adapt to Western civilization. I don't think the people were basically evil. That was just their primitive way of life. Neither us, the Spanish, nor the church were responsible for their own backward culture and choices. We will return to that subject with another adventure in the next chapter.
Are there more adventures to relate in this chapter?
More like a postscript. The new Captain America noted to the chain of command that it would be as short a passage home if we completed our world circumnavigation via the Cape of Good Hope, rather than return the way we came around the Horn. And it was approved.
So much for your 4th Vietnam tour.
Yes, Thankfully, we did our jobs well, lost no pilots or airplanes, and the time had come to move up to CO. But for unknown reasons, Wayne asked to delay our change of command until we returned to Lemoore. Considering his kindnesses to me, I had no objection. On the way, we stopped at Sydney again, and the new Captain America hosted a ship visit by the mayor and his wife. When the captain greeted them on the quarterdeck, the wife pointed to the beard photo of me on the roster board, which Al had substituted. "Who is that? I want to meet him," she exclaimed. Just as well that I was already ashore. I'm sure she would have been disappointed.
Considering your beard's brief life, you certainly got a lot of mileage out of it, didn't you?
Yes, indeed. Or at least Al did.
How did the Cape of Good Hope compare to the Horn?
In my experience, quite similar. The seas were fairly calm and the visibility good. Passing just a few miles offshore, the Earth's curvature can significantly obstruct the horizon, so there wasn't much to see. Still, it was an impressive landmark because of its remote geographic significance at the southern tip of the African continent. Of course, there's always a special grateful feeling of completion in sighting any landfall after a long ocean passage.
Since Nazira had been with you throughout, I suppose that homecoming was redefined for you.
Yes, it was, for the better, especially compared to the previous cruise, when I came home to face a divorce. Yet there had always been an overriding tenseness, if not pain, in all my countless numbers of farewells and reunions, regardless of whatever sense of relief may have accompanied either. Nazira was to follow after I set up housekeeping, so this homecoming was a welcome non-event for me. Nearly 1/3 of the squadron was moving on to new assignments, and half those remaining for another tour went on 30 days leave. Plus, a number of our A7s were transferred to other deploying squadrons or overhaul facilities. So the Blue Diamond's hangar was peacefully quiet when Nazira rejoined me. A month later, the Air Wing commander, Bill, and I had a 3-way change of command, which everyone on the base attended because flight operations were canceled by fog. Even Commodore Tully and my parents attended. Following the ceremonies, everyone drove to the Officers' Club for our reception, which required passing under a taxiway overpass. There on the overpass for all to see was a huge banner saying, "Welcome aboard, Skipper Sousa." In the middle was the 2x3-foot enlarged photo of Wayne boosting me into an A7 cockpit with beard, goggles, leather helmet, cigar, and silk scarf into the cockpit.
Good old Al, what a guy. Do you suppose that Commodore Tully thought highly of Al's work too?
I'm sure the bastard had an extreme dislike for both of us, but he was not writing our fitness reports, and I never spoke to him. So let's leave it there tonight and continue tomorrow, okay?
Sure, Captain. You had a long night last night, and I have a flight and heavy date tomorrow. So, shall we take a day off?
Good idea. Best of luck to you on both counts, Mike. Command.
Good morning, Captain. You look chipper.
Thanks, Mike. I feel fine, but you look a little pale. Tough flight? Or were you up late?
Neither one. As one with psychic powers, you already know about my excellent day and evening, so I won't elaborate. And I am not pale. Thanks for your concern.
My powers and eyesight have become fuzzy over the years. Details need clarification.
I discovered the secret of your psychic powers yesterday. Your eyesight was apparently good enough the day before to read Georgie's desk calendar restaurant reservations for us. Do you snoop around in her office on a regular basis?
Of course not. I just stopped by to pay a bill. She wasn't in, so when I left my check on her desk, I couldn't help but notice your name on her calendar for Fisherman's Inn reservations. I am not a snoop.
I see. You just stopped by and couldn't help notice? I believe you, but there are millions who wouldn't.
So, Mike, what were you doing in Georgie's office last night?
I'll leave the details of the evening to your snoop power. The flight went well, though there was no lift, so I landed early.
Sure, to have more time to shine, shave, and shower for your big date.
Shall we move on with your story and adjourn to the park?
I suppose so, but your story has become more interesting.
For someone who has achieved levitation, that is an amazing comment.
Shh, hush up, Mike. Remember, there are some real snoops in here with their hearing aids. I hope you haven't whispered our little secret into Georgie's ear.
No, of course not. Would I want her to shift her spotlight to a naval aviator who can levitate?
Good point. You wouldn't stand a chance. So let's keep it that way, and I'll stay out of your flight path. If anyone is to be let in on my flights, I want to be the one to do it.
Unless you lose control and go streaking across the sky over Heritage Pines some Sunday afternoon during a garden recital.
If that happened, I'd just keep going over the horizon. Let's go to the garden.
So on with your 1970 story, Captain. Did you find a cozy off-base apartment and settle down to life ashore again with Mazira before beginning the business of training for the next Vietnam cruise?
Pretty much that way. My command tour got off to a slow start because we initially had only 6 A7s assigned and a limited fuel budget.
Budget? You had to manage a budget? I thought DoD wasn't bothered with such trivia during a war.
Few appreciate that DoD is one of the best managed organizations in the world, despite its size and complexity. Although Navy squadrons are junior cost centers, financial management, along with authority and responsibility, is delegated to the lowest command levels.
Without airplanes or money, what did you do about training?
I figured we could fly our budget with 4-day weeks. So rather than sit around, I gave everyone Fridays off and suggested they spend weekends with their families somewhere away from Lemoore. After all, they were going to be away and working 24/7 for 9 months in a combat zone. So there was no question of Navy getting its money's worth out of them.
You had the authority to shorten the work week?
Probably not, but no one objected. Amazingly, the maintenance crew volunteered to work the number of people necessary over the weekends to get our planes ready for the Monday flight schedule. It worked out that morale and aircraft availability was very high. Of course, as our deployment date approached, we soon enough had a full complement of airplanes and funding. The pace picked up with training deployments to Nevada, Arizona, and Constellation. 3-day weekends were history, but no one questioned that either.
Did you have other leadership challenges?
I explained to the men why what we were doing in Vietnam was important and correct. If nothing more, we were defending the lives of our comrades in arms on the ground. I offered to excuse from the squadron anyone who disagreed. I probably didn't have the authority to do that either, but bless their hearts and thank the Lord, there were no takers. A few weeks later, one of my senior first-class petty officers got in trouble after drinking too much at the enlisted club, called the black manager a nigger, and pulled a knife on him. So, some level of Navy judicial procedure was called for, possibly a court-martial. The petty officer was a dynamic, high-profile leader in our maintenance department, so this was a test in the men's eyes. As a Z-Gram supporter, how lenient would I be?
I remember that your father, like many old-time sergeants, believed in physical and verbal abuse instead of formal judicial punishment.
True, my father had a unique way of terrifying men with just words and looks, which worked for him. There were stories of men being taken out back and roughed up in the old days, but I never heard of that during my service. Formal non-judicial punishment, NJP, procedures were time-consuming, formal, and complex, so they took more patience and intelligence. However, it was far more even, fair, and understood. Modern sailors were more educated and enlightened than their predecessors, so physical discipline was counterproductive, not to mention illegal.
So what did you do?
Lacking father's temperament, I called the petty officer before me at captain's mast, which was the least formal level of NJP, with just the CO and the accused, plus selected witnesses.
No lawyers?
No, but the accused had the option of declining mast in favor of a court-martial, where legal representation was optional. However, punishment options were more severe, including incarceration. The captain's mast advantage to the accused was the limited degree of punishment permitted, fines and/or reduction in rate. The petty officer, who had a 9-year clear record, admitted to the charges and was appropriately apologetic. Nevertheless, I fined him $60 and reduced him in rank to second-class petty officer, which removed him from his authority and leadership position in the squadron. Severe humiliation for one of my more prominent men, but I felt that threatening the club manager with a knife, using the N-word, was unacceptable, especially for a senior petty officer in a squadron leadership role.
What were the effects of your decision?
My sense of it was that the men agreed that the petty officer deserved to be taken down a notch. Several months later, when he asked me to restore his first-class stripes, I declined. To my knowledge, that was the end of the matter. There were no other judicial proceedings during my tour.
That must have been a well-written letter to not sound like sour grapes, Captain.
It was, but I can only take credit for initiating, editing, and signing it, since it was masterfully drafted by my crackerjack admin officer, Rex Wolf, who witnessed the incident.
Rex was also a colorful aviator who had a penchant for lighting farts at social functions, which of course would have been applauded in fighter squadron society.
The Blue Diamonds were a shoo-in for the safety award, since we had completed 3 combat deployments, including our transition to A-7Es, without an aircraft accident. We also completed the mission training requirements with high scores for competition in the E for Excellence award. However, we did not receive either one.
Hard to believe that a senior officer would be so petty.
Not if you knew Tully.
As it was, pissing him off told me I was doing something right.
You could say that, Mike, but the attending risks that went with the job made long-term planning unrealistic. So my focus was independent of future intentions and more about the job at hand.
For me, there was no higher achievement for a naval aviator than to lead a squadron into combat.
Moreover, after having struggled along with just average flying ability for 14 years, I found my stride. Flying seems more natural, comfortable, easy, and fun.
Practice makes perfect? Or was it Nazira's positive influence?
Both. I had a sense of well-being and accomplishment above my highest hopes. Nazira was a jewel.
Right you are, Mike. So I hereby charge you with making it so when my time comes. You may consider it compensation for inheriting the shamango.
Well, then you better start taking better care of yourself. Georgie can probably shape you up. But let's try to finish this book before we go to Davy Jones' locker. I saw Nazira off on her flight to Hong Kong, and Constellation set sail for our readiness inspection in Hawaiian waters. The Blue Diamonds did well in the inspection. However, the rest of the Air Wing and Ship Department's marginal performance resulted in a generalized shotgun message of criticism from the Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, directed to all hands aboard Constellation. Since the Blue Diamonds had done well on the inspection and were unjustly included in the blast, Rex Wolf and I once again drew our poison pens to draft a personal protest message response directly to the Admiral, inviting his attention to the Blue Diamond's excellent performance on the inspection and outlining VA 146's other outstanding accomplishments.
You say that you responded directly to Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, bypassing CAG and Connie's CO?
That's what I said. It was my personal response to an injustice which did not involve others. Rex arose to the occasion in superb form, and we drafted a brilliantly balanced masterpiece message, which I did not discuss with anyone. If my response was to have dire repercussions, I would take the brunt alone. We were as good as any squadron ever got, and damn it, we were going to war. It was my responsibility to not take some staff desk jockey's unjustified shotgun criticism without calling them down for it.
Well, Captain, I have to say that you were extremely fortunate to have an outstanding writer like Rex to interpret your words to higher authority for you. What happened?
The immediate response from Sinks Paffolt was that he canceled his blast message and ordered all copies destroyed. Then I received the Admiral's sincere personal message of apology. I surmised that the blast message had been drafted and released by his Chief of Staff without clearing it with his boss. I heard that SAG and Connie's SO were highly pleased with the outcome, which accomplished some good in restoring morale throughout the ship. But of course they said nothing about the matter to me.
You were sort of sailing off with your own Navy, weren't you, Captain?
As I saw it, I was a team player, enjoying the authority and responsibility entrusted to me, without having someone holding my hand or looking over my shoulder. In other words, I enjoyed the independence, but understood the risk of having been given all the rope needed to hang myself. The only mild chiding comment I ever got was from CAG, who ribbed me once about a lack of humility. As a fighter pilot, I considered that a compliment. The humble folks I've known had a lot to be humble about.
But the good book says the meek shall inherit the earth.
Yes, and it also says that the earth will be destroyed by fire next time. So inheriting it may be the reward to those who don't go to heaven. In any case, I soon demonstrated an abundance of humility. But that's a long story, and it's near lunchtime. So let's save it for the next chapter, when Constellation reports to Yankee Station again. Okay?
Sure, Captain.
Final mission.
Okay, Captain. It's September 1971, and you are steaming from Hawaii to Westpac aboard USS Constellation as the Blue Diamond skipper on your 5th Vietnam combat deployment. What were your feelings?
Relaxed and happy, Mike. Glad to be there with the best officers and men I could ever have wished for. Our heavy-hauling bombing mission, then mostly into Laos, was at the core of aircraft carrier's last link in diplomacy, and the A-7E was the best plane for the job. Even the challenge of night carrier landings had been reduced to a more tolerable level with the installation of indirect white floodlights on the flight deck landing area, plus auto throttle linked to angle of attack. The Air Wing became a ship's division, with many of the squadron administrative responsibilities assumed by the ship's departments. So COs were little more than one of the boys, coasting on whatever imprint I accomplished during the training period ashore. except that now the buck stopped with me if there were performance issues within the squadron. Vietnam was winding down for lack of society approval and political leadership. The claim of "they shall not have died in vain" was utter political crap yet again. Nevertheless, my personal life with Nazira had relieved me of the burden of feeling that Navy life at sea was pointless. So yes, relaxed and happy are the right words.
Your year as CO was nearly up already, wasn't it?
Yes, since I gave up a month as CO to Wayne, I was to have just 11 months as CO, which meant my change of command was less than 3 months and 2 line periods away. So there was little opportunity to make a lasting impression.
Were there no notable events highlighting those few days?
Only trivial things, but precious memories to me. One day at dinner, Bill told me that Chaplain Schmidt invited him to read a Bible passage at Sunday service, which Bill declined, so he was warning that I would also be asked. I commemorated my response with a poem which was distributed throughout Connie by my inventive PAO, Al Junker. The Call of the Cloth. At dinner one day, in Wardroom 2, sat 2 squadron commanders, a lusty crew. One spoke loudly, his face stuffed with steak. The head Jason named Bill, known as Mandrake. For wardroom etiquette, he gave not a hoot. His mouth nearly fit his Wellington boot. Sex, religion, and politics all took their turn. But on religion, Bill had something to learn. For he was speaking to Manny, the head busy bee. To watch Bill take the bait was something to see. The chaplain had asked Bill to read from the good book, but his only response was a horrified look. He feared the worst if to church he went. The mark would be on him. He'd have to repent. Watch out, Manny. He'll be after you next. To stand up in church and read from the text. I do it with pleasure, B1 replied. Bullshit, said Bill, for he thought Manny lied. Then, with his Wellington firmly in place, Bill took the bait with a smile on his face. If you do that, Bill said, quite amused, I'll go every Sunday for the rest of the cruise. Whether in port or far out to sea, when there's a service, it's there I will be. The Sunday has come, and the Sunday has gone. Manny read the good book and sang all the songs. Now, Bill, we all know you're a man of your word. So if you don't do it, you're just a big turd. See the light. Go like a moth. Get down on your knees. Heed the call of the cloth. When I told Chaplain Schmidt about Bill's promise, he had a folding chair with VA 147's logo and Bill's name on it, placed on the front row of every Sunday service thereafter. Empty.
Good show, Captain. At Bill's expense. Was he a good sport about it?
Though he didn't complain, he seemed cooler. In any event, humor was scarce on Yankee Station, and as Providence would have it, I was about to be the rightful butt of a poem myself, chronicling a widely publicized event.
At your expense?
You may judge that. Whenever we were in port at QB Point, I took advantage of sailing Special Services Lido 14 sailboats in Subic Bay. My executive officer, Jack Miller, asked to go along for some sailing lessons. I'll leave the story to the Navy message report and the A6_Intruder Squadron poets with some interjected explanations by me. 291015 Zulu. From Com Asnav Phil. To Sync Pack FLT. Info. CINCPAC. COMSER VPAC. AME Manila USS. Constellation Unclassified. Kamusna Veb Vivsit Rep. Sailboat. boarded/013/290700, Zulu, October 71. J, AT 290700, Zulu, Recreation. Sailboat used by Commander M.B. Sousa and Commander J.A. Miller of USS Constellation, rammed by Bankaboat and boarded. Occupants robbed at knife point of wallets, wristwatches. Approximate $73 taken. 4 or 5. Phil Nats in Bankaboat. Incident occurred 100 yards west of Grande Island. The Saga of the Pueblo II. This is the story of two sailors had themselves quite a day. Skipper Sousa and his XO Jack Miller and their experience on Old Subic Bay. Early one Thursday morning, the Pueblo II set sail. That really wasn't her name, you know, but it goes quite well with this tale. Pueblo was the Navy destroyer, captained by Commander Lloyd Booker, captured by North Korea in 1969. A dapper man was her skipper, a man born and bred to the sea. He was taking out the XO to qualify him as OOD, Officer of the Deck. He peered at the sea through bloodshot eyes. There was a party the preceding day. Then he called to the XO, "Set the mainsail," and the small craft began to make way. It should be mentioned at this point the overall size of this craft. Her overall length was 2 fathoms, and her beam was her length by 1/2. They gracefully left the small harbor and sailed into Subic Bay. The skipper told the XO, "I'll surely qualify you today." The skipper delivered his lectures as back and forth he did walk, and the XO said to himself, "Gee, I like that kind of talk." All that nautical terminology streaming from Manny's mouth. Things like port and starboard, fore, aft, jibing, and coming about. Yes, the skipper was having a ball that morn, teaching Jack how to sail. And Jack was wondering silently if he could ever do so well. Suddenly on the horizon, a small boat began to appear. The skipper put on his glasses to make the blurred object more clear. My prescription sunglasses had not gone unnoticed. "What is it? Can you make it out?" the XO asked. "It may be a PT or a subchaser. Hell, it's only a Bankaboat." A 30-foot seagoing dugout canoe with an outrigger powered by a lawnmower engine. So they promptly forgot about it and returned to the business at hand. When they looked again, the boat was right there. My God, we're going to be rammed. At the last minute, I told Jack to tack, hoping the pirates would overshoot us. Instead, we were rammed broadside, cracking the hull to the centerboard, knocking Jack to the bottom of the hull, breaking the tiller off short, leaving us without steering. "Away all boarders," ordered the other CO, but he said it in Tagalog. So when the first one jumped into their boat, Manny thought he wanted to frolic, but the pirate made clear his intentions with his great big knife. Pricking the XO's stomach, he said, "Your money or your life." The pirate slipped and fell on top of Jack, who had the presence of mind to hold up his hand and calmly say that he would give him the money. The thought raced through Manny's mind in about a second or so. If I tried to be a hero, I could lose my XO. I was forward at the mast as the second man boarded, also armed with a machete. Since 3 more men were still in the boat, probably armed, and Jack's man had calmed down, I discarded the thought of using my Navy switchblade survival knife. So surrendering his ship and his money, Jack's accutron and ring as well, he watched the bandit return to his ship and sail away fast as hell. After the second man took my $15 cash, he returned my wallet. Since Jack's fat wallet contained his family photos and addresses, he asked for his wallet too as they began to motor away. Instead, his wallet and contents were scattered into the water, and Jack dove in to save what he could as the boat and I drifted downwind away from him with no steering and a torn sail, watching helplessly as the pirates circled back and nearly ran Jack over before turning for the north shore. I managed, however, to note the Bank of Boats registration number. Ah, shades of North Korea, he thought, and shades of Commander Lloyd Booker. If I'd had a gun, by God, I'd have shot those little effers. Not likely. After a time, their nerve and their pulse returned to their normal rate. So they slowly turned their vessel around and returned to the base. The piracy had been reported to the base by alert sailors on nearby Grand Island. A Navy helicopter and swift boat were dispatched to intercept the Banca boat. However, the Banca reached the north shore first, motoring up a creek too shallow for the swift boat and too overgrown for the helicopter to penetrate. Thankfully, the poets didn't know that we had to be towed back to the marina, defeated and humiliated. Now Manny was fuming, and so was Jack, and they didn't know what to do. If you won't tell on me, Manny said, I won't tell on you. To be caught losing my ship at sea would make me out a clown, especially to lose it in Subic Bay. Well, that's a big put down. I can't agree with that, Skipper, the XO did retout. We both escaped with our lives, and that's the important part. Yes, we can be thankful that we both escaped with our skin. Our wives might find it hard to replace us as next of kin. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main. If given a choice next time, we won't go out again.
Well, you sure topped yourself with that little adventure, didn't you, Captain? I'll bet your PAO Al Junker had a ball with it.
Oh yes, Al and others were inspired to launch into a rancorous exchange of poetry with little literary value. However, they may give you insight into the nature of Yankee Station carrier operations. So let's include some. You can delete them later. Here's our response to the Boomers poem, prefaced by explaining that their A6 intruder had a two-man crew, could carry half again the A7 bomb load, and supposedly had a more capable all-weather weapons delivery system. Unfortunately, the accuracy and reliability of those systems left a lot to be desired. Plus, the A6 was the ugliest airplane the Navy ever flew. All of which made the Boomer, their radio voice call poets, vulnerable to Busy Bee, our voice call, retaliation. Busy Bees, broadside boomers. Rub-a-dub-dub, two men in a tub, were sailing the mouth of Shit River, the common name of the sewage creek at the base main gate. When o'er the horizon the boat did appear, but this crew would never quiver. With a tiller over and smart put-about, Skipper shouted, XO, look alive! Only 5 hoods in that boat. They can't possibly survive. But alas, the next thing heard was the XO exclaim, I'll be damned. And then the skipper said, horseshit, we've been rammed. The boarding party clashed in battle. Hey, our boys are quicker. But the fracas ended with the XO's belly surrounding a pig sticker. Their money gone, their boat damaged, our valiant crew sailed home. Their only thought at the time was, here comes a damn boomer poem. Only pilots who need a crew could attack with such glee. A close call for our skipper, which will live in history. And what has our XO done to warrant such an attack? You lousy boomers won't give us no slack. But there's no hope for you, as you shall soon see. You're in trouble now. You pissed off the head busy bee. As VFR bombers, we proved our point. CAG recognized us as best. So there's that all-weather stuff. Let's have a real contest. Consider what follows herein, a leather glove in your face. We'll use your weapons at your time and place. Outnumbered 2 crew to 1, our challenge is issued. We'll wait for all you uglies and your uglies to bite at the bomb derby bait. To radar bomb, commando nail style, whatever target deemed fit. While you search with your blip, we'll be the ones who hit the busy bees.
Very cute, Captain. What a loyal crew. How did the bombing competition come out?
It didn't, of course. Vietnam was a lot of things, but it was not an occasion or location for competitive bombing derbies. Nevertheless, as bad as the poetry was, our exchanges with the boomers inspired the F-4 squadron poets to join the fray. From the F-4 poets. There seems to be a trend nowadays for writing lots of verse. At first the poems were horrible, but now they are getting worse. Who is better between boomers and bees? The point is really senseless. If we depended on either one, Connie would be defenseless. 7 pilots may be good, but they live in constant fear of watching their plane hit the water a mile beyond their nose gear. With A7s on stand down, you'd think the boomers would shine. But check out their mission count since we've been on the line. Gentlemen, the facts are clear. You really have been shirking. Come to ready rooms 1 and 2 to meet the guys who are working. You attack pukes say the F-4J is an aircraft with no mission. But look who's doing the bombing while you sit around wishing. It's plain to see the Phantom II is the best bird all around. Whether strike CAP or escorting the VIG, there's none as good to be found. We'd like to end this little poem by presenting a modest proposal. Place your A7 Corsairs in the nearest garbage disposal. If you convert A6s to tankers, we may let you stay.
Ironic, wasn't it, Captain? For you to take in gas from the Phantom squadrons?
Yes, but you can see how defensive they were about their fighter mission.
What was their reference to the A7's nose gear failures? Wasn't that resolved in '68 after yours fell off on Catshot?
It so happens that an A7 maintenance department poet recorded the recurring problem. First period line report. The A7 hangar queens were all crowned. The Diamonds and Jason were all tied to the ground. That nose gear's a menace, said HQ. And there's an inspection we want you to do. Pull card 48 of the conditional deck. There may be more we want you to check. So airframes was jacking and paint they were stripping. The inspection they pulled was really a pippin'. Let's fly 'em, let's go, yelled Manny and Bill. The boomers are saying we're over the hill. Hold it, says Syscom. Wait just a minute. Inspect it again as if I were in it. There's another bulletin we want you to do. Do 117 and then you'll be through. So airframes was jacking until they got blisters and warts. They Zyglode fluxed and wrote many reports. We're through, we're done. As they let down the jacks. But alas and alack, they had to face facts. Not yet, said Syscom. Those pilots you're dooming. Those structs are like paper instead of aluminum. We'll send out our team of Vic, Dave, and Skeet. They'll inspect them again. This only makes 3. So out of the heavens and in on the COD, came the wide-awake team. Well, maybe a nod. "To Jack's," cried Chief Wade. "Let's get this thing done." "No sweat," said the team. "You'll like this. It's fun." So off came the drag links, the paint, and the struts. They even inspected the big packing nuts. "Everything's smooth. It's going like glass. If you think it's over, hang on to your ass." "That nose gear's unstable. Let's look at the barrel," said Syscom HQ, which brought on a carol. "We looked," cried the team, "but an amendment we're lacking." "You guessed it again. Go back to jacking. Corrosion is found and bushings replaced. But facts are facts and have to be faced." More messages flew and new designs tried. Then came the word, "Skis fit to be tied. The bushings we sent you were not right. You've got to replace them. Be nice, don't fight." Now everything has quieted, as they always will. And the diamonds made it over the hill. To Navair Rework and Syscom HQ, we wish to convey our thanks to you for the words you passed, instructions so clear, set us back much more than a year. But when it counts and bombs are dropped, when all the scores are taken, the busy bees won't be stopped. We'll bring home the bacon. We didn't let the phantom flyers off unscathed either, Michael. There's a MiG in the air, I think. A couple of days ago, from Connie's mighty deck, we launched some birds to North Vietnam, some photographs to take. This gaggle of CAG-9 aircraft had a Vigi in the lead. Also flak suppress and iron hand in case there was a need. Proceeding from the coast descending, the Vigi called Feet Dry. The phantoms stayed high to protect him, those warriors of the sky. They violently jinked at 12,000 feet, while at the ground they intently did stare. Suddenly a voice called on UHF, "There's a MiG in the air." "Holy shit, I don't believe it," thought the crew of the RA-5C. I don't dispute their vision, but I think that MIG is me. It's all too true, I'm afraid. The phantoms had made a bad guess. Instead of an enemy fighter, they nearly laid our Vigi to rest. We see how in the heat of battle, when the flak is bursting so near, how judgment might be impaired and one's vision not clear. But it wasn't so bad that day. The enemy had fired hardly a round. Shouldn't phantom flyers have exams to see if their vision is sound? It's not that we think that the phantoms should change their primary mission. We just wish they'd take a course in aircraft recognition. The attack community.
Captain, in my limited experience, I've seen that another airborne airplane can be very difficult to see. Even with the Shimongo's traffic detector telling me there's another airplane less than a mile away, there have been times when I could not find it. So it's easy to understand how hard it must be to sight high-speed targets in a hostile environment.
True, Mike. Still, there's nothing to motivate one's vision, like the threat of imminent danger in combat.
This was another short combat tour for you again, wasn't it? Similar to your 1966 tour aboard Ranger, when you detached early to go to RPI.
Yes, some might think it misleading for me to claim 5 flying combat Vietnam tours. So I reviewed my flight log books last night to get an accurate count of tour lengths and combat missions. When the number of months on the line are tallied, 7 months in 64, 6 months in 65, 7 months in 68, 7 months in 70, and 3 months in 71, 30 months, an average of 6 months in Westpac for 5 deployments, 2.5 years over a 6.5 year period. Normal deployments before Vietnam were for 6 months. So everything considered, I think it's fair to say 5 tours.
No argument there. Plus, for good measure, a sixth 12-month tour ahead to end it all in 75. What did you come up with in your logbook review of missions? It seems that for the number of tours, you had fewer missions than I expected.
In reviewing my logbooks last night, I was reminded that in '64 there was much uncertainty about defining and logging combat missions. Before the '64 GOT incident, we flew just a few photo escort missions into Laos. We were shot at and paid hostile fire pay, but we weren't formally at war or even necessarily publicly admitting to being there at all. So the flight purpose codes in our pilot logbooks did not accurately reflect the missions.
Would this be a good point to review those codes?
Not again, too lengthy, technical, and boring. Suffice to repeat that even the ops yeoman who kept our logbooks initially had a hard time dealing with the challenge of daily redefinition of the terms, conditions, and purpose codes. I should have kept a diary, but there was no time for trivia. I really didn't care about the numbers, and still don't, except others have been curious, so I thought I should address the numbers for the book. The bottom line guess is 316 missions, but I'll be the first to say that some of those could barely be considered combat, except for the threat areas flown in. There's no doubt that any flight over North Vietnam was a genuine combat mission, because you could be sure of being shot at. But there were wide variations in threats, depending on target locations, weather, day-night, and opposition. In any event, with rare exceptions, there's little to say about missions which wouldn't be repetitious. Nevertheless, I told the pilots that I believed they each deserved the Medal of Honor for repeatedly putting themselves in harm's way in very hazardous conditions to save the lives of our comrades in arms on the ground in South Vietnam by destroying or slowing North Vietnam supplies and troops. I was pleasantly surprised that several spoke up to deny their worthiness. I did go on to say, however, that because of the administrative burden of writing award recommendations, plus the fact that I needed Rex's poison pen for drafting nastygrams up the chain of command, individuals would have to initiate their own awards and do most of the creative writing themselves, taking personal responsibility for the embellishments required to meet specified elements of weather, opposition, and damage assessment. To my knowledge, the Blue Diamonds did not seek any DFCs that cruise. I was proud to be in such good company. In fact, though I cannot take personal credit, I am extremely thankful and fortunate to be able to say that there were no training or combat pilot losses in any of the squadrons I deployed with throughout my Navy flying career, before or during Vietnam.
Which ended all too soon.
I have to admit, Mike, that I was ready to move on while I was ahead of the game and at the peak of my flying career. I had been very lucky, and it couldn't last forever. My final mission was leading a flight of 8 A-7s against a storage site in Laos, which turned into an embarrassing screw-up when I absolutely could not locate the target and had to turn the lead over to the second division leader.
Was the target something you should have seen in the open?
It was hidden in mountain jungles with no distinctive landmarks, but I hadn't done enough pre-flight preparation to pinpoint my search. It wasn't that it was a high-value target. It was simply humiliating that it pointed the finger at me for being an old fart with failing eyesight. At least that's how I felt. It was brought further home to me the following day, the last day before my change of command. I was scheduled for 2 Alpha strikes leading 30 planes against a highly defended target. For unexplained reasons, CAG took me off the schedule. I assumed because he didn't want me getting shot down on my last day as CO. Still, I wondered if his confidence in me had slipped. In any case, Mike, I simply felt relieved that it was over. Not just Vietnam and my command tour, but likely my Navy flying career as well. There was slim probability of being selected for CAG. Otherwise, there were no further flying assignments on the horizon. I felt that I had flown my last flight. While I was very gratified that I had done a credible job and survived, I wasn't prepared for the powerful wave of nostalgia which swept over me for the change of command ceremony, December 7th, 1971, the 30th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, when I was age 9 at a Panama Canal Army Air Corps base. I stayed in my cabin for 3 days, waiting for the COD flight to take me off the ship, bound for my next assignment to the D.C. Bureau of Naval Personnel, POW/MIA office. Not in any way a cheerful prospect. That brings me around to pointing out that if your mission was to chronicle the life and loves of a fighter pilot, then you may wish to wrap up your research at this point and call it a day.
The end of Vietnam flying is over for you, Captain. So this seems to be a good point to conclude Part 1 of Passing Through. We can launch into Part 2 with your POW/MIA Affairs Office tour, then back to Westpac on 7th Fleet staff for the Mayaguez incident, and on scene for the evacuation of Saigon, the dramatic conclusion of the Vietnam conflict in 1975.
True, followed by 10 wonderful years at the Naval Academy, Northwestern University, and the Naval Historical Center, concluding with high romance, flying, and sailing adventures on the yellow brick road to Emerald City in retirement with Jean and several ladies along. The way to seek the wonderful Wizard of Oz because of the wonderful things he does. It's going to be much longer but more fun telling than Part 1. Are you sure you want to continue, Mike?
In for a penny, in for a pound, Captain.
I am most sincerely and eternally grateful for you being here and getting me going with writing, flying, and sealing our relationship. I just don't want to tie you down with more than you bargained for in coming here.
Well, I surely got more than I bargained for, thank God. This has been a way far more joyously rewarding adventure than I imagined possible. So why in the world would I want to bail out in the middle of it? It's not that I have some place urgent to go, or I wouldn't have come here to begin with, would I? So, shall we press on tomorrow morning with telling the world about your continuing adventures with Jean down the yellow brick road?
Bless you, my son. You're a glutton for punishment.
I guess it runs in the family.
Like father, like son.
Think we've shot our wad on cliches for the topic?
No, just the tip of the iceberg.
Good grief, Charlie Brown. See you in the comics.
If the creek don't rise.
I give up. Good night.